Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Manchester-on-Sea, otherwise known as Southampton, has finally relented. There is no rain and we will have cricket. What a way to say good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and with Pakistan toitering on the brink of 223 for 9, is there any hope of a result in this test match? To discuss such things, I have alongside me the ever-wise, the ever-wonderful Nestle boy, Sean
Morning.
Tracy.
Morning.
And equally wise, some might say wiser, young
Definitely.
Owl in the shape of Nakul M. Pandey. Wow, cricket has finally broken out. How excited are we?
I know, right? A hearty twoo to everybody, wherever you are in the world. Yes, indeed, and in a sense, Pakistan have the chance to control the pace of the game somewhat. Just if you cast your mind back to a day and a half ago when there was actual cricket, Pakistan 223 for 9 in the end of their first innings, and really, I think we were talking a little bit about this yesterday. It is not a stupid idea to declare after one ball and get bowling at England, because Pakistan are 1-0 down in the series. They need to win the test match in order to keep the hopes of a series win alive and get some World Test Championship points as well. They need to get bowling at England.
Very soon they do indeed, and while these conditions are still fairly cloudy, as they appear to be, they would hope that they will get quite a bit of movement. That's the only way we're going to get a result out of this game, really, isn't it? The game has to move on very quickly, wickets have to fall, and we could have a fascinating final day tomorrow if the rain doesn't come back. Nestle boy, your feelings on this? What have you been doing in Epping for the last day and a half?
what have I been doing for the last day and a half? Not a lot, really.
Well, exactly.
Listening to you guys, feeding the neighbour's cat,
Mm.
running out in the garden when it's been raining, because it's very close outside still. I went to the shop out earlier, hence the face mask covering around my neck still. Yeah, I mean, it would be fantastic to see them declare after one ball and go for it, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know. On social media, everyone's very, very doom and gloom about the weather.
Really? Still?
Yeah,
Still?
yeah, and there are some people down that way who are saying that it's going to rain any minute. But
Don't be ridiculous. It's going to be a beautiful day in which we have 98 overs of wonderful Test cricket. I wouldn't declare after one ball, but I would, providing a wicket doesn't fall almost immediately, I would bat for about 2 overs just to annoy England and make it more rushed. Make them more rushed in when they have to come out.
And in terms of how they
anyway,
bat,
the teams are on.
Sorry, what I was going to say, in terms of how they bat, I think Mohammad Rizwan might look to be very aggressive this morning.
Do you think England will go on the defensive against him and allow them the single like they were doing the other night?
I don't think it's
he's
worth
60
it.
not out from 116 balls.
I
don't think it's worth it. But then again, if he does go crazy and hit a quick 20, maybe that makes a big difference in the context of this game. Anyway, Mohammad Rizwan and the Naseem Shah are also on the way to the middle. The England fielders are out there, and we should jingle up those people involved.
Everyone knows he's not hit so bold, cause he can hit the ball really quite far. If the bowling so far, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Mohammad Rizwan. When the sea Shah told, he said to his dad that you're the man of the house now, because Naseem Shah is just that good.
At the end of that jingle, it makes me laugh every time. We're just looking at the revised playing conditions. We can go until only 7 o'clock. I can't understand why we can't go until 7:30, but never mind. We'll put that to one side for the time being. We do have a situation in which tea will be delayed for 15 minutes, so the normal lunchtime session at 1 o'clock, lunch taken at 1 o'clock, and then tea taken at 3:55. And Jimmy Anderson is getting ready to bowl, and he's going to be bowling to Mohammad Rizwan by the looks of things. Indeed so. They got out there quite quickly. But did you? Really? What is it? Who's it by? What is that song? Originally.
That song is, I think it's from the song is called Jimmy Jimmy. It's from an Indian film that I've forgotten the name of.
Ah, right, okay. Well, here we are. We're all out there. We're all ready to bowl, and then suddenly we discover we need some sawdust.
There's a hellmouth.
A hellmouth. Yes. What is a hellmouth? What is a hellmouth, by the way?
It's a mouth of hell.
I'd like to know what a hellmouth is first.
It's a mouth of hell.
It's a mouth of hell.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, so let's have some tweets then.
Well, starting with Funky AOL2, who's with us. Good morning. He's one of the doomsayers on the weather front. Mohammed Majid said, "Sounds good for now." Chris McGowan says, "We're optimistic. He'd be happy to see 10 overs." Adrian Lowe is predicting a fire tornado around lunch.
Oh, okay, one of those.
After all, it is 2020. Mog's with us, he says hello. Jay Grover says, "Morning all, I refuse to believe we will start on time. Why do you erect this temple of lies?" Sahil's with us. Who else? Kunal Talani is with us. Motley, I was literally about to tweet after reading the forecast. It's pretty shit according to the BBC. I'll remain as optimistic as Hendo. That's something you never expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket.
The lights are on. Anderson is in, and Mohammad Rizwan has come racing down the wicket and has thrashed at that, and was beaten by the bounce rather than anything more. I think we can see that the way Pakistan are going to approach this morning, and it may produce a couple of changes in the field after that. Extraordinary. I mean, that's just giving it away, isn't it? I would have played a couple of balls quietly before going completely crazy. Anyway, it's going to be a bit of fun, and we're probably going to be denied cricket very shortly for 10 minutes. As, the break between innings having got underway. One ball in the last day and a half, pretty much. Anderson in again, bowls. Oh, does defend this one. He goes onto the back foot. It's a ball rising on him a little bit from just short of a length. He defends into the offside. Maybe he's got that out of his system, and now he's going to bat sensibly. We shall see. More tweets.
I'm going to just nip over to YouTube. Dandy Castro. Woohoo!
Okay.
Forecast supports maybe one session. Well,
Just the one session. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter to me because I'm only doing one session today. You can all sit and watch and wibble about the rain this afternoon. It's my afternoon off. Well, doing something else. In comes Anderson, 3 for 48. Bowls to Rizwan, beats him outside the off stump as he's forced back into his crease. And through to the keeper it goes. Good delivery from Jimmy Anderson. Rizwan has 60. Nazim Shah has just the single. I imagine Nazim Shah is wanting to get out there with the ball in hand rather than bat and have a chance of getting through a few England wickets.
Well, when they went off for bad light on day 2, Mohammad Abbas and Shaheen Shah Afridi were in their full whites out there, desperate to get out there.
Absolutely. Anderson in again. He goes right across his creases, so Anderson bowls it even further outside the off stump, and he can't reach that. And it goes through to the keeper with no run added. The score remains 223 for 9.
on Facebook we have Hamid Chen, who says, when will the match start? Well, it started, Hamid. Get on there. And Elliot Hughes said you should have played the Undertones Jimmy jingle. Well, you can't beat a bit of the Undertones, Elliot, can you? I'm with you on that. But I do like the other one.
Yeah, we do have a lot of Jimmy Anderson jingles, don't we? There are other players who don't have quite so many to their name. 2 slips as Anderson is in, defended on the offside. They're going to take a quick single. They're going to have to hurry. The throw comes in. It was a rather off-balance one from Dominic Best, I think it was. No, it was Crawley, Zach Crawley. And there was never any worry that he would disturb the stumps with that particular throw. So they get through for 1. Which means Naseem Shah will have 1 ball to face.
Needs to take throwing lessons from Dom Sibley. 2 run-outs in 2 tests.
Yes, indeed. Of course, he has, hasn't he? And he doesn't inspire confidence as the most athletic of fielders, Dominic Sibley. Although probably a little bit quicker than he was before he lost weight. 3 slips now for Naseem Shah. A man goes back at deep square leg. There's also a long leg, a mid-on, a backward point, cover and mid-off. In comes Anderson, bowls, and, well, I'm not really sure you can call that a shot. But whatever it was, it didn't make contact. Goes through to the keeper. That's the end of the first over of the morning. We've had an over of cricket.
Hey.
We are so blessed. We are so blessed.
So, joining us on Crick Tracker, Yusuf Ali, Mohamed Zakira, Vinway Pawar, Malik Wakas, Gagan Shah Bev, I'm sorry if the names are a bit iffy, Mohammed Fayez, Aram Chowdhury, Furkan Fayez, Malik Wasif says love from India. Oh, and Shalish Udupai, Nigel, you hen.
Sorry there, Nestle, but I missed it. Yeah, my feed went down briefly. What did he say? What did he say? Sorry, say it again.
Shalish. It looks like Upadhay.
Yes.
Says Nigel, you handsome man.
Well, you can't resist me, can you? I understand it. You're only human, and you know it's understandable. 224.9. Stuart Broad, who some may also consider to be a handsome man. He's got his broad band on, and he's going to be bowling to Mohamed Rizwan, and I've got an enormous blue bottle flying around me, which was irritating me very much.
Why are you trying
3 slips for Broad.
Sorry, why are you trying to swap that? Shall I have a jingle?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around.
Here he is into Rizwan, who leaves a good leg ball outside the off stump.
Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
Yes, that is the latest Broad jingle. Of course, we have a number of Broady jingles over the years, and that's another to add to the collection. Of course, if you want to listen to all the jingles at your behest, you can pay 20 quid and join our archive. Broad in, bowls, hits him high up on the pad, maybe on the inner thigh, loops out into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, you can get the archive. You can listen to everything we've ever recorded. You can't listen to those things that we forgot to record, which are few and far between. But you can do that by going to GorillaCricket.com, go to archive, and £20 a year will get you that whole archive with all the jingles. Broad in again, bowls very wide, and Rizwan has an enormous slash at this, but actually can't reach it as the ball seems to swing away late from a very wide starting position, and there is no run.
Jake Grover
24 for 9
tells us that the film was called Disco Dancer.
Oh
Chris
yeah,
S.
that's right. The song that the Jimmy jingle
Yeah.
is from. The title
Chris
track of that film, Disco Dancer, is well worth a watch, if only for the video.
Oh, right.
Okay. I'll add that to my list of things to do, like watch Line of Duty's whole series, which I'm nearly finished now. Broad in again and bowls onto the back foot goes Rizwan to a ball that's pestering his off stump. It bends it into the offside, and again there is no run.
Pakistan declare, England declare, Pakistan declare, and we have an exciting finish, says Chris S. Ravi Nair's with us. And astonishingly, Saliar 56 says, "Hey Nessers, I've got Google Satellite up on Epping. Can you just go outside and jump around for a bit so I can spot you, please? Naked, of course." Who do you work for? The NSA?
The thing is, imagine, all you need to look for is a man bothering peacocks, basically. If you can see the peacock, then Nestle Boy will be very close behind.
Nestle Boy will be covering
simply-
his modesty with a peacock.
Oh, maybe that indeed. Broad in again. He comes right across his crease, tries to work that into the onside. He's got outside the off stump. There's an appeal from Broad, but they will get a leg by as it goes just behind square leg. And so the score moves on to 225 for 9. No addition to Rizwan's score, because it was an extra. And we have one ball remaining in the 88th over of the innings. Broad has 3 for 56. He's looking for a 4-fer. Anderson, I think, is he looking for a 4-fer as well?
He is.
Is there a 3-fer as well? Has he got a 3-fer?
Yeah, he's got a 3-fer, and he's
I
looking
don't
for
like
a
these.
4-fer.
I don't like these.
No, I don't. I was just doing that to annoy people, especially you. Naseem Shah comes down to face, and in comes Broad wide on the crease, and Naseem. Well, he doesn't even look as if he's got the ability to get into line to that or even play a shot at it, so he just kind of ignores it really and stands in his stance. That is the end of the over. 225 for 9. Rizwan 61. Naseem a single.
Chris TB has made a Stuart Broad fan cam this morning with little clips of Stuart Broad. Evil Scooters is not watching cycling at the moment, which is unusual given his Twitter feed. He said, "I wish I had something interesting to say, but it's personally been a shit of a week. So a few overs watching cricket before the previous scheduled delays resume is welcome indeed." Messi Jess is with us, but we're battling AFL football.
What?
I don't know. Aussie
AFL?
rules, I guess.
Who would watch Aussie rules in front of cricket? I find that extraordinary. Anderson
Barry.
bowls. It's into the thigh of Rizwan, and now limping around a little bit. That probably hit the bone on the thigh, and he's now in a little bit of trouble, just wandering around and trying to flex his knees to get rid of the discomfort. There was no run, by the way.
Of course, when this
Score
innings,
remains 225 for 9.
of course, when this innings does finish, Rizwan will be right behind Sibley and Burns running off because he's got a keep.
Yes, this is true. In comes Anderson again, bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan goes back, gets a bottom edge almost as he aims a rather angular bat at that one. It's going to go all the way down to fine leg, and they're going to get back for a couple. Score moves on to 227 for 9.
Jay Grover says, "Blimey, was that the first broadband joke, or have I not been paying attention?"
You've not
You've
been
not been paying attention.
You haven't. Leah, the bitchfinder general. I still think double declaration shenanigans make sense today, given the Test Championship points up for grabs. The offer of the intimidation leather jacket is still on the table, though, Joe.
Yeah, what do you think they care more about? World Test Championship points or winning a series? That's a curious one. Anderson in, bowls and defended without much foot movement by Rizwan, but that's the way he plays. He doesn't really get his foot very far forward. Sometimes leaves a bit of a gap, but he's battled away, and he's battled successfully to 63. And the score remains 227 for 9.
Thing is, though, there's not really much incentive for England to push the game on, given that they're already in a decent position in the World Test Championship and 1-0 up in the series.
Are they in a good enough position in the World Test Championship?
It's too early. It's too early to tell.
Are they?
It's too early to tell.
Do the players know about the World Test Championship?
No one. Everyone's been keeping them in the dark. Good ball from Anderson, which nibbles away. Excuse me, off the steam, and beats Rizwan by a long way, really. You will have to take over just for 2 seconds while I cough my guts up. I'm afraid I'm just going to go and silence myself and have a damn good coughing, because there's nothing like that to get it out of the system. So I'm just going to mute myself briefly.
While Hendo quietly dies, Mohamed Rizwan is on 63 off 130 deliveries. He's batted very well through and got Pakistan up to this score of 227 for 9, which could actually be mildly competitive, or would be if the rain would stay away long enough for us to tell. As Anderson is in, down the track comes Rizwan, slices this up over point. There's no boundary fielders out there, and that's sliced up and over the slip cord, and desperate dive from Ollie Pope, but he doesn't get their first boundary of the morning.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And isn't that just typical? I go away for one ball, and you get the most exciting ball of the morning so far, slashed away. There's just no justice. Anyway, I think I'm all right now. I think.
Well, you will have COVID while you're commentating, Hendo.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's very inconvenient of me.
Has it gone now?
Yeah, it's gone now. I think it may still be lurking, but for the time being, I think Rizwan moves on to 67 with that shot. How much longer will he bat or declare? Will they declare? Will they get out? A third slip coming in, is it? No, a second slip coming in. We've got a man at backward point, quite a long way backward. A man square almost at cover, a little bit shorter as well. In comes Anderson, bowls a full ball. He aims a drive at that one. It's a lovely delivery. That beats him outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 231 for 9.
And now Broad will have a full over at Naseem.
That's a very good point.
This innings might not be long for this world.
Yeah, I don't think that Pakistan really care too much if they can get a couple of big blows in. They've done what they wanted to do, which is ensure that England have to go out there and field for a few minutes. They've disrupted the schedule of the openers, who would have loved it if they'd declared overnight. They could have had time to psych themselves up, but they will only get those 10 minutes, and that's all well and good. It's well within the rules. It's good cricket. It's good cricket thinking, really. Do what your opposition don't want you to do. Anyway, Naseem Shah now has the bat resting on his right shoulder. He settles it down now, gets into his stance, and waits for Stuart Broad, who precisely places his fingers on the seam and is in and bowls. He really doesn't look like he has an awful lot of idea what to do with a bat in his hand, Naseem Shah, and that one goes past him outside the off stump.
Has he ever batted before?
Well, you do wonder, don't you?
The 3 balls we've had this morning to Naseem Shah have all been a foot and at least outside off stump.
Yeah. Well, he's not good enough to adjust to reach that. There's a little bit of swing as well.
All the more reason to bowl at the stump.
He just sort of places the bat there and waits to see what happens. Broad, is he going to bowl a straight one? Yes, and this time he shows that he can play the ball rather adeptly. This time into the onside towards mid wicket, and there is no run.
Naseem Shah has a first-class average of 3.22 with a highest score of 7, which wasn't a test match. To be fair, actually,
Naseem is still looking to get into double figures in cricket, which is great.
Yeah.
I think that's great. If he can get 10 here, we will celebrate. The celebrations will know no bounds. Come on, Naseem. That's what we want. Naseem to get 10. Broad in. Past umpire Kettleborough, bowls a ball that swings early and then stays on that line quite wide of off stump, and once more Naseem Shah seems to quite enjoy his work, even though he knows he's not particularly good at it. He's smiling and he's getting a thumbs up from his partner at the other end, Mohamed Rizwan.
He's trying to coach him.
He does look like that way. It's a bit tricky to coach him when he's already in the middle, but they've added 8 runs already this morning, 8 crucial runs maybe in the context of this game. We shall see, depending on the weather and all sorts of other factors. Broad comes in again. He's into his 27th over. Got through a lot of work. Bowls a full one. Too good for Naseem Shah, and too good for the stumps. It went away from the stumps, having sort of beaten him. And if it hadn't swung, it might have taken out its off stump. Anyway, no run, 231 for 9.
You know you're bowling well when you're making the stumps play in this.
Exactly.
Well, Taiping Shay is with us from Hong Kong. Hong Kong calling 6 p.m. Hong Kong COVID chuck-out time. Should be cricket start-up time. Hopefully it will be today. Well, welcome along, Taiping, on Hot Mic.
Have they changed last orders? They've changed last orders in Hong Kong for COVID times. Interesting.
It's extraordinary.
It does look like it's going to rain here today, I have to say, looking at the sky. Broad is in, bowls, hits him high up on the front thigh pad, and just drops out in front of him. And there's no run. And we should talk about the GPL, shouldn't we? How much money is in the GPL pot today? Do we know? Can we have that information?
£56.
£56 is in the GPL, and you know what you have to do. If you don't know what you have to do, I'll tell you. You go to GorillaCricket.com competitions, and you give us £1 for every guess or every estimate of how many runs will be scored in the day. And if you get it on the nose, you get all the money that's in the pot. 56 quid at the moment. More going in there, hopefully, as people pile on to that. In comes Broad again. Too much swing. Just bottom a straight one. Way wide of the off stump. Naseem has survived, and Pakistan remain 231 for 9.
Bit of a waste of an over, really.
Well, talking about the Aussie football that Messi Jez, Eagles versus Hawks. I hope the Eagles are shitting down Hawthorn's throats in large amounts. Claire Sanderson's with us. Hello, Claire. Dennis Lilly is the original lord of the headband, closely followed by Brooksy Ferret. SB is too new to fight to be a lord, surely. Wobbles, El Shoppanoz, who's changed his name again. Good afternoon from Bombay to Knucklester, Hendomania and Nestlings. Is the light meter out yet?
Anderson bowls to Rizwan, who looks as if he wants to drive that and then decides against it. It did swing away from him a little bit outside the off stump. Yes, the GPL, £56, and you go to GorillaCricket.com, competitions, you estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day, you have a little lunch to do that, and you can have as many guesses as you want, but of course if you do get the correct number, and someone else also gets the correct number, I don't think we've ever had that, then you share the pot. Yeah, wide of the off stump, aims a slash at that, without much foot movement again, but again makes no contact and is shaking his head in despair. Mohammed Rizwan, he's thinking, there's one I could have smashed over cover point, but I failed to make contact. Score remains 231.
Jimmy looks like a sort of 1950s matinee idol, doesn't he?
Who does?
Jimmy Anderson. Just walking back there.
He does look like he's walked off the pages of not the page, off the wall of a barber shop.
Cut shot by Mohammed Rizwan, and it is a good shot. Backward of square, found the gap, and that's raced away, in fact, to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yep, very good shot. Not the best ball that has been bowled by Jimmy Anderson. Gave him a little bit of width, but he also waited for it really nicely, and then it was as easy as you can imagine to just put that away. Anderson in full, driven up to Stuart Broad at mid-on. There is no run. Broady tries to add some more shine to the ball by rubbing it vigorously down his hamstring, and then has a little look at the ball, has to remember not to put any saliva on it. Sweat, of course, is allowed, saliva is not. The ring of 4 on the offside, supposedly saving a single. There are 2 slips, a mid-on, a deep backward square, and a long leg. In comes Anderson, bowls, onto the back foot goes Rizwan, and just turns it into the onside where there's acres of space for them to run through for a single. He'll expose Naseem again to just 1 ball. And the score has moved on to 236 for 9.
This is really annoying Jimmy Anderson, isn't it?
It's kind of annoying for Joe.
I can feel it from here.
Although actually, to be fair, Pakistan batting longer is not necessarily a bad thing for England.
No, but he's a fast bowler and he wants wickets, doesn't he?
He's looking for that 4-fer, as we said. In comes Jimmy Anderson, bowls to Naseem Shah, and he's played that gloriously. He's clipped it off his legs, down to long leg. They would have possibly got 2, but Mohammed Rizwan, in fear of only getting one, says, we won't actually run. So this is the reason that Naseem Shah can never get into double figures, because no one will run his runs. It's an outrage, I tell you. Rizwan has gone to 72. Naseem Shah is 1 not out, and the score is 236 for 9.
Dave Grover says, I like Rizwan. As my nan would innocently say, he seems full of spunk.
He does. Yes, absolutely. I like him as well. He's a gutsy cricketer, isn't he?
It's been a very
good behind the stumps. He's good behind the stumps. Good hands. And as I say, he's a battling, competitive cricketer.
It's been a very sort of wicket-keepery type innings from Rizwan.
Yes, it's almost like an old-fashioned wicket-keeping innings, isn't it? Really,
a sort of Ridley Jacobs or something like that. A bit more style.
Oh, a bit more style than Ridley Jacobs. Ridley Jacobs is a bit of a heaver. Driven by Rizwan, gets a thick inside edge. It goes away behind square leg for a single. Solly Pope out there doing the fielding. And did they take a run in the end?
Rizwan's score has moved on to 72. Oh, still on 72. So no, they didn't.
They didn't take the run in the end. He started to, and then he realised, hang on, no, that's only going to be 1. I'm not going to expose you. Naseem Shah, I'm not going to allow you to get into double figures. So they didn't take a run there, understandably, in a way, although what is in the minds of Pakistan? They want to bat for half an hour, 40 minutes, who knows? Brody in again, bowls for Rizwan down the leg side, who's got a leading edge to that. It's gone way up in the sky towards cover point. Zach Crawley gets underneath it, takes possibly the easiest catch he will ever take in international cricket, and Pakistan are all out. Rizwan goes 236. Yeah, that was awful as far as Rizwan was concerned. He turned the bat far too early to a ball that was well outside leg stump. Just wanted to turn it on its way. Got the leading edge. It looped up very slowly and very comfortably for Zach Crawley, who had an hour to get underneath that, and took it with the fingers pointing up. And that is the end of the Pakistan innings. A rather weary Stuart Broad wandering off, but Rory Burns and Zach Crawley amongst those who will have to go and get their pads on. Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley, of course, will be opening, and Zach Crawley, we think, will be coming in at 3 to allow Joe Root to drop back down to number 4. Masood 1, Abid Ali 60, Azhar Ali 20, Babar Azam 47, Asad Shafiq 5, Fawad Alam none, Mohammed Rizwan 72, Yasir Shah 5, Shaheen Afridi run out for none, Mohammed Abbas, LBW Broad 2, Naseem Shah not out 1. Broady it is who ends with the 4 for 56 from 27.2. Jimmy Anderson 3 for 60 from 27. Sam Curran 1 for 44 from 18, and Chris Swokes 1 for 55 from 19. Once again, Dominic Bess doesn't get a chance to bowl in the first innings. Well, we don't really know whether there's any spin out there because we haven't seen it. It really is very, very dark. The clouds are huge and black and gloomy and doomy. I wonder whether England will be happy to take the light. They will have to take the light if the umpires decide, but will they be happy with that, or do they want to get out there and contest this game properly?
I think England would be quite happy to move on to the 3rd test at this point, I think.
Well, I know, but that's the sadness about this, because if it is a little bit dark out there and the umpires decide it's not playable, we lose cricket, don't we? And we all want to see cricket. That's the troubling aspect of it all.
Dandy Castro, who was raging against Pakistan being too conservative, is now happy. He says that's good for Pakistan. Now they can try to win finally with the ball. So he was complaining that they were just being too conservative because they need to win.
Yes, it's true.
John Hare's with us. Did anyone predict that 0 runs would be scored yesterday and win the GPL?
We saw your sneaky trick coming and closed the competition.
Oh, I see. That's very clever. So he decided on 0 run. What time did he just...
No one did. We closed the competition before anyone could try that.
We know your games. We know your games.
We know what you're up to. Lee, Leia Bitchfinder General. I do like that handle. I think you should keep that there. The beauty of the Test Championship is that it's like a new Dark Souls coming out. No one really understands what's going on, and a lot of the approaches taken really don't work out in the end.
The World Test Championship is a strange thing, isn't it? Because I don't think unless you're an absolute diehard with regards to cricket, you probably won't take any notice of it until there's one Test series to go, and even then you'll have no idea. You'll be looking down the table. Where are we? Where are we on this table? Oh, we're third. We might have a chance. What do you think? What do you think will happen if the World Test Championship final, which is due to be held in England, does not include England? Do you think it will be well attended?
Depends who it is.
Well, I mean, certainly if India or Pakistan make the World Test Championship final, then the ground will be full.
I think it'll be full whatever, but it's cricket.
Well, it is.
Where's it going to be? At Lord's?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's done deal. That'll be full. I'd go.
Yeah, actually, it'd be quite good fun, wouldn't it? I mean, I enjoyed it when Australia played Pakistan in England in 2010. That was great fun. So yeah, I mean, if it was an India-Australia final, India-Pakistan final, Australia-Pakistan final, that would be very good indeed.
An India-Pakistan World Test Championship final at Lord's would be amazing.
Oh goodness me, that would be the capital would stop.
And try getting a bloody ticket for it.
Well, I know they'd be going at enormous prices, wouldn't they? But that would be fun. An India-Pakistan.
Yeah,
final,
and
really.
because it's the World Test Championship final is an ICC event, and so the decision to play is taken out of the individual boards and governments' hands. Therefore,
so
they
they'd
have
be
to play.
forced to play, and they would. I'm sure the players would love to play.
Oh, the players want to play now. There's no doubt the players want to play each other now, and to be honest, I'm pretty sure the BCCI, all things being equal, would like the money that you generate from a Pakistan tour, but the Indian government have put an absolute freeze on anything resembling that.
It's very sad, isn't it? I mean, as I remember rightly, we've had the USA and Iran and various other teams playing each other during the Football World Cup when they've been at each other's throats. So
again, global tournaments. That's not in the individual boards' hands, is it? India and Pakistan have played each other in World Cups played each other in the World Cup in 1999 when the two countries were actually at war. But again, that was in a World Cup.
Yes, it's a strange old situation when that happens. But yeah, absolutely. Have we had any contacts from anyone on Sports Tiger today, Nestlers? I mean, I hope you've got at least 5 social media platforms open in front of you.
Sports Tiger.
I don't think Sports Tiger have a chat function.
No.
Do they not?
No, it's just kind of.
It's just a streaming.
Okay.
I have had Major Percy Flange.
Hey.
Or Fladge say no. Turns out he's just a big fan of pancakes for breakfast and wants the world to know. I don't quite know what that is in reference to. Wobblestein says I miss a proper England collapse.
I'm sure we can present you with one very, very soon.
We'll try. Mog says the correct question is, if India don't make the final, will they bother to have it at all?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it?
As usual, Warren, who's one of our fervent listeners on Hot Mic, is with us. Says, morning all. Yay, cricket!
Indeed. It's enough to make you go yay, isn't it? It really is.
It's the only sensible response.
Indeed. Well, we're looking at Rory Burns' LBW decisions this summer. He does get that front foot across and then try to withdraw it. In fact, if he kept going with that right foot, he'd probably get away with it because he'd be way outside off stump. But he then draws it back, which is understandable, but at the same time, it causes him problems. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on against Shaheen Afridi and Mohammad Abbas in just a couple of moments, as England reply to Pakistan's score of 236. They've added 13 runs was it this morning? Something like that. Started at 223 for 9, and they gave England just a little period out in the middle.
Now, Shalish Upaday on Facebook says Dhoni retired from international cricket. Please do comment on it. Thanks.
Well, we did comment on it yesterday, and we talked about one or two of our memories of MS Dhoni. I mean, Knuckle is probably the best qualified to talk on what Mahendra S. Dhoni meant to Indian cricket.
Yeah, I mean, Nestlers and I were talking about this yesterday, and I was trying to put my thoughts into words last night. MS Dhoni is one of the most significant cricketers of the modern era, in terms of, firstly, within the context of Indian cricket, coming from a smallish city, Ranchi, out there in eastern India, a part of India that wasn't represented really in major cricketing circles, but by his success has brought the rest of the whole of the country into cricket, and now and has paved the way for cricket to take root across India and become not just the game of the major cities, but become a truly pan-Indian game. He was ahead of his time in terms that he saw T20 as a thing to take seriously before anyone else did. Remember, India didn't want to play that first World Cup in 2007, but he takes that team, wins the World Cup, the IPL starts the next year, and the world changes. T20 has been unfortunately left to be the only vehicle by which countries outside of the major nations and the former Commonwealth nations get to play cricket. And it has expanded the livelihoods, the potential livelihoods for cricketers all over the world, and has revolutionised the way the game is played. Himself as a personality, as someone who was able to go from being this rock star out of the East with his long hair and his love of motorbikes, this sort of firebrand, and then goes through becoming this young, energetic captain with his new ideas and his new way of batting. We're getting low, hitting those Yorkers out with the helicopter stroke. His new style of wicket keeping, where there's no take back. He's just as soon as he takes the ball, off come the stumps. He's an absolute artist to watch behind the stumps. And then his evolution over time through becoming a leader, and then becoming sort of this towards the end of his career, this sort of almost Buddha-like figure.
Is he more a significant person in Indian cricket than Sachin Tendulkar?
I mean, that's hard to say. And certainly he was the first. He paved the way for Virat Kohli to become a modern superstar of Indian cricket. Tendulkar's significance is of a very different type, but in terms of his impact on the structure of cricket, perhaps, and his achievements as a player as well, which sometimes get forgotten about. Took India to World Test #1 a couple of times. Managed a tricky transition between the great generation and the generation Kohli now leads, enabled a smooth transfer of power, as it were, to Virat Kohli, and then as a one-day international batter, has a very good claim to be in a world all-time great 11. 10,000 runs. He maintained an ODI average of over 50, despite batting in the middle order, for the last 10 years of his career. An absolutely phenomenal cricketer who the last... I've had 90 seconds or so to sum him up, and I cannot possibly have done him justice in that time, but an absolute colossus of the modern game.
I think you've done pretty well, to be honest. The England team is out there. The England the opening batsmen are out there. Shaheen Afridi looks like he's going to open the bowling for Pakistan. Let's jingle up those involved, shall we?
He's got the drive of a champion from Surrey. His mustache is ugly, got a shot finally, and his name is Rory Bird. Efficient batting, he made huge runs through Muscat by Birdmouth. This guy's really talented. Dominic Sibley. It's always time for Shaheen Afridi.
No, not that other guy, that Shaheen.
It's always time for Shaheen Afridi.
No, not that other guy, he used to find the ball.
Shaheen Afridi, Shaheen Afridi.
It's all out attack for Pakistan. 4 slips, and he's got an edge, and it's just short, I think, of a diving second slip. Who is Asad Shafiq. That was a scare for Rory Burns' first delivery. 4 slips, a man at forward short leg, or short square leg more accurately. A lovely ball that went away from him. And taken on the half volley by Asad Shafiq, diving forward at second slip. Maybe that is the stroke of luck that Rory Burns needs.
Burns just managed to soften his hands and stop pushing just in time. Agonisingly close for Asad Shafiq.
Well, what a start. Shaheen Afridi in again to Burns. Burns leaves this one swinging too far outside off stump, and through to Mohammed Rizwan, who's back on the park after a vigil of 72 in the Pakistan innings, straight back out there and trying to get his team and his teammates going.
Kept absolutely beautifully in that first test, particularly up to Yasir Shah with the amount of bounce that he was getting.
I do think it's enjoyable. I mean, I've done a bit of wicket keeping. I'm no great wicket keeper, as people will attest. I'll come back to that though. Shaheen in bowls, and then again we get that straight swinging delivery to which he comes half forward, then withdraws the leg, but this time he gets the bat on it, so there's no danger. Yes, I think as a wicket keeper, it's fun to keep to a spinner who is actually turning it and bouncing it. It really keeps you alive as a keeper, trying to work out what's going to happen. Much more fun than standing back to regulation quick bowlers or medium-paced bowlers.
I'm also one of those guys who likes to be involved very much in the game. That's why I like fielding close into the bat.
Yes, let's face it. Oh, what a ball! And that is out! Shafiq has taken it this time, and Burns is on his way. I think he was trying to play that a little bit too straight. It kept swinging, took the shoulder of the bat. Shafiq has taken a good catch, diving away to his right, and England have lost their first wicket without a run on the board.
Burns didn't do a huge amount wrong.
No, it was a good ball. It was a good ball, and poor old Rory Burns troops back to the dressing room after 3 days of fielding and also inactivity. He's back to be inactive again in the dressing room as he goes for a duck.
Well, only because of the name of this person who's tweeted in, who I haven't heard of before. Ex-lesbian stats puck bunny, brackets 14 wins to cup. Says, good evening, my Guerrilla Cricket friends. What is this cricket thing we're watching? I'm only familiar with watching weather radars.
Yes, indeed. Well, you might have to keep your eye on the radar today, because we're promised that rain will fall at some point. It doesn't need much of an invitation in England, as you know.
El Chopanos says, Hendo's excitement on comms is joy forever.
Oh, you're so kind, you're so kind. Where's my fan gone? Where's my fan on Crick Tracker gone? I want them back immediately.
Well, the one who fancies you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at my age, you have to take what you can get, don't you? You can't be fussy over people who fancy you.
He was I think it was the same person who asked us to comment on MS Dhoni.
Oh, yes. Well, I have been likened to MS Dhoni occasionally. Not for my cricketing ability, I should say. Zach Crawley has gone out there. He's a right-hander. Maybe it will be more acceptable for him to have the ball coming into him. Less tricky, but it's Shaheen Afridi in to bowl his 5th ball of the over. 4 slips go down. Lovely ball, hits him on the pad. Big appeal. Maybe just going down the leg side. Maybe. But Shaheen Afridi is interested. Are they going to review this one? We have 12 seconds on the timer, down to 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, and they are going to review it. Wow, what a blow this would be. England would be none for 2 if this gets the thumbs up from upstairs. Let's have a look at this.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out?
Not sure about this. Pitched outside leg?
Good shout. He's quite leg side of the ball, isn't he? In terms of his guard. Yeah, I think that might just be clipping leg. It might get away with that. It's the inside of the pad of the front leg.
It's not been given out, remember, so it has to be absolutely smashing leg stump for it to be given out. Could be umpire's call on a number of factors here.
Well, we're looking for an ultra edge. Is there an ultra edge? Yes, there's an ultra edge. He's saved by the ultra edge. Is Zach Crawley. I would like to know what happens to it afterwards, just out of curiosity. But he's going to survive because he's got an inside edge on that, and that will be, as umpire Goff ruled initially, not out. That's good for England, but one review lost by Pakistan. England none for one ball remaining in the first over.
I think we're due a change after this ball, aren't we?
We are indeed. we will be inviting the Bish. The Bish will be taking over. In fact, Nessus, can you stay on for me? Because I've got a lot of work to do this afternoon. So if you just go through the whole morning session, that'd be great.
I need to go next door.
Oh no, Shaheen Afridi bowls, left alone by Crawley. It bounces well over the height of the stumps. And that is the end of the over. Could you come back soon? How soon can you come back?
I can come back within 5-10 minutes.
Okay, alright, we'll come back in 5 minutes and I'll stay for 5 minutes then. But the next voice you hear, I'm hoping, will be that of none other than Tony the Bish Bishop. Hello Bish.
Hello,
Morning,
beautiful
Bish.
Hendo. How are you?
I'm fanciable apparently.
Well, I read that. Quite extraordinary. You're right up there with MS Dhoni.
Indeed, apparently so.
What a start! What a start! You can't say we didn't see it coming, though, eh?
No, well, exactly. I mean, these are the conditions. The ball swings. Shaheen Afridi has got that little bit of extra pace with the swing as well. So he's a very dangerous bowler first up.
Well, it's going to be Mohamed Abbas, 30 years old, right arm, medium fast. No runs on the board yet for England. 1 wicket down. He's going to be bowling to Dom Sibley, who of course is yet to take strike. 4 slips, squares him up, takes him right on, well, where's that? Sort of top of the hip.
Yeah, I would say so. That's right on the hip bone, isn't it? That's really painful.
Hurt him. He's doubled over. He's down on his haunches. He thought about going down on one knee and just about decided against it at the last minute.
Oh, that's painful. Actually, that's
it's more ribs. Rib, isn't it?
Yeah, that's hit him in the ribs. Maybe it's cracked a rib. This looks dangerous, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it's had a day sweating away this pitch under covers. It was already lively. There's cloud cover. You've got 3 terrific bowlers. Anyone who thought 239 or whatever they ended up with was a bad score. A 236.
Well,
237. Well, it's wrong. I mean, Pakistan did magnificently well to get to 230 odd. I genuinely think, and it's going to be a hard road for England.
My thoughts are, I'm thinking there was a conversation about Pakistan to declare overnight. It's like how Pakistan need to win. They need to win this.
Yeah, I would have done. I'm not sure. 14 or whatever they got this morning would have genuinely helped, but there we go.
I'll come back to that. I mean, because we mentioned it at the top of the hour.
Okay, in comes Mohamed Abbas, full and actually well played this time by Sibley.
Well, the other way,
I think this whole thing of batting for a little while is a good thing. It disrupts the team that's coming into bat. Well, God, we're looking at the light meter now. For goodness' sake, play cricket for God's sake. Forget about your bloody light meters. The point about this is that if you're an opening batsman, you like to have a bit of time to get yourself in the frame of mind to go out and bat. And if you declare overnight, England's batsmen know what they're doing. They don't like rushing to get all their stuff on.
Comes Abbas again. Those 4 slips go down, and it rather squares Crawley up, and he sort of leading edges it back to Mohamed Abbas. I take your point actually there, Hendo. I mean, the famous cliche, bearing in mind cliches are only cliches because they're often true, is do what the opposition don't want you to do.
Yeah.
So I take your point. I mean, I'm just looking at the limited time left in this game.
Well, hold on. Well, this is my point. I think it has the follow-on been reduced.
In comes Mohamed Abbas again, and this one beats the outside edge. It's half a shout from the lively Mohamed Rizwan. He must be feeling pretty chipper with life, I would think. Batted magnificently. Thought he might have detected an edge. To be fair, he was the only one who thought that, and nobody else bothered to appeal. But it just shows Pakistan are sniffing blood in the air, and it's English blood they sniff.
That's not surprising. No, my point being that surely, I mean, we're going to lose a load of today as well, and then literally you've got what's left of today, which could be 2 overs.
Abbas in again, beats the outside edge again. What a delivery that was! It moved in and it nipped away. Sibley, well, I mean, he kind of did more or less everything right. He sort of played inside it, but not by choice. I mean, I think he genuinely was beaten by that. What a ball, Hendo.
Yeah, very good. But we know what Mohamed Abbas can do. He really is a genius in these conditions, especially so accurate. He's so metronomic, and he does make the ball go both ways.
I'll let the bear after this ball. We'll see what happens. He's in, he's fallen, he's squared Crawley up, big shout, and not given. To me, that was swinging too much and was probably heading on its way down leg.
I think so.
Bear, you were halfway through a point.
Yeah, my
but the
point
bowling
is,
was so
well,
good.
I thought that a follow-on target could be reduced to 150 if you lost a certain amount of time to rain. Knackle's saying that you can't. It has to be decided before the game starts, which is a shame because one of their ways, possibly with these conditions, is to completely humiliate England, bowl them out for. I mean, if it had been 50 ab more, 89, that's a possibility, and they'd still be 150 behind. You put them in again.
Yeah. Very true, very true. Well, we are seeing those floodlights burning brightly, like the eyes of the tiger in the forest of the night. England still yet to get off the mark. They face 2 overs. They're going to be tormented by Shaheen Shah Afridi again. 4 slips, full swinging in, and nicely played by Crawley. You've just got to knuckle down, Bear, here, haven't you?
You've
just got to find a way.
I mean,
that's what they say, isn't it? Find a way.
The chance of England losing this game is so slim. You know,
but it would take a skittlage of considerable skittly proportions, but it's highly possible.
Well, no, because this is the point, isn't it? Because they only got 236. If England get 80 runs, what are they going to? They're not going to declare in a second innings, give England 40 overs to get 200, are they? So.
No, I guess not. Shaheen Shah Afridi. That one was more full and nicely played away to cover by Zach Crawley.
So basically,
no run.
Pakistan have either got a roll us for under the follow-on score, or the chances are this game is dead.
Well, but to me, 0 for 1 and the ball hooping round corners and a high quality attack bowling in very helpful conditions with a new ball under cloud. I'm not saying it will happen.
Oh no, it's not.
But you absolutely would not be totally surprised if it did.
No, but even in really bad circumstances, what do England get all out for 70? Again, there's
hold that thought. I've written that down. Out for 70. Okay, as this one takes an edge along the ground, again unconvincingly by Crawley. It was away to that 4th slip.
So, Tone, if England get to 70 and it takes, I don't know, everything's chaotic and it takes 35 overs, of which they go off in 3 overs from now for bad light and hardly come out again today, that 70 has already taken you into tomorrow morning. Then you've got to pray for a whole day tomorrow, and at what point do you declare and say England aren't going to get the amount of runs and the amount of time left in this game, or we're going to go 2-0 down?
Well, hang on, let me think about the ball and then I'll try and answer the question. 4 slips go down full of inside edge. Not convincing by Crawley, but he got enough on it and it was away to mid-on and there was no run. Yeah, so 70 seems to be a figure in your head which
I'm just thinking about
dispute.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about how far ahead they need to be able to get enough runs to get far enough ahead. Say that there's hardly any more. It's how long England take to get those 70 runs.
England to
really
get rolled for that,
well.
and goodness me, that's doomsday scenario to a certain extent.
But how long does that take?
England would be back in tonight if that was the case.
Well, no, because we're not going to get a full day today. It's about to start pissing down with rain in about an hour, and it's going to go on until about 3 o'clock. So England won't be.
I don't know what your point is, Bear. If there's going to be no play, or if we're going to lose a lot more play to light, yes, obviously there's going to be no result.
Again, left arm over and wide of the right-handed Crawley's.
No,
off.
my point is, even if that were the case and they got a full day tomorrow, say, then the possibility of a result is very slim, but it is there. If Pakistan can roll us for
what you're saying is that Pakistan should have declared overnight. Is that your basic premise?
No. I'm saying actually they should have tried to get as many runs as they can and try and bowl England out for as little as possible. So
didn't they do that? Isn't that what
they did do that? But so I think they shouldn't have declared. They should have gone out and they did what they did this morning. Rizwan did the right thing.
Well, Shaheen Shah is going to be in again and clipped past square leg. He'll probably get 2 here, Will Crawley, and he'll feel very good about that, and I suspect England will as well.
Come back for 3.
Mohammed Abbas comes around. They've actually come back for 3, so excellent piece of running. Joe Root will be happier slightly, marginally. If you're the batting side and you're no runs and already a wicket down, it's just getting the first runs on the board is always pretty important. Played that nicely, actually, didn't he?
Yeah, Crawley. I think Crawley's played this whole over reasonably well, actually. There is a lot of swing. It is at speed, and he's just come to the wicket in different light. So I think he's done quite well.
Yeah, you got to be a bit lucky.
The only runs so far. Sorry, Bear.
Well, no, I'm saying you got a bit. There's a bit of luck involved at this with these conditions as well, isn't there? I mean, as you
Yeah,
say,
absolutely.
Burns got an absolute cracker of a nut, played the line, it left him, and there wasn't a lot he could have done.
He didn't look comfortable on any
No.
of the balls that I saw there.
Well,
there weren't many.
I think
4 of them were.
Shaheen Afridi in these conditions especially is a real threat. He may only be 20, but he's a very good bowler already.
He may only be 20. Yes. Abbas. Well, he hasn't conceded a run yet. In he rolls over the
my
wicket.
word.
That one completely squares up and beats the Crawley outside edge. It's through to Rizwan, and Mohammed Abbas just turns, just like a normal day at the office, goes about his business. An absolute cracker of a delivery. I'm looking at that again, mind you. That probably only missed the top of off stump by a coat of paint, didn't it? Let's have another look.
It went over the top of off stump.
Oh, it's missed by a
Yeah,
fair
no,
way.
it did. It did. It was a little bit, but I mean, it was a genuine beating of Zach Crawley, and he's laughing under his helmet, as probably as much out of tension as anything. Forward he comes, pushed a bit on again, no run. So he still has the only runs of the morning.
I don't see that there was really much that Pakistan could do in the situation they were. I did see a tweet go through about 10 minutes before they were finally bowled out from their former coach Mickey Arthur saying, why are Pakistan still batting? As I say, I've given the reason, and I'm sure a coach of Mickey Arthur's standing should understand that. Anyway.
Mohammed Abbas again. Flicked again. He likes that shot, does Crawley. It netted him 3 last time. I think it will only net him 2 this time as it goes away to mid-wicket. But it'll move him onto 5. It'll move England onto 5.
Yeah, he took a step down the wicket there, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Approached
He did.
the ball. That's the thing, you can do that when Mohammed Abbas, he bowls at that pace, doesn't he? For these guys, it's probably a pretty...
Well, the interesting thing when England were bowling was for, the ball pretty much kept a degree of movement in both the air and off the pitch for most of its 80 overs.
Yeah.
So I can't see it being any easier today for the England batsman. In comes Mohammed Abbas away, just a little bit of a late away swing. Nothing this time to trouble Crawley, and there's no run.
Yeah, but as Stuart Broad was saying, sometimes it's too much, isn't it? And the ball's doing too much.
Which one of you gentlemen is doing tweets today?
I've forgotten about them. It's me, isn't it? I'm waiting for Nestle to come back, but I was just sort of sitting here in rather a sort of zen-like state.
I was going to say somnambulant posture.
Yes, indeed. I may
who
have
has a
missed a few
somnambulant
tweets.
posture?
Skittlage, says Jago, is my new favourite word.
Okay, forward comes Crawley. Mohammed Abbas bends down to his left, fields off his own bowling to emphasise the Bears' point on pace. Only 79 miles an hour. Now, if you face a bowler about 79 miles an hour in club cricket, you probably think that's pretty
quick,
nippy.
Yeah.
But in
70,
Test cricket,
no,
you're right.
probably.
Anything under 80 is for a quicker bowler is almost pedestrian, isn't it?
For these guys, yeah.
It is, but it actually it shows you because there's the lack of pace coming off the pitch. You do need to get nearer to the pitch of the ball.
Am I right? Mohammed Abbas in again. Those 4 slips go down. Again, hardly convincing from Crawley, who takes one hand off the bat and then made it look like he was basically saying to Sibley to stay put. I'm not entirely sure that was his intention when he started.
No, I think that was all right from Crawley, and I'll tell you why. I think he is coming down the wicket, and if there is that amount of movement, that you're likely to be able to smother it. You're probably not going to be given out LBW if you've already taken a pace down the wicket, and if you're started outside your crease as well. We might see Mohammed Rizwan come up to the stumps before too long, but probably not when there's still a little bit of bounce in the ball and a bit of hardness. Mog says, what I've noticed since I've been listening to you guys instead of watching games is that I have no idea what half the players actually look like. That's a good point. Neither do we, to be honest. It's sometimes very difficult because if you see them batting, you only see them under a grill. It's not so easy to make people out.
Is a fairly distinctive features, and that one swings in and is left by Sibley, and Shaheen Afridi tosses his head back.
He's got very boofy hair, hasn't he, Shaheen?
He's very boof-haired. He's kind of got squidgy features, hasn't he? Kindly likened to the Sorting Hat in Harry Potter by somebody once, as I recall, not in this series.
Right, Nestle Boy's back, so I'm going to skip off for 20 minutes. I'll be back about 20 past 12, and I'll leave England in your safe hands.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hendo. Let's see, 4 slips a gully. There's a backward point There's a cover. There's a forward short leg and a mid-on. As Shaheen is in over the wicket, left arm over. That's flicked again away by Sibley, his favourite leg side area, and he'll jog at a comfortable 2. So he'll feel a little bit chirpier about life, having got himself off the mark. Nestlers, whilst you were gone, I'm not sure Hendo actually read any tweets. I think he's just relying on your return.
No, he read a couple.
Oh, did he?
Just on Hot Mic, Bruce Fox is another Hong Kong pub closure victim, happily using Hot Mic. And he said, thanks, Gorillas.
Oh, that's a great pleasure. We're delighted to have you with us.
Bruce, it's our pleasure, mate. Honestly.
Now, 7-4-1. Actually, Rory Burns, the man who's gone. Oh, left! A well-judged lead, probably both on length and height by Sibley, but still there was that movement in the air and a bit of lift off the pitch as well. I'm excited by what this attack could potentially do with a little bit of friendly English conditions, Bear.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the two very well matched attacks, isn't it? I mean, let's not forget what England did with the ball too.
Indeed.
And they have bowlers who've got 1,100 Test wickets between them opening the partnership.
Going to take a gritty effort by this man, particularly Sibley, and it's left outside of the off stump. No run.
And you
86 miles now.
Whilst yes, I mean they're right on the money here, and it's up to the batsman to get them out of it. But you can always get a bad ball, and you are likely to get one when you're new to the crease. And Burns got an absolute corker. He's gone. It's a question of sitting in. I mean, these guys are used to this. This is kind of May seaming conditions, isn't it, in England?
Well, it was such a good ball. It swung into him. Had he missed it, he would have also been plumb LBW, I think.
Yeah, possibly.
If you're out caught in the slips by a ball that would have got you LBW as well, that's a good ball. Shaheen Shah Afridi slants this across the right-handed Sibley, and Rizwan, it swung so much that Rizwan actually ended up diving away to his left. So if you're a left arm over the wicket bowler bowling to a right-hander, it starts off outside the off stump, and the wicket keeper has to dive to his left. That tells you that there is no small amount of movement in the air. Both umpires are looking to the sky.
I think that man holding a phone there was one of the ground staff, and they got the rain radar on the app, and he's going, look, this is coming. That's coming. Why he's wandered out to the big hover cover.
Shaheen Shah Afridi is in forward, comes Sibley. Pushed past Shaheen Shah Afridi, but swept tidily enough, end of the over, and we will pass to the mighty Nestle boy for messages.
Well, just continuing on Hot Mic, Jimmy C is with us, maybe Jimmy Connors, I don't know. Good evening from Perth, footy finished, rolling onto the cricket bliss, he says.
Glad to have you with us, Jimmy.
Tim Everington, he's with us. Evening, Gorilla. If Joe Root was hoping to get a result, he could take the gamble, avoid the follow-on and declare, and try to get a result. Same applies to Azhar Ali if he wants to forfeit their second innings and risk all.
Well, England would never do it. Why would England do that? They're 1-0 up in the series. If this ends up with a draw, okay, you lose some World Test points. Whoopie-doo. You go on to the next one. Yeah, the only thing England would have liked to, I think, to get a result in this test, and they'd like to win, obviously, and Pakistan would also like to win. But I think if England could get a result in this test, someone like Ollie Robinson would possibly get a go in the next test, but I don't.
Yeah, well, I saw the big debate. This is still bare. You know, how much are we testing the attack for Australia? We're not seeing Wood. We're not seeing Archer. We haven't seen Ollie Stone. You know, the players of real pace are the ones being rested. Well, and I even saw one argument that said, you know, frankly, playing. Whilst it's wonderful to see Jimmy and Broad, they're going off for light, we think. Whilst it's wonderful to see Jimmy and Broad and Broady playing so well, with that forward view to the Ashes,
I don't like all that. I think
not so good.
I think this chat is nonsense, and I'll tell you why. Because you're playing an international sport, you can't just go, I'm going to prepare for that and have a tryout. You've got to win the game, and you put your best team on a pitch, and still your best team happens to have Anderson and Broad in it.
I agree.
You know, all that talk just fucking irritates me. Australia is a year and a half away. And you know what? They'll go out there and they'll get a lot of practice out there, and they'll make the decision out there. And the thing is, Broad and Anderson will still probably be, even though they don't have the pace, they're wily old fuckers. And if they're still playing out there, they'll still probably be your best 2 bowlers in Australia, because that'll be their 4th or 5th tour out there. They know the conditions, they know the ball.
Well, they might
Jimmy
be out,
Anderson,
they might
Jimmy
be injured,
Anderson
they might have retired.
Well, he might have done, but Jimmy was by far our greatest bowler on the last Ashes. He got 17 wickets at 20 odd, and everyone else was shit. So that argument just annoys me. It's just bollocks. I mean, Wood didn't have a very good first game. He doesn't.
No, he didn't.
He
didn't.
To be fair, Wood, he doesn't do a lot with the ball. He just bowls at extreme pace. And he's got
he
to develop.
gets a bit of reverse, but
yes, but reverse is kind of rare, and in England it's even rarer, And at this level, you can't just bully players out with extreme pace. It helps, no doubt, but you can't bully players out with extreme pace.
Well, whilst you're on a roll here, one of the other points is, I know I'm conveying articles I've read, not necessarily what I particularly think, but one of the regrets in this article, I'm trying to remember who it's by actually. I think it might have been Steve James in the Times, but I wouldn't bet the farm on that. Was a bit of a disappointment that we haven't seen Archer with the opportunity to take the new ball, which you would think with his ability to generate pace would be more natural for him than coming on first or second change.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on Archer is I fear for him in this game. I just see them trying to do what they did to Broad and try and get him to be this enforcer, and he's a lot better than that. He doesn't need to bowl at 90 miles an hour all the time, and I think they're getting in. I think everyone's getting into his head a little bit, and I think it's unfortunate. And as I've said, I think having him in a side with Jimmy and Broad, and if Jimmy decides to retire next summer, he takes that spot. Fair enough, but him learning with those 2 players alongside, and Wokes as well to take over from Jimmy if he does decide to go off. At the end of the day, he is the junior partner in a well-oiled Test wicket-taking partnership, and his time will come. And at the moment, he should genuinely. He's very quick, but he's genuinely an understudy. We got very excited about him in a one-day game. He's clearly a class operator in those short forms. And Dave says he's a very good bowler for Sussex, shed loads of wickets down there, and I have no reason to deny it. I like what I see, but I don't like all this pressure being put on him to suddenly be this, amazing. He's, the next big thing, and he may well be, but he's still got time to learn,
So the reason I'm asking that question is I don't think England are going to be in a position to win this game. Particularly as we have, as you predicted, another delay. But I just wondered if there might be a consideration for, you mentioned them bowling in tandem for Sussex, Archer and Robinson, and giving them the opportunity to bowl in tandem for England in the last Test.
Well, as I said, I think that might well have happened if this Test had been a result and England had won it. I definitely think that would have been the case. But it's still a game of cricket you've got to win, and it may well be that they said they don't want to make the mistakes that the West Indies made against us, and an unchanged attack going into a 3rd Test on the bounce. Although, having said that, I mean, England have bowled 80 overs here. There's a good chance they might bowl, depending on the weather, they might bowl a few overs tomorrow. Is this really enough work to say someone needs a rest? Probably not. I mean, those 80 bowlers were bowled over 3 days, for crying out loud. I mean, how many overs did Jimmy bowl? Jimmy bowled, 20 odd overs? Let's get the scorecard up. Let's get the full scorecard up and see how many overs England's bowlers bowled. So in this Test, Jimmy's bowled 27 overs over 3 days. That's 9 a day. I'm sure he does more than that in the nets. Broad's bowled the same, 27.2. Sammy Curran's only bowled 18, and Chris Wokes 19.
So you're saying they've not been exactly overworked?
They've not been overworked at all, have they? So if it's all on the line, would I expect England to change the side? Possibly not. And all this. if it had been a hard-fought test over 5 days here, and England had been in the field for 130 overs in the first over, and bowled 80 overs in the second thing, and then I'd have said, yeah, there's you could possibly say, okay, let's give someone a rest and get some fresh legs in. I think Curran might get dropped after this anyway. Again, put back on the bench, and they bring back Archer. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, the first test we had at the Rose Bowl, or whatever it is now, who knows what it's called, Southampton. The pitch seemed to be slow and didn't really do a lot, did it? Against the West Indies. I mean, Archer was again. It was we had Archer on wood. We put him in, and it seemed a wrong wicket for them. There was no real pace and zip off the surface. And yet today, and this test, whole different ball game with overhead conditions.
So I mean, So it's interesting. You know, everyone will say Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad are the perfect combination for overcast English conditions, and no one will argue, because they absolutely are.
Yeah.
But if you had Archer and Robinson operating in similar conditions, who is to say that they wouldn't, have skittled Pakistan for less than 100 or 100 or so?
Well, no, I mean, you can't. No, you can't.
Highly likely that could have happened.
It could have done, absolutely. I'm sure both of those would have loved these conditions and been, maybe you could say, okay, so Sam Curran goes back to the bench, you bring Archer in now, do you rest either Woakes, Anderson or Broad, and say, okay, I'll bring in Ollie Robinson. But any of those three bowlers would feel pretty upset to be dropped, considering how many wickets they've got in this series.
Put their clearly stated that the England selectors and management generally that they were looking to experiment. Their ideal scenario would have been a 2-0 lead in a 3-test series. And then I think you would have seen a number of changes.
Absolutely, I think you would have done.
Anderson and Broad would have felt okay about being rested,
well,
because they'd go, job done.
Anderson could have been 3 wickets short of 600.
Well, then you've got
how many is he on now? How many wickets has he gone? 5, 9, 7. He's either 6 short or 3 short.
I think he is. Well, let's just quickly work it out. We look at the scorecard. Let's have a look. England. How many did he take in the first? He took 3 in the first innings.
Yeah.
And
tests.
he was starting this test.
So he's got 593 because they don't add this. Yeah. So he's got 7 to go till he gets to.
Starting this test on 593, 7 wickets. Yeah.
So, say England get rolled sometime middle of the afternoon tomorrow, and they have to go through it to close, and tomorrow's a good day, and Pakistan come out, and the game's going to be a draw anyway. We're 40 runs behind on first innings, and Pakistan are never going to be able to get enough runs to get a result, but Jimmy gets 3 wickets in that time, and he's on 596 with 1 test left in the English summer. And the conditions are going to be good. Who's going to say to Jimmy, "No, mate, you're not going to get 600 at home in a home Test match, even though there's no crowd"?
Well, that's the other sad thing. If he was to reach that phenomenal milestone, it doesn't matter how many people are watching on telly. He'd want to be saluting a crowd, and there won't be a crowd to salute.
The other thing is, who knows what happens this? Supposedly we've got a Test series against India coming up in January. But, second wave of COVID, everything's shut down again. Get through to next summer. Thinking of, if he gets 600 wickets, it's free to him when he retires. But I think he'll hold out until he gets that 600 wickets. And who's going to deny him the chance? No one, really.
No. Nestle, let's get you into the conversation, and indeed our listeners, followers, and friends on our various platforms. But at what point in sport does the emotion and the heart of a situation like Jimmy get overridden by the pure needs of the game or the situation?
Well, he's he's still taking wickets. So
Exactly.
you play him.
Yeah, precisely.
I mean, this whole discussion about the Ashes is irrelevant to me. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not even on my radar, and it shouldn't be on their radar. It's not the only game in town.
No. And this is,
I think.
this is a series you want to win, isn't it? So.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I
think.
totally agree with you. I mean, there was all that claptrap talk about fucking retirement after a bad game in Manchester. Jesus, I mean, I've never heard such shit in my life. I mean, it's
we all agree. We all agree with that.
It's only because of his age.
You've read my article, Bear. You'd have seen what my point of view on it.
I mean, it's like Federer. It's like he's had it now, and then he goes and wins a Grand Slam.
Yeah.
It's like, shut up. The guy, it's up to him.
Exactly, it's up to him. And if
I mean, in a team event, it's less up to Jimmy, but he keeps taking wickets.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like he said to Shane Warne. Shane Warne, decided to give up when he gave up. I mean, even Sri Lanka gave Murali. Seemed to be creaking towards the end, but they were determined to get to 800 Test wickets. I mean, if England were to pull the rug under Jimmy on 596 or 597, it'd be a fucking travesty.
Yeah. So I mean, it may be taken out of their hands, and Jimmy might turn around and say, "That's it, I'm done."
Well, we're just sorry to interrupt you gentlemen, because that was an extremely lively discussion as always. The news, though, sadly, is it's not just bad light now; it is also raining.
Yeah.
Well, let's have some social media, shall we?
Let's.
Because Jay Grover has added to this debate by saying Afridi looks like the unholy offspring of Liberace and Frankenstein's monster.
Yes, the hairstyle, definitely.
The bear is wise, he also says.
This is true.
Messi Jed says the Ashes are a whole season away. Exactly. Makes more sense to be trying out bowlers for this winter. The bear also said Anderson shouldn't have been picked for the last Ashes tour.
I did say that, and I ate my words. And much the same as my respect for Rizwan has grown in this test. I think his batting looks loose, but clearly he's got something about him. And I'll eat my words, because I said he looked like a bunny in the last test, and he's a smart cookie. So I'm not afraid to eat my words.
Eat your words. Jay Grover says, I fear for Archer because Root is a numpty. And Grits and Grats say, I wouldn't say Sean, meaning me, was OCD, but it must have taken him forever accumulating so many books that are all of equal size. I only buy books by their size. Mog says this weather thing is bull crap.
Yeah, it is. It's fucking annoying.
Mohammed Hamza Answer says can't do anything about rain, but to arrange these games at better venues and time. But the bad light thing is just rubbish.
Yeah.
I mean, the South Coast in August, you'd like to think probably you've got a decent chance of okay weather, wouldn't you?
It's the British Riviera, isn't it?
Well, it's certainly closer to it than you're down near close to Bournemouth and Poole and Dorset and beautiful places like that, aren't you, when you're down in that part of Hampshire?
Well, ex-Jess lesbian stats Puck Bunny 14 to cup. As an Australian, I'd suggest dropping Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Jimmy Anderson, Jofra Archer and Stuart Broad from the Ashes squads for the upcoming series.
Yes, of course.
Why would that be, Jess?
Yeah, indeed.
Well, then you can get rid of Steve Smith.
Yeah, and Pat Cummins as well.
Marnus Labuschagne.
Marnus Labuschagne.
Nathan Lyon, get rid of him. Get rid of those bowlers.
Get
rid of those bowlers.
Well, I mean, Messi Jess's tweet is very prescient there, isn't it? Why, the whole season to go until you go out to Australia. If we do go out to India after Christmas, well, you're not going to take bloody all those pace bowlers, are you? You've got to find some spinners who are going to take you some goddamn wickets. Because whilst they've got a decent seam attack themselves in India, we do know that spinners take a shed load of wickets. And who do we take out? Dom Best. India have Jadeja and Ashwin, and England go out with Bess and Leach. I know which side I'm backing.
Yeah,
and that's not the side. That's not my side. That's a tricky one, isn't it?
It is. Where are the spin bowlers?
Well, do you bring Mullen back into the side? I mean,
that's an ongoing debate that we've been having, isn't it?
Lack
of spinning options at the moment.
To be fair, I mean, you look at flipping that on its head. I mean, India were well renowned as occasionally having a decent seam attack, but couldn't have one that went abroad and took wickets, and now they've got a pretty decent one. Went abroad, admittedly beat an Australian side that was without Warner and Smith, but still you can only beat what's in front of you. And with Bumrah, they've got a bloody decent seam attack now. So they've done it. How do we do it? How do we get our spinners to be? I mean, the last decent spinner we had was Swanee, and the last time we won out there is when we took Monty Panesar and Swanee in tandem.
Yes.
So
No, very true. Very true.
From the green room, it's Anderson has said he doesn't care about 600, but he wants to play until at least the next Ashes and keep taking as many wickets as he can while he's still in the team.
I don't believe him.
I don't believe him. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't care about 600 bollocks, mate.
I'm kind of with you. I think he's trying to take the pressure off himself with that statement.
Well, he's going to get 600.
He's going to get 600.
Yeah,
exactly.
I know why he's saying it, and I understand the logic that, of course, if you keep taking wickets and you've played until the next Ashes, then you will get to that 600 anyway.
But he
again, I think what he's really saying is 600. It's not 600 and retire.
No,
it's just what a lot of people are kind of thinking.
Yeah,
and also he doesn't want it to be
there.
all about him.
No.
That's what he's doing.
But I mean, if he can still bowl like he's bowling now in a year and a half's time, and if there's COVID and he doesn't play much cricket, keeps himself fit. I mean, crikey, if he wants it, let him have it. That's my point. You know, if he starts bowling badly, then they'll you know, if he doesn't, I mean, you wouldn't say. As I said last time, I didn't think he'd be that effective in Australia, and the way that England were affecting Australia was a bit dry, really. I mean, him and Broady. I mean, the wickets weren't great. Let's be honest. I mean, they weren't exactly pace friendly.
So, with this delay, what are we going to do? Are we going to? Are they going to take an early lunch?
Well, I presume they'll take an early lunch shortly.
They haven't announced that yet.
No, we are due
what
a
I can
change
see.
though, aren't we? At 20 past, Knapple's back in. I can't remember. Hendo's supposed to be back, and who else is on? I did have a.
I've got it here.
Hendo's
Supposed to be Hendo, Nestlers, and Knackle, but I think Hendo's message was something along the lines of.
I don't want to have
put
to
something
come back
else
on for Wibble. Don't forget Paisley's joining at 1:35.
Yeah, I got that. So, shall we find some highlights there, or some?
What do you want to do?
Or
Yeah, we can do.
just a reminder while you look, England 7 for 1 this morning.
What if Faisal's joining us at 1:35? You can have a chat with him. We need something that lasts till 1:35, don't we? Which is about an hour and 15 minutes.
Well, we may. The question is, will we see some action before then? It does.
No, I don't think
what I'm
so.
reading sounds like the weather's settling down again. Is setting in again down Southampton way. Okay.
Yeah.
So
What I saw this morning on the radar. Well, yesterday it seems that the rain was going to come in at about 4 o'clock, but then I watched the news before I came out. There was a little band of showers about now, and then quickly followed up by a bigger band of showers that seemed to end or pass through the Southampton Mile of White area by about 3 o'clock. And then it seemed pretty clear after that, so we might get some play towards the end of the day, which is kind of annoying, I suppose, in a way. I mean, we all know where this match is going pretty much, but right. I mean,
with the delays, I agree. So, what have you found there?
Well,
what have you got for us?
We could have. No, that's not. It's only 40 minutes. I don't know. I mean, it's either put on a Dick Well Abroad or a podcast, but there's no visuals with podcasts.
What Dick Well Abroads have you got?
Or we could go to put on the World Cup final, second innings again.
That's not Dick Well Abroad.
No, that's the genuine World Cup final, second innings.
That's always a good listen.
Yeah, why don't we just do that? Because we can
Why
stop
don't we do that?
Okie dokie.
Probably a lot of guerrilla screaming and shouting and excitement.
Yeah, it was quite exciting. So I can put that. We all know what. We don't need to see the scorecard, do we? So I can put that underneath Knackle's thing. And we should be good to go very shortly. Hold on a minute.
Well, I'll just let, while you finalise that, final reminder. Pakistan this morning bowled all out for 236. The last man to go, the redoubtable Mohammad Rizwan, who was caught Crawley bowled broad. We rather felt that it wasn't going to be easy for England, and my goodness, that proved to be the case. Rory Burns faced 4 balls before he edged Shaheen Shah Afridi to Asad Shafiq, so he went without scoring. England were 0 for 1, but they closed on 7 for 1 when they finally, well, they didn't close, they went off for bad light, which has then turned into rain at 7 for 1. Sibley on 2, Crawley on 5, and at the moment we're probably waiting news of an early lunch, but yet to be confirmed.
We are indeed, and we are ready to go. So this is the the final. Second innings, New Zealand 241 for 8, as we all know the result, but it was quite fun.
Certainly
I
was.
there. And,
all right.
Enjoy.
New Zealand and England. New Zealand taking the field. England will have to chase 242 to win the World Cup after 47 and a half matches. It all comes down to the next 2 or 3 hours. Can England get themselves over the line? I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined on my right by none other than Paul Howarth, Grubby78.
Hello everyone, this is incredibly exciting.
And on my left, on your tweets, it's Pralab Gupta.
Hi everyone, very much looking forward to this. Every 4 years it happens, and there's going to be some classic final moments in the second innings. Sometimes every 5 though, earlier in the tournament's lifetime.
87 to 92, yes,
87 to 92,
yeah,
92 to 96, and then 96 to 99. There were 3. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. England's openers are on the way to the crease, and they are these men.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
And
Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hand blow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the 6s, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto.
And a man who drinks all of his drinks through a straw to be opening the bowling.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout, how does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end, hoping to make use of the slope that slopes from grandstand to moundstand to tavern of about 2.5 metres, is it, I think? And he's going to be bowling to Jason Roy. We're going to see whether this pitch is as slow and lifeless as I suggested, or whether this is in fact a good score that New Zealand had managed to put on the board. It wasn't edifying watching it. It was hard to watch, wasn't it? Hard to watch, I think. But they've got the runs on the board, and they did it against India with something very similar. It's going to be all about these first 10 overs, I think, as Trent Bolt is at the end of his run-up. Quite a lot of people still not back from their lunches, but anyway, here we go. Into Roy. That's worth a shout! And Marius Erasmus just quietly shakes his head, almost imperceptibly. And
that looks interesting.
They're thinking about that.
Bloody close, I'd
say. It was close, but maybe just going down the leg side.
Yeah, that was my initial reaction as well.
He's trying to review it. Well, I suppose it is Jason Roy. What a start this would be for New Zealand if Jason Roy has gone. He looks a little bit perturbed. Bairstow pats him on the chest as if to suggest, well, don't worry about it too much. We're going to find out pretty soon.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
And if that's out, I want to see who's the first person on Twitter to say, we don't!
I'm sure we've got a few of those already.
Has that pushed outside leg?
Nope.
Oh, that's a good.
This is really close. Reasonably good.
Well, it was given not out, so if it's just clipping, he gets away with that. There's no inside edge that I can see.
I think this could be cannoning into the middle of the leg.
Oh, it's not a bad delivery at all. Oh my word, Jason Roy, it's not pitching outside. Oh, it's impacting line, and it's
Pius, he's lucky. He's a lucky man.
He survives. It's the time of year. It's the era of Jason Roy. He has survived. And it's a good decision by the umpire. Or maybe not. Oh, the New Zealand fans, the sailors particularly, are taking their hats off.
and on such small margins.
Indeed.
You almost want Damascena to be umpiring that one.
Oh goodness, no, because that would have been given out, and he'd have been well back in the dressing room. Well, there you go. What a dramatic opening to the England reply, and a warning there that England should not be complacent. This one comes back into Roy. He drives, gets a thick outside edge, was playing for a little bit more swing than there was, flies away down to third man, and they come through for a single.
Roy will be absolutely delighted to be off strike.
Well, I don't. Yes, he will be. It's just taking me back to the New Zealand opening, where Nichols was given out, wasn't he? And then reviewed, and that was overturned.
Yep.
And he had yet to score at that point. He went on to get 55 and be the top scorer for New Zealand, so maybe that's a good omen for Jason Roy.
I need to get hold of Jason Roy and ask him what this week's lottery numbers are.
Well, the New Zealand players can barely believe it.
That would have been a great start for them.
Well, it would have been.
I was giving it out when I first saw it, I have to say, and had it been given out on the field, it would have been upheld on the field.
Yeah, well,
it
was very much worth a shout, wasn't it? Bolt then to Bairstow for the first time with Batiloff. Just one slip, and he leaves this one outside the off stump. Through it goes to Tom Latham, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm actually, as an England fan, I'm quite happy to see Johnny Bairstow not play at that one.
Yes.
You want to feel bat on ball, don't you, at the start of your innings, and certainly these two England openers. But that maybe betrays a healthy mindset of just need to play properly.
There's a man at a shortish square leg as Bairstow goes onto the back foot, defends this back to Bolt, who's bowling with real aggression. He gives a big stare to Bairstow as he pushes that one back to him. Certainly in their faces already, New Zealand, and that's the way they've got to be.
Keep it full. If I were Trent Bolt, just keep it full.
Yep. And we saw how Bolt dragged Virat Kohli across the crease by bowling a little bit wider of off stump, got him to come across, and then got him one with the one that came back. Is he going to do the same with Johnny Bairstow? No, he's going to hit him on the pad, however. This one was probably going down the leg side. It runs into the onside. It's fielded by who is that? That's Nichols, I think. And there is no run.
Yeah, you just need the maturity from these two batsmen. They don't have to go hard at it. It's understanding it's a World Cup final, 240 to chase. But equally, it's fine to be none for 50 after 10.
Yes, absolutely fine. Yeah, none for 50.
And also, look at the way that they played Mitchell Stark the other day as well. They showed great maturity in the way that they batted against him. Bolt in! Oh, it's jagging back in the air to Bairstow. Gets his bat down on it at the last minute, jabs it behind square. There is the man there to field. Hoping for the catch. Trent Bolt can't believe it. He's just shaking his head as he walks away at the end of that over. England have negotiated the first over. They are one.
What a great first over it was from Trent Bolt as well. You have to tip your hat to him there. A great start to the World Cup. Natalie van der Wood. Hi guys, we're a mixed bunch of South Africans, Irish and Belgians.
Oh, wow. Hello.
Listening to you in France. Great commentary. Any idea how we can listen to the Wimbledon men's final?
No.
Stay with us, Natalie.
Don't go there.
And one after the first over. Dr. Leonie Hicks. Is it acceptable to watch the run chase from behind the sofa?
I think it's the only place to watch it.
Through your fingers.
We've got a couple of sofas in the green room, so we'll all be lining up behind that, no doubt.
And with a stuffed drunk. As the prophecy goes, Durban Oak, fuck me, we're doomed.
Yeah, I told you. It's Matt Henry who's going to bowl from the nursery end, and he has a jingle that goes a little bit like this.
You can never trust a man with two first names. Matt Henry.
Two slips as he's in to bowl to Roy, who comes down in front of his pad. Lucky that he got full face of the bat onto that, turned it towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Of course, remember that Matt Henry was the man who started it all off against India, took the wicket of Rohit Sharma early on.
Yeah. He's got a face, wouldn't look out a place in Coronation Street or Wallace and Gromit.
Do you think so?
Matt Henry, yeah.
Certain elements
nice sort of dark navy suit.
Northernness about him, I suppose. He's in again, bowling to Roy. Roy's on the inside edge by that one. Had a little punch at that, left the gap, through it went, but it bounced over the top of the stumps.
Tell you what, looks like Roy's day at the moment.
Yeah. Ooh dear, he's not really very near that, was he? And that has come back up the hill, hasn't it?
Did he deliberately roll his fingers over that one?
Yeah, he did.
A bit like an off spin.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Just a little bit of movement back. He comes in again to bowl to Roy. Roy is beaten by that one, which goes the other way. This is fabulous bowling from Matt Henry. It was a little bit shorter of length, but it just kept going. And after receiving that ball before, That will have surprised him a little bit. We have a poll. I didn't know we had a poll. We have a poll which was based on who we thought would win. We had 48% thinking England win, 28% New Zealand, and 24% are expecting a super over.
24%.
24%. This is already a super over, if you ask me. From Matt Henry, who's in again to bowl to Roy. Roy now decides to come down the wicket to negate as much of the movement of swing that he can. Plays this one comfortably enough up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Not a man who's over blessed with intelligence, I'd say, Jason Roy, but that was quite intelligent batting, I think.
Well, I don't mind whether you're you can be as stupid as you like off the pitch as long as you have cricketing intelligence. That's what I always go along with. Anyway,
but yeah, you're right. He did take a pace down, just to try to negate any of that late swing that you might be getting. And also played it fairly comfortably in the end.
Yeah, next delivery is outside the off stump and he punches up to mid-off. There is no run. Also, I suppose further down he gets, if he does get hit on the pad, if the ball does come back, you know, he's got more leeway, hasn't he? The ball's got further to travel if there's an LBW shout. Anyway, 5 dot balls from Henry to start with.
Shipman Vars has got this comment about the umpiring the World Cup has been pretty pathetic, but I'd say that decision was just line ball.
Yeah, it's easy to knock the umpires with technology, but they generally do a good job.
Full, but that's too full, and it's driven by Roy. Even with the timing and force that he has, this outfield does seem to be a little bit slow, but it does run to the nursery end for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Spoiled what had been a very good over until that point. England moved to 5 for no wickets.
Leah Ashwin takes 6 and top scores for Notts against Surrey. What a hero. Rakesh Pradhan, it was out. How the umpire gave it not out in the first place is shocking. Sportsnet, more than clipping.
Hang on. It was hitting half the stump, so it's perfectly reasonable to give it not out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's some comments here from a couple of fans who just believe it was more than clipping and it should have been given, but I would say that'd be all Kiwi supporters or England haters who'd be in that category. And Muttley, too much excitement, I can't cope.
Get back on your rug, Muttley.
Yeah, steady on. Sit down in front of that fire. Bairstow then to face Bolt in his second over, running in from the pavilion end. Oh, he throws that one wide, and it's given us a wide. Got that to go a little bit too far outside off stump. Wide. England move to 6 for no wicket. If you're just joining us on Guerrilla Cricket, where the hell have you been? Where is your note from your parents? Because you missed New Zealand getting 241 for 8.
Apparently there's some other sporting events on today. I've seen some polls.
This one comes back, but Bairstow just about gets back down on it, steers it to mid-wicket. Threat of Bolt's in-swinger is a big one, it has to be said. It's certainly doing something for him in a way that it didn't really do anything for Stark when Australia bowled against England on Thursday.
Stark just went off the boil, didn't he? At precisely the wrong moment for his team.
In a way, but I just don't think it was swinging. I mean, Behrendorff wasn't really getting it to go either. This one comes back into Bairstow again, a little bit shorter of length. Probably hit him on the thigh. Runs out to the offside.
I hated facing left armers when I was an opening batsman. It sounds obvious, but it is such a different angle, a different challenge. That one is hit Johnny B right in the bollocks, by the way. And it is really, really hard. I was given not out by one of my teammates who was umpiring first ball of an innings. I was plumb, by the way.
Yes.
Absolutely plumb. It's just so hard.
Bolt in again. Oh, and as he nearly drags on there, that's what I said the threat was. That often is with Johnny Bairstow when he throws his hands at the ball. He's got away with it. He's got a single as it ran down on the 45 towards fine leg. So he has his first run, a fortuitous one. Oh, well, he dragged it onto his back leg and then it then rolled back towards the stumps, but fortunately for him, not onto them. And Bolt will be wondering what he's done to offend the gods of cricket.
The cricket gods and with New Zealand at the moment.
Bolt in again. Bowls to completely Yorks Roy, but somehow that hasn't hit the stumps. It must have hit a boot or something as it was just sliding down the leg side, but he was completely done on the length of that ball. It was an absolutely delicious Yorker that swung into him. Let's have a look at this again.
Oh, well, he's actually managed to get
nothing on it.
He managed to even lift his foot over the top of the ball. He was done completely by Bolt, and this is a fabulous opening spell. Swung which that too far, deserves a wicket, yes. Bolt in again, and he's down the wicket, and he plays that really well. With a flick of the wrist, he guides that away through extra cover, and that's a good response from Roy, and it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It's not dull, is it? Not dull at all. This is it's all happening out there at the moment. And New Zealand will feel rather sore that they haven't already picked up a wicket, but England responding well and trying to play their shots when they can.
Just that game of centimetres, a few centimetres here and there, and how different would this be right now?
Absolutely. I think that's probably, it is true of sport, isn't it? When you think of another lovely ball, but he's met that with the full face of the bat. They've run through for a single as Kane Williamson comes over from mid-off to field. And that is the end of Bolt's second over. He'll be very upset that he has figures of none for 8, and England after 3 are 12 for no wickets.
So a couple of tweets. Arthur Shire, innings break has given me the chance to mow the lawn. Back with you in time for the inevitable England collapse.
Hey!
Adam Kite, delicious irony in the never trust a man with 2 first names jingle as Matt Henry balls to Jason Roy.
Yes.
indeed. Leah, people should stop abusing the umpires this World Cup. Not one bucknail hair among them, or Random Rudy for that matter.
Random Rudy, yes.
David Evans, how can that possibly be not out? Because the umpire gave it not out, would be my play on that one.
And it was only hitting half a stump.
Derek Willis, look, I was in church, okay? Had to be to the liturgist, which I don't know what that means. So not much chance to check the cricket, but here now. I hope that liturgist went well. Liturgist, what's that?
Welcome, my son. Henry bowls ball that comes back into Roy, but Roy has lifted his bat way above his head, got it out of the way. And through the keeper it goes. It's a form of liturgy, isn't it?
The liturgy, yes.
The liturgy, yes. It started to go away and then hit the wicket and decided to go the other way. Well, that's great bowling. But Jason Roy is taking a step down the wicket to do all he can to negate that. Henry turns, he's in again, bowls, and it's a beauty, which goes off the pitch as well as moving away in the air. He has a little bit of a fiddle for it outside off stump and is beaten by that. He nods his acknowledgement of what a good delivery that was. So we're seeing some great artistry from New Zealand here from these fast bowlers.
Great artistry from Dr. Dan Diper as well. Some beautiful images that you see of some wickets we've seen in the New Zealand innings.
Absolutely.
Get to our Twitter page for more.
Indeed. Here's Henry again into Roy, and it's on his legs, and he flicks that away down to long leg. It'll only be a single because it hurried down to the backfielder there, who is Lockie Ferguson.
So he's got the tash now, hasn't he?
He's got the 70s porn tash.
He's
right. He really has. He could have just stepped out of the pages of, I don't know, whatever.
Is he just? It's been passed on from Jimmy Neesham to him.
I think it's reached its fruition in Lockie.
He's playing with bats and balls.
Yeah,
looks a bit peach fuzzy to me. Remember that line from Beverly Hills Cop?
I don't know.
That is his tash, peach fuzz.
Peach fuzz
about his top lip.
Big dark dirty cloud over Lords at the moment, but no rain as far as we can tell, as Henry comes in from the nursery end, bowls to Bairstow, finds an outside edge as he probes forward, feeling for the ball a little bit. It runs down to third man and they take the 1. He goes to 2. Roy has 11. It's 14 for no wicket.
Anna Forsyth, I've lost the tweet. I really can't cope with this. Fuck me, drink and bowl.
Think about pizza, Anna. Again, thank you very much for that generous donation.
I enjoyed the pizza.
Me too.
Most of it was cold by the time I got to the second helping, sadly. But there you go. Henry in again to Roy. Roy jabs this away from his waist towards Guptill at mid-wicket. There is no run.
What you want to do there is eat faster.
Yeah, that's true. I had one really big juicy piece to start with just before my those last 10 overs. But yeah, by the time I got out there for the second helping,
all of us have all of you have spoilt us enormously.
Have
with donuts and pizzas and beer and everything. Thank you.
We can't eat it all. Down the wicket comes Roy. Smashes that over the top of mid-on. It's going to plug. It's not gone very far. It's going to plug. Sort of about 20 yards inside the boundary at Cow.
but they got back for 2. It wasn't much fun to watch, but it was effective. England have now reached 16 for no wicket after 4.
Nice work there. They just went along with it and tried to hit it out of the ground, but that is the way he plays. Muttley, surprisingly, were only 0.89 runs below the run rate. That shot, I would say, maybe slightly ahead. Jay Grover, hello, my name is Jay. I've just made my bed. Nothing else happened in my flat during lunch. What's all the shouting about?
Jay, I don't even want to imagine what else has been going on in the lunch break in your flat or anywhere near you.
Yeah, we've got a couple of score updates from Otis Sayman, just for those who are interested in other sports apart from cricket. Djokovic took the first set, 7-6. Federer up a break in the second. Vettel drove into the back of Verstappen. Hamilton, Bottas, Leclerc with 6 laps to go. Bottas has to pit again.
Bowls, and Bairstow hits this with the swing quite nicely, crisply really, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's a very interesting start this has been, as it was really to the New Zealand innings. I think there's been helpful conditions to the bowlers all day really. When it stopped swinging and moving off the pitch has just died a little bit, so it's been difficult to play fluent strokes, I would say.
You can't trust it 100%.
No. Bolt in again to Bairstow, and Bairstow, oh wow, I thought he'd been bowled by that, but actually it just hit him high on the thigh. Again it came right back into him, defeated his shot. The ball rebounded away to first slip, and there is no run.
Richard Clark has got some perfect tactical advice. On holiday, tactically told my wife that I would look after my son so she could have a nap in the innings break. Now sitting on a sun lounger with a glass of wine while she's running ragged by him, cashing in for the next hour.
Oh, that's crafty.
Did you make sure that was during your son's sleep time?
Very
Hope she's not listening.
Very good. Bolt in again to Bairstow. Bairstow drives. He's going to get runs here. He's pierced the field on the offside, and that is going to run away towards the grandstand for 4 runs. Trent Bolt stands there and wonders where the justice has gone.
It's a bit like Fido Dido, doesn't he? Trent Bolt with his hair.
Is.
You know the little character for 7-Up? The little cartoon character with his hair sticking upwards. Like his face has been caught in a lift or something.
You've been working in advertising too long.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. Bolt, short one. Bairstow ducks underneath it. Through the keeper it goes. There is a man at a short backward square leg, I would say. Or perhaps you could argue it's a leg gully, but quite square. And that's the one that he just clips with the swing off his legs.
Johnny with his bluely branded...
Yeah, bluely branded Gray Nichols. Yeah.
It's nice. And his nickname is Blue, isn't it?
Bluey. Well, his dad was known as Bluey.
Yeah.
Bolt in. Oh, big full toss driven, and that will also run away for 4. Didn't get the length right there at all. Did get some swing, but it wasn't enough, and that is another boundary. We'll move to 24 for no wicket. Roy has 13. Bairstow with that shot goes into double figures. He has 10 from 13 deliveries. 1 ball remaining in Bolt's 3rd over.
That's how you play a full toss. The Kiwis should be watching this from the left quarter.
Yeah, it can take you by surprise, the low full toss, can't it?
It can.
That one was right in the zone for him just to guide effortlessly through the covers.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it disrupts your rhythm a little bit, doesn't it? And you can be late or a bit early on it. Bairstow now 506 runs in this tournament. Defends the next ball from Bolt, which is the final one of the over. He's now bowled 3 overs and has none for 16.
Parks. My innings breaks gave me some time to whiz the motor down to the car wash and pop some more washing on the line. Rock and roll Sunday.
Yeah, more of your Sunday stories here, please.
Jeff Perkins is apparently thinking about creating a jingle, which no one will know what to look for or find, but there's a bit of commentary going. We should try to find it and demand and play it. But if you know which jingle it is,
what?
Let us know. If there's some random jingle in there, which would be pretty funny, we'd be happy to play it.
Or have you just sent it? Are you just saying you've sent it to our jingles inbox?
Is it something about like nothing's happening or there's no jingle for this or something? Is that the one?
It could be one of those
I saw that recently.
Lost levels in Mario where you can't really find out which one it is.
Henry continues, 2 slips. He bowls to Roy, who thumps this off the front foot up to mid-off. There is no run.
Leah just with I wouldn't let Lockie play with my balls. Porn starches are a no-go.
Fair point. We're looking at the fan zone at Trafalgar Square, London. It looks like there's a good crowd turned out there, which is great to see. The deck chairs are on display. There are a lot of people standing at the back in front of the National Gallery, isn't it? National Gallery?
It's the National Gallery.
And Portrait Gallery, isn't it?
Portrait Gallery, that's the one. Driven slightly airily, but finding the gap again. Lovely shot by Roy, and that runs away in front of the mound stand for 4 more. 28 for no wicket. England's batsman beginning to play a few shots. That wasn't that far away from Mitchell Santner at extra cover.
Spidery, isn't he, Santner?
He is very spidery, yes, the way he moves, yes. Indeed, you could imagine that he had 8 limbs rather than the 4 that he does have.
That would be cheating, wouldn't it?
That would be a whip. Just flick a whip from his hand.
It wouldn't just be left arm round the wicket, it would be...
And that's why spiders don't play
cricket.
They're not allowed.
No, that's right, exactly. Here is Henry again into Roy, who drives down the line of the ball, but the ball actually deviates away from him, and he is beaten by that one. He acknowledges that was a decent delivery, and so very sporting from him. Went quite late as well. Lovely delivery, really, from Henry. I want to keep calling him Henry for some reason.
But Mathieu Henry,
indeed, the French New Zealander. Is coming in again from the nursery end to Roy, and Roy's got an edge for that one. I think it's just been taken by Latham diving forward, and finally Matt Henry and New Zealand themselves have something to cheer about, because that was an absolute beauty. Roy is on his way. He's made 17. England are 28 for 1, and they're doomed. These really are good bowling conditions, aren't they? That's found quite a significant edge, and it's just reached Latham as he gets his gloves underneath that one.
But that previous ball that he played out, and you're playing hard out in front of your pad, so that's not the way to play on this pitch either. You've got to play it under your nose. You've got to play it Kane Williamson style. And I know that's not Jason Roy's natural game, but he went hard at another one there, and he's paid the price this time.
Yeah, again, I think it's something to do with the pace off the pitch. He's reaching for it, thinking it's going to be there a little bit earlier than it is. Anyway, he bumps gloves with Joe Root as he comes into the long room. Joe Root disappears from the long room, and that'll be a big disappointment from Jason Roy. But of course, he could have been out first ball. He got away with one a little bit.
Yeah,
and Root is on his way.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
It is Joe Root, and he was being interviewed before the start of the play today, and I'm not sure what's gone on with his hair, but it honestly looked like someone had taken the thatched roof off a cottage, dyed it bright yellow, and stuck it on his head. Very strange.
It's adding a bit of colour to the miserable day in weather outside.
Well, I suppose so. Colour, yeah, but it was the texture of the hair that was so disturbing.
It's the one ones that you want to stand out in a World Cup picture. If you're holding a trophy, you want to be the one that stands out.
Oh, I see. Yeah, possibly.
That could be part of it.
Yeah, could be it. Or it could just be a lot of product.
Could be. TV umpire. So Roy isn't the smartest in the England lineup. Who is? I'd go for Root or Morgan. Let's see how they bat here today. And I like this one from Ravi Nair. I wonder if Bolt's dressing room nickname is a saying. That deserved a laugh.
Don't get it. Henry into Root. This one moves away from him down the hill. He gets enough bat on it to jab it into the offside square, and there is no run.
Usain Bolt. So you got Bolt.
Oh.
And his dressing room name was Usain, which would make it Usain Bolt.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. All right. I'm with you now.
Excellent.
Just about. Good catch by Latham, picking that up off his toes, really. It's, again,
it was. I mean, it's sort of a bit of cross-seam delivery that just seamed off the pitch slightly, and the footwork wasn't as strong as it needed to be.
Bowls to Root again. Root is forward to this one, and pushes it back to the bowler. Henry then striking first, as he did against India. Is that another of the many omens that we keep seeing in this game? 28 for 1 after 6. New Zealand made 241 for 8.
Well, New Zealand have definitely deserved that wicket.
Yeah.
Been a bit unlucky that first ball, really, not to get Jason Roy off. It was a very marginal call. Got away with it that time, but he didn't get away with one that he pushed very hard at in that over. Now,
I was curious, as Jason Roy's gone off, Aleem Dar, who presumably is the third or fourth official, I imagine, standing just the other side of the boundary and is saying something to him.
Saying something like, "Don't be a prick."
Exactly. Yeah. Check your attitude.
I
Surprising to see him
don't
there.
see anything wrong with his attitude there. Did anyone see anything wrong with that? Bolt bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow drives, lovely fluent shot, but well fielded by Williamson up there at mid-off. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about. Seems unnecessary.
I imagine it's more he's probably due to come out to talk to the umpires and he happened to be in the boundary.
Is he just saying bad luck? I wouldn't say that to Jason Roy.
He's saying, I should have suspended you if you scored more than 17 runs.
It looked rather schoolmasterly the way that Ali Dar addressed Jason Roy there.
Yeah.
So you look, just check your behaviour, rein yourself in.
Bolt bowls, comes off the thigh pad of Bairstow as he's looking to turn it into the onside, but there is no run. Bolt none for 16. He's into his fourth over now. Racing in. He's got a quick run up. Everything he does is quite quick. Isn't it?
Quick arm.
The arm is quick. It's and he gets that lovely swing. He's a
Late
great
swing.
bowler to watch. Really is. Here he is now, scampering in once more. Bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow lets the one pass. It swings down the leg side. That will be a wide. Good work by Latham diving away to his left.
Wide.
So that there's nothing more than one wide. I'm going to move to 29 for 1.
A couple of his deliveries have done more than he was expecting as well. The one that sort of nutmegged Jason Roy earlier on, almost bowled him, but it did way too much. It was actually quite a way down the leg side by the time it passed.
He'd like that one to have started around about just outside off stump, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but it never works that way, does it? Never
Not often. He's in again. Balls to Bairstow. That's a lovely ball, but it's also well hit by Bairstow, who then just strolls down the pitch after dismissing that through mid-on, all the way along the ground for 4. That's a lovely on drive, which Lockie Ferguson couldn't reach. And as soon as he hit that Bairstow, that's 4. I'll just stroll on down, just have a little chat.
Terrific cricket all round. It was a really good ball, that, and Johnny's just sort of leant on it and timed the ears off it through mid-on for 4.
Tremendous stuff. England 33 for 1. They need 242 to win. Bolt in again to Bairstow. This one goes the other way, but he rides with it and jabs it into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, the one from Muttley, that 4 took us above the required run rate. It's coming home. Woof.
Well, I suppose we have to think about Duckworth Lewis. I mean, there is cloud around, but we're told there's not going to be any rain.
I think it'll be fine. It's just a case of scoring the runs.
I just hope that Muttley is not whimpering later.
Again, the ball is angled across Bairstow. A couple of decent deliveries there from Bolt, just changing the angle slightly, and 2 dot balls result.
Yeah, this one from Robbie Nye about Butler. He is everything. The beautifulest, the smartest, the talentedest.
You to me are everything. I might write those lyrics for Josh.
Rewrite them.
Yeah.
I was on the train, the tube the other day. This is outside the off stump and allowed to pass through by Johnny Bairstow. Ended the over 33 for 1 from 7. I was on the tube the other day, coming home quite late at night, and a bunch of ladies women got on, and they started, I don't know where they'd been, but they started singing en masse, and the real thing was one of their favourites, You to Me or Everything. It wasn't a bad rendition, I have to say, from sort of 6
very good
sloshed girls. Anyway, the latest news on...
Were they singing it to you?
No, not directly, although I was getting worried that they might. Novak has double faulted to hand Federer the second set, 6-1.
Oh my goodness.
A set apiece.
Wow.
Set apiece.
Wow.
Thanks, Evil Scooters gave us that info as well. Matt CL, watching Wimbledon on the laptop, World Cup final on TV, listening to commentary and guerrilla cricket. Not a bad way to spend Sunday.
Henry into Root, who lets this one move away down the hill without recourse to playing a shot, and through to keeper, no run. 33 for 1 from 7.1. Matt Henry is the leading wicket taker in overs 1 to 10 in this World Cup. That's pretty good, isn't it? 8 he has now, so he's a real new ball bowler.
That is a great question.
It is a good question.
The next oval quiz that we do.
Henry in again, bowls to Root. Root gets in behind this, defends back to the bowler. He's yet to score. Bairstow has 14, England are 33 for 1.
We've seen a fair bit in this game where what I would call proper cricket or test match cricket is the way to go. So Wokes, when he was bowling, was bowling good lines and lengths just outside the off stump. That was the right thing to do at that particular time of the game. And here, I think we're seeing Joe Root just settling into his innings. He thinks, if I bat normally, don't have to do anything stupid, I can do something great.
Did happen against Sri Lanka though. They got into a bit of a rut. Root is forward to this one, probing around his off stump, but he defends into the extra cover area, and there is no run.
Jay Grover, hated Fido Ditto, almost as much as I hate Grubby's Shoreditch Trap belt.
Oh right, is that?
Do you have a belt on?
I do have a belt on. Yeah.
Oh, I see that.
Well, you see this?
It's very colourful.
That is a very. I don't know.
Is that
tell you what.
hipsterish?
I don't know.
I'm not sold on that belt.
Someone bought it for me.
Sold on it. Someone
I'm not trying to sell it to you.
Someone managed to sell it. This is a bit of a leading edge from Root as he comes forward to this. He's going to get his first run though, as it skews away through extra cover, and England move to 34 for 1.
Do you know what troubles me most about that is that Jay Grover is watching me.
Yeah, I mean, that is very.
It's covered fairly well as well, I'd say, and the fact he's been dreaming here and there as well. Maybe you'll pop in this time around.
I think this Facebook Live thing's, reached a point of no return. I think maybe we should just go back to being anonymous.
I'll be in your dreams tonight, Jay, whether you like it or not, with my belt.
Oh God. Henry into Bairstow's beaten by that one. Lovely delivery that went away late in the air. He aimed a drive at it, but unfortunately for New Zealand, they couldn't quite find the edge. This is marvellous bowling. Look how late that has gone. Absolutely beautiful.
Really extravagant movement, isn't it? We've seen quite a few today where the ball's gone past the edge and you think that must be out because it's moved so much after it's gone past the bat. But it's that sort of day at Lord's. It's muggy, it's overcast, it is a swing bowler's dream. Jimmy Anderson will be in the crowd somewhere thinking, God, lads, I wish I hadn't given up.
Well, he did say this morning, I heard him on the radio saying, it's a bowl first game, but it's a bowl all day game as far as I can see. Outside of the off stump, left by Bairstow. That's the end of Henry's fourth over. He has figures of 1 for 13 after 8 overs in reply to New Zealand's 241 for 8. England are 34 for 1.
From Facebook Live, hi Vijesh, hi Ranjit, thanks for joining us on Facebook Live.
Hi Vijesh, hello Ranjit.
After Shire, of course, Spiders play international cricket. Alan Spider Mullally remains the best left-arm quick bowler in my lifetime.
Isn't he some sort of Brexit-loving UKIP sort of fella these days, Alan Mullally?
I don't know, but I know I know he stayed for a week at Ian Pearce's house.
He's got a lot of L's in his name, I'll give him that.
Yeah,
he's got 4 in his surname.
A lot of L's, not so many limbs. Anyway, 34 for 1. There are people on the top of the grandstand. What are they doing up there?
It's like the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
It is.
What else going on?
Maybe they think a ball's going to go up there eventually.
Exactly. That'd be a good job to have. Just watch the cricket.
Pretty high up there, isn't it? It's a pretty good view. Yeah, I think those.
As long as you've got provisions.
Those tickets are about 230 quid.
What about the toilets though? Oh no.
Let's not think about that.
Oh no.
Bolt continuing into his 5th over bowls to Root drives, nice shot, finds the gap, didn't really overplay it, certainly going to get 1. Williamson does brilliantly to get round and prevent anything more than that, because that could have run away from him. Good fielding by the New Zealand captain. So Root moves to 2, England to 35 for 1.
Evil Scutus, not going to argue with the umpires about being given out, referencing Roy of course. Why do you think all these people came to see you play?
Yeah, exactly. We want controversy.
Yeah, as Stuart Lee is fond of saying in his sets, he said, you've paid to see me and I am me. So if there's a problem, it's not on this side of the stage.
Yeah, good point. Bolt into Bairstow, right across him, and that one did seem to gather pace off the pitch and fly a little bit through to Latham. It was a ball that wasn't aimed at coming back, it was the one that kept going. What was that?
Bounce. I thought it was going to be pitching, bounce, but it wasn't. It was
sounded like Mog.
Yeah, I think that was a kind of a Napalm Death version.
Yeah, I think so. Bolt again then, in from the pavilion end, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow's onto the back foot to this one, and plays it comfortably into the offside. And there is no run. 35 for 1. Root has 2. Bairstow has 14. The man to go, Roy, caught behind off Matt Henry for 17.
So how are New Zealand going to force this? Because it is New Zealand's game to force, isn't it? England don't necessarily have to do anything special. New Zealand are the ones who have to bring something different to the game. What are they going to do?
Good question. Driven by Bairstow on the up, closing the face, but Bolt manages to stop it, stooping to his left in his follow through, and there is no run. Do we get Mitchell Santner on early? Have a little look at him.
Still say Lockie, I'd say. So with the extra bounce he brings in, it could be one that could pick up a quick breakthrough after the
Maybe Lockie one end and Santner the other.
Well, I certainly think that if they can get through one of these and they get Morgan in, I think they need to bring Lockie on to bowl him a few bounces, because he's been a bit remiss against the short bowling. Now this is a short arm jab played well by Bairstow, away through square leg, down the hill for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think the problem for New Zealand is, while they're bowling well, when there is a slightly loose ball, England are taking toll of it, aren't they? So they're keeping the board moving and they're not giving them a chance to get on top, whereas New Zealand seemed to decide that it was a difficult pitch to score on. This one again flies a little bit as Bairstow leaves it outside the off stump. That's the end of Bolt's 5th over. He's been unsuccessful so far, none for 26. England are 39 for 1.
Good carry there as well.
Yeah, certainly is. Bit of life in that picture. Jeff Perkins, so there's a new jingle for 4-4, hence the reason no one will expect one to exist. And the YouTube link, so one maybe we can have a look at a bit later. Anna Forsyth, Jason, all your shouting and clapping in the field has come to nothing.
It came to 17.
17 runs. It's not bad. 17 runs in the World Cup final.
A little bit harsh.
Marty Q, every ball that's bowled, we are one ball nearer to a batting collapse. I know we're a great team, but 50 years of hurt.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, we know that as well as anyone. Henry starts a new over, bowls to Root. Root tries to flick this up to mid-on, looking for the single, won't get it.
I saw our friend, our mole in the BBC setup, Dan Norcross, was on some show the other day, and he was. There were a couple of Australians on the panel saying, England are going to sort of walk this, are going to take it in their stride, and Norcross just went, "This is the mind games. Even though you're not in the final, these are the mind games."
Playing against us. Onto the back foot goes Root, trying to force, but Santner comes around at extra cover fields. There's no run.
To which the Australians just went, "That's old England thinking that." You stop thinking that negative way.
The thing is, as consumers of England's cricket over the last 30-40 years, we are not part of New England. We are seeped in old England. What can we do about it? It's going to take many years of this sort of cricket for us to be weaned off. That's a lovely ball by Henry. Beats Root as he comes forward. So good from Matt Henry.
I've exhausted the Jaffa jingle, but there was another one.
Yeah, definitely. Just going back to the Roy dismissal, a couple of comments on about Alim Dar being on the field. So apparently, umpire, according to Seagrave Sub, umpire Mr. Dar was asking Roy to wait before the boundary rope while they checked for the no ball. Jason Roy wasn't interested in it, and Devanshi was saying that he asked us for confirmation that the catch was clean. He was happy to wait. So just a few confirmations going on with the umpire.
All right, thanks for that. Down the leg side, tickled by Root, or maybe it just came off a bit of pad, but Latham did well away to his left there to prevent it going away for any runs. So 4 more dot balls at the beginning of the 5th over from Henry. He's bowled really well, and I'd say he deserves better figures than 1 for 13.
2 for 13? Would that help?
Next ball? That would certainly be better. Yeah, 2 for 91.
Yeah. Strange the way they calibrate good bowling figures, isn't it, like that?
Henry in again. Bowls to Root. Root's onto the back foot. That's a testing delivery. And pushes straight back to the bowler. There is no run. Oh, we are having a change at the end of this over. That's why Andy Ward has walked into the room. Who's he brought with him? He's brought Tony Bishop with him. Anyone else but Tony Bishop? Or is that it? Anyone else but Tony. Anyone but Tony. Final ball of the power play. Henry bowls to Root. Root comes forward, drives, comes up a thick handside edge to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Off 10 overs, England chasing 241 to 242 to win are 39 for 1.
We need your alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Yep, it's been a long old World Cup, and if you've enjoyed it and you're not a Patreon subscriber, please think about chipping in.
Well, is it just me, or is this absolutely as tense as can be?
I think it is.
39 for 1. We have a change of bowling. On Bastille Day, it is Monsieur Le Grand Homme.
Oh, is that why people were talking French early on?
No, it could be. Could be.
But I was gone. I cannot see my own reflection now. My body's gone. My face is gone.
Just a gentle away swing, and Bairstow is able to leave it through to the gloves of Latham. The voice to my right was Andy Ward, who is manning the jingles.
I am.
And to my left, long, tall Steve, who is in charge of all things tweet.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And back again, in comes de Grand Homme. Uppishly, Bairstow didn't get to the pitch of that, perhaps just a little bit slower as he was looking for the drive, and well, he kind of really just let it hit the bat really, but the bat was stretched out away from the body.
Interesting move from New Zealand.
And
they want to
up it
take
went.
the pace right off with de Grand Homme as
Yep.
soon as the power play was over.
They did, and they're looking to frustrate these two. It's a terrific spell by Bolt. And one again is wide of Bairstow's off stump, and he quite literally turns his back on it and walks away, collecting his thoughts, conscious of destiny, but destiny has got many barriers on its way before it can be realised, I think.
A little word
Extend
from
that metaphor a bit more.
Yeah, I don't think I can. I think as far as it can go, in comes de Grand Homme onto the back foot. Goes Bairstow, it's away to point, and there is no run.
a little word from Josh Robinson. What a good job Roy didn't get suspended for the final. No chance of Vince getting a 20-ball 17.
And nicking off. Yeah, so there you go. You had a fairly Vince.
It was a Vince-like innings, yes.
And actually,
yeah.
to be fair, Roy was lucky to get to his 17 because
lucky to get to one. Yes.
He was hook, line, and sinkered off the very first ball of the innings, wasn't he? Because this one is more onto the legs of Bairstow. He pushes it into the onside, but there's a man there, and there's no run.
Some slightly bad news. We've lost Pirate Bradshaw. He's off to listen to Ireland versus Zimbabwe T20 commentary.
Hipsters.
Well, hopefully Sterlo will
It's only the World Cup final.
slam a few. He's been absolutely incredible form, has Paul Sterling against Zimbabwe. De Grand Homme will complete his first over. I think that's a drop. It is a drop. It was batted straight back to him. De Grand Homme on his follow through. It came at him pretty quickly, but it was at the most catchable height you could imagine, and he's put him down. And it's a maiden over.
Way up in the sky, little darling. And if it falls, I'll pick it up. Just pick it up, mate.
Got to be taking those to have a good chance here. It really wasn't a difficult one by the standards of a lot of court bowls.
Indeed, and he'll be distraught with that.
But similar, it was
get his head
not
around it and move
dissimilar
on.
to the one Bairstow played up to mid-off. He's just too early.
It was.
on
He's
Yeah.
too early on the shot. They're taking the pace off the ball. They're bowling very intelligently. They're getting a little bit of help, I think, from the Lord's wicket, and I think New Zealand are in an attack well suited for this wicket and these conditions.
Bobby Bobbers, I think, is right. It's going to be a late night in Melbourne.
There will be. They're watching the cricket. Yes, they're here. As this one, Root just dabs to backward point.
I suppose.
And there's no run.
I suppose in theory every night's a late night. So.
Yeah.
Muttley, can you give a shout out to my fellow Kiwis who are both new listeners via FB, Matthew and Sean?
Well, hello Matthew
there.
and Sean. Welcome indeed. And you must be right on the edge of your seats, because your team are well and truly in this contest. Two slips in place as in comes Matt Henry. Forward comes Root, but he's just pushed it straight to wide mid-off, and there is no run.
Now Root's often a very quick starter, but he's been very watchful here. 2 off 15.
Yeah.
Very Kane William-esque. It's an esque, isn't it?
Well, it has been.
Out came Kane.
Out came Kane. Yep. Colin de Grand Homme. Colin de Grand Homme seems to still have a smile on his face. As Root stands bat aloft. Ball bang on a length from Matt Henry, and Root just drops the bat on it, and again there's no run
The tension is palpable.
Let's break it. Let's break the tension a bit. Anna Forsyth. We've established Latham is squashed Sam Curran, and I've now decided Matt Henry is a stretched Josh Butler.
Oh, okay. Good to know. There was a lovely article in the Sunday Times today, actually, about all the England players when they were kids and how they got into cricket. That one is pushed away into the onside, but no run. And Josh Butler, if you think he looks sort of quite angelic now. I mean, he genuinely was about the age of 12, I think, is when this picture was taken. He just looks the most adorable little lad. And there's a picture of him with, I can't remember who the picture's being taken with. Somebody pretty famous. I'd have to go back and have another look. I just can't remember right now. We're having a look at a replay of Matt Henry's opening spell today, and a number of times he beat the bat was incredible. That one is short and wide, and Root was looking to cut and he wasn't able to, and it was through to Latham. And England getting frustrated. He nearly chopped on. England are getting frustrated. They need to get their heads straight. They need to realise that
they're still winning this game at the moment.
They are still winning it.
They just need to maybe just get through another 4 or 5 overs. It's only going to get easier.
Well, the weather should also work slightly in their favour. I think the sun's going to come out more and more as Henry turns at the top of his mark. Full, and it edged. Root was looking to work him away to square leg, and he ended up squirting it to point. And I really don't think he knew a whole lot about it. It's another maiden over.
2 in a row.
2 maiden overs consecutively and following each other at the same time in a row.
Good afternoon to Tim Lucas on the beach in Bahia, quite possibly the only person in Brazil listening to guerrilla cricket.
You never know, although if there is anyone else in Brazil listening to us,
it's a big country.
Yeah, I was going to go and say hello, but it is, as you rightly say, a big country. Well, goodness knows, we're looking at a fair amount of blue sky now above Lords. England need 203 more. This one is worked off his hit by Bairstow, past umpire Damascena at square leg, and they will take 1. So 40 up for England. Bairstow 19 not out. Roy gone, of course, for 17, caught behind. Joe Root 2 not out off 19. And it is hard going for these England batsmen.
Well, people do sometimes criticise England for not being adaptable with their batting. They're trying their best.
They're trying their best right now as de Grandhomme is in. That's quite floaty outside of off stump, taking all the pace off the ball. And Root, rather bottom of his bat, edgily.
I think he wants another one.
Away. I think he's saying he wants another bat. I wonder if he really needs that, or if it's just psychological.
Interesting field, mid on, mid off. All the straight fielders are up, so he's almost daring them to go over the top.
Yeah. But the thing is, psychologically, this one is diving to his right, de Grandhomme, for a big fella, quite agile. And again, it keeps that stranglehold on. There's no run. Just the one single for the over.
The batsman trying to get down the track to one of these. Go down the track and pump him over his head.
We've not said. Have we seen Lockie Ferguson yet?
No, not
we
yet,
haven't,
no.
have we?
No.
He's de Grandhomme's been
there
on board.
There you
go. And you called it, Andy. Root does come down the track, pushes it away to deep mid wicket. Henry Nicholls is the man down there, and again, it will just be a single.
Now, do you think a top quality wicketkeeper might be standing up here?
For balls of this speed, yes, I think you would expect that. De Grandhomme clearly has a definite policy to wibble and wobble it and try and maximise what he's getting out of the conditions, whilst also taking the pace off the ball. He's
you can
bowling
already see
from the pavilion
outside
end.
His crease.
That one again is flicked away to mid-wicket by Bairstow, but straight to the fielder. And again, there is no runners. Only 78 miles an hour from Colin de Grandhomme.
I mean, de Grandhomme's bowling everything in the 70s.
He is.
Honestly, I think a Ben Folkes would be standing up here.
Yeah, I think Josh Butler would. I think a Johnny Bairstow would. 41 for 1, England. They're having to grind this and work at it as Bairstow's up onto his toes, pushed out to Trent Bolt at wide mid-on.
Jay Graver
they will take a single.
Jay Graver on Twitter. Growing up in the 80s, I still find it physically confusing to recognise England ever having won ever.
Anything.
I understand the feeling.
Yes.
I mean, in the great scheme of things, it's one World T20 in terms of one-day cricket. Am I right?
That's
cricket,
their only ICC trophy.
Of
Yes.
course, the women won the Women's World Cup, but hey.
Yes. We must never forget that. 200 needed from 37 overs for England. So that is a landmark of sorts reached for sure.
And Steve Keller is very true. Sad but true, we are conditioned, inured to England cricketing failure as a result of witnessing it for decades.
Well, I think you could take away the word England, sporting failure, just not just cricket.
You complete it by saying we do so love a bit of gallows humour.
That's
indeed.
the problem. The problem is not being inured to it. The problem is liking it, and that's a bit too much for my.
Matt Henry's going to continue anyway, so he's going to bowl now his 7th over. So they really see that they've got an opportunity with him to make that other breakthrough. There's Matthew Hoggard. We've just seen this one is full and right on middle stump, and Bairstow's forward to push it away into the onside, but there's no run. It's a tight stranglehold. This New Zealand attack is got around England necks.
But I think they're going to be selective. But I think if you get the right ball, you will see a big shot before it's too long.
Yeah, well, the current run rate is 3.19. The required run rate is 5.43 now. As Matt Henry will be right arm over and in again. Bairstow takes his hand off that drive. There's a way into the offside. A lot of applause from the field. Guptill was
okay, right to the bottom of the bat.
It was 42 for 1.
The T-boy, just a little message for you. Could you guys talk a little quieter? I'm trying to watch the tennis.
Oh, sorry about that.
Got a volume switch, haven't you?
Yeah, indeed. Henry turns on his mark, bowling from the nursery end. Oh, and it's left. It was quite a late leave though from Bairstow. It looked as though he was shaping to play it. Again, it was not the quickest. And it seemed to me as though Bairstow was thinking in terms of looking for a drive there, and then almost at the last minute helicoptered his bat over the top of it, periscoped his bat over the top of it, and it was through again to Latham. There's 3 on the leg side and 5 on the off, including the 2 slips, and this is beautifully flicked away through mid-wicket by Johnny Bairstow, and that will go to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, keep it up. 2, 3, 4, up. 2, 3, 4, keep it up. 2, 3, 4.
And that's just good patient batting. He waited for the ball he could hit and then put it away.
It was the first time really for a long time I think that Matt Henry had strayed onto that leg side.
I mean, Henry's in the 7th over. He's going to get a little bit tired.
Well, Bairstow is very, very strong off his legs, and
he's going to have to take him off after this, isn't he?
Able to.
He'll need him for later.
Well, let's see what happens as he's in, and that inside edged, and how that didn't crash into Bairstow's stumps, I don't know. As it is, it's rocketed off down the hill in front of the pavilion, and is 4 more.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I'll tell you what, if Johnny Bairstow wants to put on a Sky Sports masterclass about how to miss the stumps with those, I'm signing up.
Well, again, it was, he did get got a big foot forward to it, didn't he? But how that didn't rocket back into his stumps, I don't know. The bat was a long way from the body. It was
Leo suggesting that she thinks the Bairstow drop was a tactical drop.
Interesting.
Why was Morgan coming in when the Angry Ginger has a strike rate of 54?
Well, in comes Henry, and this one is up onto his toes by Bairstow. Pushes it to mid-wicket. They can gallop a pretty quick single. It will conclude that over. So it sounds expensive in terms of fact it was for 9, but it doesn't really tell the full truth about everything that happened in that over, does it, Steve?
A little update for you. Sterling's gone for a duck off the first ball.
Oh, Sterlo. Well, he's just been mullering runs for fun off poor old Zimbabwe, so perhaps they were due a bit of
and indeed Mike Taylor has
on that.
Mike Taylor has tweeted in to say, I'm listening in Rio de Janeiro.
Another
Brazil, and not the name of a footballer, so we knew that. So.
Okay. Well, good to have you with us as ever. One of our regular listeners, which is wonderful. 51 for 1, so the 50 is up for England in that over. Colin de Grandon, who has none for 3 from 2 overs, he's starting his 3rd, and this is pushed back to him by Bairstow. This time though along the ground, and Bairstow again de Grandon, for a biggish fellow, is very quick to get down and field off his own bowling. We're looking at a rather concerned looking England balcony. You've got Rashid and Moeen Ali next to Jason Roy. Well, no, actually
they're laughing.
They're having a bit of a laugh, so that's a good thing. De Grandon is in, pushed away to Trent Bolt, who is at mid-on, and an easy single.
Well, he has gone back to long on. They have put one man back straight.
Well, it's not that deep though.
No, correct. He was certainly outside the circle though.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
maybe coming back up for Root, who's still on 3 off 22.
So when was the last time Root only scored 3 off 22?
Be a long time.
Because normally every time Root's in, we normally look up and go, hang on, he's got to 50. How did he do that?
Well,
it just seems to happen almost, invisibly, as this one is driven through the covers. It evades the first fielder. It won't evade the fielder riding that extra cover boundary though, and it will be 2. So Root will move on to 5, and he'll feel a bit better about that. We're having a look at the drop of Johnny Bairstow by Colin de Grandon. So tough when you're in your follow through, isn't it? As a quicker bowler. I mean, he's not that quick at the moment, de Grandon, but
who's he quicker than?
well, not that many.
Rashid.
But through his it was right into his follow through as Roots onto the back foot, dabs that down
Root's
to
starting to
Gully.
now, look.
Yep, he's gone into nudge nurdle mode and just keeping that scoreboard ticking.
Toby,
Is that all out on the nursery?
I don't know.
Would they not be better off
What is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
Why on earth do you spend all of that money on a ticket for an occasion like this and then go and bugger about on the nursery ground at the back?
That is a teaser.
Are you going to get off your soapbox, Tony?
No, not really, because that just really it annoys me for Test matches. This one is worked away through mid-wicket. It's much
more
fielded
understandable
by
for
Ross
Test
Taylor,
matches.
and they will take a single they otherwise I don't think would have taken. So never mind, never run on a misfield. They did on that occasion, and the miscreant was Ross Taylor at mid-wicket.
As I was saying, Toby has tweeted in, leaving for church in about 10 minutes. Not saying I'm going to, but the temptation is strong to keep a headphone in during the sermon.
Or even put a little prayer in.
In comes de Grandon.
Send a
Root was
prayer for
looking
us,
to cut, and it was cut down to Gully. So just for 5 off that over from de Grandon. He has none for 8 from his 3. Bairstow on 31, Root on 6. It's tough going, it's nervous going. If you're an England fan, then you will be chewing those nails. And Roy and Root know how important it is to keep their wickets intact and ensure that platform is there. The weather, however, is starting to brighten up. At what point do we think, chaps, that they will feel the storm is weathered and we can start to open our shoulders? I'm pretty sure it's not yet.
Not quite, but there are degrees of opening your shoulders, and obviously they get deeper and deeper. I think it'll be a more incremental procedure. They won't talk at the end of an over and say, right, we're going for it now. It'll just ease up through the gears.
Yeah, I think they've just got to keep the scoreboard ticking over
Cautious.
and just making sure
Cautious shoulder opening.
The rope
If they keep picking up either a boundary or 3 or 4 singles and over for now, they'll be happy. Change your bowling.
It's going to be Lockie Ferguson. And the first ball just climbs a little bit on Bairstow, who shaped as if to cut, then decided to try and play straighter, and it went between bat and pad, but high, well above the height of the top of his off stump.
He must have been one of the finds of the tournament, I think.
Oh, he's terrific. He has been. Actually dug that in quite short, didn't he, to get...
he didn't play in the first in the group match, did he? He was injured for the
Yes, he was.
New Zealand group match.
And he's tossed the ball back from hand to hand. He's got one slip in place, and
That's
that
a
will be
wide.
a wide. It was short again. Bairstow ducked forward. Damascena's arms are spread like that of a giant vulture, and it's a wide.
Arthur Shire.
Wide.
Arthur Shire says, I'm embarrassed, but I imagine Matthew Huggard would be delighted by the fact that when he flashed up on the screen, I thought, oh, it's Russell Crowe.
Yes, Ferguson's in, right arm over, up onto his toes goes Bairstow, pushed away to extra cover, no run.
If I remember from Arthur Shire's visit here, he does wear glasses. You might need to get a new prescription.
Russell Crowe, I'm not quite sure. He's looking, I thought Matthew Hoggard was looking pretty trim, actually.
He's going to be speaking at at A Club I play for's dinner in September.
I would imagine he would
Hill.
be highly entertaining. I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. In fact, any veteran of the 2005 Ashes, I would imagine, has stories to tell. And
except Michael
is
Vaughan.
happy telling them. Well, yeah. As in comes Ferguson, up onto his toes goes Bairstow. Again, it's out to extra cover, and again there is no run.
I'm not sure what Peterson would be like on the after-dinner circuit. Not sure if he does that kind of thing.
I think he does, and I think he's
yeah.
quite entertaining actually. He's
maybe Strauss would be quite boring.
Well, everyone's different. Andrew Strauss has a dry sense of humour, but he is quite amusing. 57 for 1. Besto on 31. He's facing Ferguson. He's driven this, but again it's straight out to extra cover, but they're able to take a single this time, and they might be looking for overthrows. But needless to say, our director, free to air or not, some of the direction of this World Cup has been absolutely pants.
I'm sure
I've got to be honest.
I'm sure they're still working off the same feed. I don't think Channel 4 has suddenly sent a whole.
No. Everything is the same. Is the one feed, and the captioning has been average a lot of the time. The camera angles have not always been great. Certainly, the ability to provide the panorama when you need it has often not been there. But it was only a single. Thank you very much. In comes Ferguson. Root pulls, and he pulls on the bounce to backward square. It's Guptill, and again there is no run, so
Strange
just a single and a wide from
strange place for Guptill to lurk.
Well, yes, it
he
is.
He does load there, doesn't he?
Yeah, indeed he does. Guptill, would you believe, is top, I think, of the runs saved table in this World Cup.
That must be down to catches, however they work it out.
He's going matches in a ring and outfield. Yeah, well he is. Ferguson is going to be in to Root. Root cuts, manages to avoid backward point, but Trent Bolt is down there on the third man boundary and will restrict them to a single. So 3 from that over, 2 off the bat, 1 was that wide, and it continues to be an uphill struggle, but England are grinding it.
Jay Grover suggesting Root might have some pre-Ashes nerves.
Could be. I mean, I just think it's, England would have loved a fast road of a track. They haven't got that. They've got one you have to really grind on, and that's what they're having to do.
You can't prepare wickets on demand. Some people seem to think you can, but you can't. It's weather dependent. Depends how much cricket's also been played on the square.
Yep, indeed. 59 for 1. Target, of course, 242. De Grandom is in, and that's a big shot. I think it's going down leg. Marius Erasmus thinks it's going down leg. The man from Bolland. And
they still have
I
their
very
review.
much doubt they'll review that.
They still have their review because it was umpire's call on that first one, so they kept it.
They do.
But
Both teams have their review.
Doesn't look like they're going to use this one.
I think that's a wise choice.
Mike Taylor suggesting, not sure buggering around in the nursery is a good idea, however much you've paid for the
Well, actually, yeah, my choice of phrase probably not ideal in that instance. As down the track comes Root, looking to pull him away over mid-wicket, completely missed it. It was through to Latham, and that is a real sign of frustration getting at this England pair.
Well, I think it was a good idea, but the execution wasn't quite right. Root's going down there to look for a drive over the top, and when it wasn't there, he might have been.
It's just a sense they're struggling to pick up the pace of this track, though, Andy, isn't it? De Grondom's in again. On again, Root, and he's taken it. Root is out. Yep. He took the outside edge. Root was looking to drive. It's through to the wicketkeeper. England have lost their second wicket, and I think Joseph Henry Root has to have a little look at himself there, because that was a
very
poor piece of cricket. And that's born out of pure frustration for England. He came dancing down the track looking to pull, completely missed it. He then chased a very wide one that was going wider with his feet a mile from the bat, and all he did was nick.
Very unrooty, that, wasn't it?
Very unrooty-like.
There's plenty of time in the match as well. I don't really quite understand why he's doing it.
It's what pressure can do under pressure situations, particularly when you're up against a team with the expertise of New Zealand in bowling in these conditions.
Edgar Allan Poe, I think, agrees with you. There's always nerves with England. That's why we win very little.
That's true. Try being a South Africa fan, though. That's been a frustrating journey in the last 2 or 3 years, I think.
Well, judging by the anguished wail I heard from the green room, at least one co-commentator agrees with you that was a poor piece of cricket.
That was shocking.
We might be hearing about it in 3.5
that wouldn't
overs.
have been a certain Mr. Henderson, would it? That was.
Could have
I
been.
think you could look at. If I could, brainless would be one word. Daft, but born out of frustration.
I think so.
And a few were doomed on Twitter as well.
Yeah.
Through, so I won't read them out.
Yeah.
We're still favourites. Keep the faith.
Josh Robinson suggesting that 7 off 30, that root innings will define New Zealand's win. Very fighting talk.
Well, yeah, it's been tough going.
We are having a
England.
drinks break with that wicket, so you're not missing anything.
Yep.
Canal suggesting Root got fed up. Completely unlike him to score at such a rate, and that pressure got to him finally. I think we agree with you there.
Well, there'll be Owen Morgan coming in now, isn't it? Now that, I think, is going to be a fascinating test.
I think
as
there's
captain.
no prizes for where Ferguson's going to bowl at Owen Morgan.
Well, no, this is your day of destiny as England captain. Everything for the last 4 years has been building towards this. You're at your home ground, your home ground for England, but also his home ground club-wise. Conscious of what does he continue to really live up to that England ethos, which is just keep attacking, just back yourself. They can't get stuck in a rut.
No, that's absolutely
And
true.
yet runs are not flowing freely. The bowling is tighter than the Nats. What's the name? And
it's this man's going to have to
not easy.
face
Well,
it.
here he is.
We need a partnership, England.
Old O'Connor had a farm, E-I-O and Morgan.
59 for 2. Morgan, the new man at the crease. He will be facing Colin de Grandhomme, who has 3 balls left of the 17th over. We're in the second power play. Best of 148, of course, for Owen Morgan.
Against Afghanistan.
Yeah. And all of those sixes, I don't think we'll be seeing that today. And the first ball from de Grandhomme is right onto his off stump, and Morgan just drops a bat on it and gets himself off the mark immediately.
Very noticeable there for Morgan, and probably for Root too, how close the ring fielders are for de Grandhomme. They don't want anybody dropping and running. They want you to try and play a shot at this nibbly bowling.
Well, they'll feel that psychologically, Root was got out psychologically as much as he was got out by the final outswinger that was a million miles away from the stumps. It was a mind games delivery, and Bairstow shows his captain, who is still there. Somehow, despite any number of inside edges that could have clattered into his stumps, he's showing the grits, the guts, and spit in his eye.
Matt Sell
to suddenly misquote Johnny Cash.
Just asking, is the root swing at the 2019 version of a Gatting reverse swing?
It's maybe not in that category.
In comes de Grandhomme again. Forward comes Bairstow. De Grandhomme fields.
It's like watching
no
Test
run.
cricket, isn't it?
Perhaps Butler can come in and do something like that, or perhaps Josh Butler is due an innings.
Well, this is
It's a
what
tight
people
chance
say.
to be a
60
hero.
for 2.
I think Canal has the answer. He says Moeen Ali is the answer to everything, surely.
What? Where were New Zealand at this stage?
About the same. I don't think they're very different.
Possibly a few more for one, so
Yeah, I think
probably
so.
in front.
I think so. 1 for 9 for de Grandhomme off his 4. Morgan's off the mark, and he will be facing the next over.
Swing it both ways.
182 needed from 33 overs. For England.
Suggesting this is basically the same game as the semi against the Australia.
Yes, but sadly in reverse.
No, I don't know. If you're talking about the Australia semi-England played against Australia, not at all. Because England were about 120 for naught at this.
Yes,
they were. Ferguson's going to continue. Morgan is up onto his toes. There's a ring of 3.
fire, yeah.
A ring of fire. To quote Johnny Cash again. That's the second time he's popped up in the last 2 minutes.
How many more references?
I don't know.
You're the singer.
I had gravel in his guts and spit in your eye, and all of a sudden there's a ring of fire. There is indeed. There's a point. There's a gully, and there's a kind of a short third man, as well as a slip. So
huge gap off of the mid wicket to tempt.
Ferguson is bowling from the nursery end. Morgan, and he trays. Guess what? He's managed to get through the ring of fire, but the man at deep third man will get there, but it won't stop them taking 2. It's de Grandhomme taking a well-earned rest down on that third man boundary.
It's only be 2 fielders in front of the
Well, let's have a
batsman.
look. There's a slip, a gully.
There's
There's a kind of a backward point, and they've dropped Colin de Grandon
six
back, haven't
inside
they?
though. When they only need 5, they've got one extra one inside, which is good. That's
Ross
good
Taylor
cricket.
is the man at slip next to Tom Latham. Lockie Ferguson is barreling in. Down the track comes Morgan and squirts it away off an outside edge to cover.
Didn't that come off his pad?
Well,
I thought it was a pad.
I thought it was an outside edge. The good news is, in a way, the reason I wasn't quite sure is because the sun had come out quite a lot and made it harder to see. So that should work a little bit in England's favour. Oh, don't forget, New Zealand have never lost to England at Lords. Only 3 games, 1 abandoned, but 2 wins for New Zealand and none for England in ODIs at Lords. As this one is dropped short, Morgan ducks underneath it. It's through to Latham, and there is no run. When was it? 2013. That was when Guptill got his 103, wasn't it? New Zealand won by 5 wickets.
I think I was at that game. Yeah, pretty sure I was. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was 2
a bit of a
games.
tame game that was. I think chased down 230 or something.
Well, England needed to chase that down. Yeah.
No, New Zealand.
Oh,
chased
New
it
Zealand
down.
needed to.
Yeah.
And they obviously made it. Took space to spare by 5 wickets. This one is pulled down to a long leg by Morgan. There is, of course, a man there, and it's just a single.
It was in May as well. It was quite a cold day.
All right. Well, I think the interesting thing, I mean, it's very hard to look historically because the game has changed, and England's cricket has changed so dramatically since 2013. But nonetheless,
2015 was when they flicked the switch, obviously.
yeah, the board statistics are that played 2, lost to New Zealand at Lords, and they'll want to be making it 3rd time lucky today. Ferguson is in to Bairstow. Bairstow is forward on the drive, but he drives straight to mid-on. And there is no run. So Ferguson has none for 6 off his 2. Very economical indeed. Bairstow is on 32. Morgan will be facing the first ball of the next over, and he has 4 from 6.
Twitter's gone very quiet.
It's nerves. It's nerves.
Yeah, tension.
They're all hiding behind the sofas.
I think that could very well be the case.
Come on out and send us a message.
63 for 2.
No, I feel safe behind here.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think that's very much the case.
Well, Lewis has won the British Grand Prix this afternoon, so there's been an English victory today.
And then isn't there some tennis going on, and somewhere some netball?
Netball all over
the place. Yeah. Stuff going on all over the place. And plenty of county cricket as well, of course there would be on the day of a major final. Oh, Morgan's reaching for that. Has he got enough of it? Just about. As it was again, the ball was a mile from his body. He was literally looking for the cover drive. He stretched it, lofted it over extra cover. The man running back
Williamson,
was Williamson, was it?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
And he looks like he might be in the game. It was indeed Kane Williamson, and he just couldn't quite get there. It plugged, and they're restricted for 2. And there is no way in the world that Owen Morgan was in charge of, in control of that shot. De Grandon's in, and Morgan, and there's a slow one outside, and Morgan has a little dabble as he danced down the wicket. It was through to Latham, and he wasn't able to lay any bat on it. But he was looking for something and got nowhere near it. That win predictor is shifting ever more in New Zealand's favour, 76 to 24. In England's favour at the moment, but that's quite a sea change. Down comes Morgan again, and de Grandon saw him coming and just dropped it that little bit shorter.
Bobby Bobart's
and there was no run.
Can I just go to bed? When I wake up, it'll all be over.
Messi Jez has appeared at the doorway.
All right.
Djokovic has apparently won the 3rd set on a tie break. So is that 2-1? I'm guessing
2-1 to
2-1.
Djokovic.
Okay. 65-4-2. England. We're halfway through the 19th over. De Grandon 1 for 11. Cut by Morgan, but cut straight to backward point, and there's no run. And as ever, we're now harking back on the screen to watch Australia taking England wickets, as if we didn't know. We're watching Morgan dismissals, where he's skied balls and come under a barrage of short bowling. De Grandon's going to be in again. Morgan pulls this one down past backward square, but Lockie Ferguson is a man on duty at deep backward square, and it will just be a single. So 3 so far from this De Grandon over, 1 ball left.
I don't think De Grandon has quite got the wherewithal to be giving Morgan any chin music.
No, but he doesn't need to. He's frustrating England. He's frustrating England with balls that they can't hit, basically. Just based on pace and accuracy. That's a horrible ball. That's a full toss. And even then he got away with it. Bairstow just tickled it round the corner. There is, of course, a man there, and there's no run. Chris Wokes is peeping out through the frosted glass. It's almost like he doesn't want to look.
He's probably been behind the sofa as well.
He might. Well, I don't know if they have sofas in the Lord's dressing rooms, but there's a very good chance of it.
Spicy Golden Duck. Afternoon, Gorillas.
Hello to you.
Great commentary. Looks like there are some dark clouds looming over Lords. It was darker earlier.
It depends whether you're talking meteorologically or metaphorically.
And Anna
you could be right. You could be right in both cases.
Anna says she's flagging, guys. Please use outdoor voices to keep me awake.
Outdoor voices. What are they, Anna? Just shout more. And I think, are we looking at replay? No, we're not. We're just looking at stupid captioning again. And this is tickled around the corner for a single by Morgan. He moves on to 7.
Evil Scooter says
it was a leg by. It was a leg by.
This has Ben Stokes match-winning innings written all over it.
Well,
I think Butler's going to be the hero.
Well, that'll be music to one person in the green room and at least one person somewhere down in the Exeter general direction.
And big apologies to Swing It Both Ways, who's recording all these sporting events. We're telling him the scores.
Sorry. 67 for 2. Oh, and of course, with this incredible high drama, what's going on out the back? Well, jugglers and men on stilts. Complete nonsense. Forward comes Bairstow. That is beautifully driven between cover and extra, and that will be 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Releases a little bit of tension. The required run rate.
Just a reminder that he's still here, Bairstow.
Well, yeah, he got on top of that quite magnificently. That was a gorgeous shot. 5.52 the required run rate. So well within reach, but it's not going to come easy. Andy, are you still feeling good about your all done by 41 overs prediction?
I'm not sure about 41 overs.
Oh, it was you?
Me.
Sorry, it was Steve. I knew one of you had said it'll be done and dusted in 41 overs. Are you still feeling confident about your 41?
Oh, you are. Well, maybe 42nd, 43rd.
Oh, hello. Stretching the rules somewhat. Ferguson's in. Oh, Bairstow's chopped on, inside edge, top edge. And stopper stump rather, and Johnny Bairstow's gone. England are 71 for 3. Bairstow's gone for 36.
Oh, that's a big wicket. He's the man who's out there.
Very big wicket.
Man who's been out there 20 overs.
He was looking. The bat was a mile from the pads. The inside edge, and he's got away with it on any number of occasions. He didn't get away with it this time. He chopped it straight onto the top of his bails, and he's gone bowled Ferguson, although it was played on, for 36.
That's a huge swing. That's a big swing. I'll call it. It's an even money game now.
I go along with that. We're going to see Stokes and Captain Morgan. It will be Ben Stokes now, won't it?
Bound to be. Yeah. Perfect man for the situation, I should say.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
PJ Mead suggests, telling us there's lots of noisy New Zealand supporters in the upper tavern cheering every dot ball, but they're going to be cheering a bit louder.
They'll be cheering that one then, because that was more than a dot. That was a wicket. And England, well, what a test of nerve. What a test of character.
And John Thompson was the first doomed since the wicket.
Yeah, I'll be very intrigued to see, what was it? It was 76-24 last time.
Yep.
The
predictor was on.
The predictor was on. My guess is that's
60-40
up to.
Well, that has been
60-40,
consistently favouring England more than the better markets and more than it probably should.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is Ben Stokes. We'd better censor him, haven't we?
Yes.
I got a Ben Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called me a
You might still need that bleeper when Hendo comes back on.
Yeah. Well, he'll be on, I think, what, in 3 balls? Is he on next? Or I'm not sure who's on next, but there's 3 balls left of my stint, and I'm afraid a couple of wickets have been taken. Ferguson's in, it's down leg, and Stokes has turned it around the corner, down 2 long leg. Trent Boult is the man down there, so Stokes is off the mark straight away. He'll bring his captain back onto strike. We're having another look at the
It's not a good shot.
shocking shot that Johnny Bairstow just, well, he got himself into a tangle again. Was it a great ball, or was it a pressure situation that Johnny Bairstow will look back on that and no, he didn't play the best shot, but it is, if ever there was a pressure situation, this is it. And we're watching Johnny Bairstow climbing the Lord's Pavilion steps. This one, the bat is dropped on it. 60-40, who said 60-40?
Called Winvis, yeah.
Well, 60-40 it is now.
They need to be employing you, I think.
72 for 3.
Little do you know.
Well, 1 ball left. Someone actually knocking on the door. I think you just walk in is the normal form. No, you fell into it. 1 for 11, Lockie Ferguson. He has, I'm going that way I think, he has 1 ball left of the 20th over. He is into Morgan, who steers this away to extra cover. He will get a single. 73 for 3. Morgan 8. Stokes new to the crease 1 because Bairstow just chopped onto his own stumps. And we will have a quick change, and the drama will continue.
Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket.
Johnny Bairstow done by one that came back into him. It's taken him about 5 or 6 attempts, but he's finally chopped onto his stumps. England 73 for 3 in the 2019 Men's World Cup final, chasing 242 to win their first men's 50 over final. And could we have that rarest of wee beasties, a good men's 50 over World Cup final? Colin de Grandhomme continuing 1 for 12 off his 5, and hasn't he bowled well in these conditions? Outside off stump to the England captain Owen Morgan, who's done so much to revolutionise the English cricket and redefine the bounds of the possible. This is, as you said earlier, Tony, his date with destiny. He pushes a single out to cover. He moves to 9. Ben Stokes, England's man for all seasons, on 1. What a fascinating game this could be.
Yes, if you're an England fan, as I said, I think you are watching it from behind the sofa now. If you're a New Zealand fan, I think you might be peeping your head out from behind the sofa and starting to believe.
If you're just watching the cricket, you're gripped to every living second of it. I'm Knuckle M Panda, taking you through the next 10 overs. Tony Bishop, whose voice you just heard, is to my right, playing your jingles. Colin de Grandhomme in right arm round the wicket, wide outside off stump. Stokes leaves through to Tom Latham, the New Zealand wicketkeeper. There is no run. To my left, reading your tweets and your Facebook Live messages, is Jeremy Messages Henderson.
And thank you, Knuckle. Edgar Allan Poe says, in my humble opinion, most sports commentators are shite. Richie Benno was the Dion on TV and John Arlott on radio. I couldn't argue with that.
Oh, no, absolutely.
De Grandhomme in. Stokes comes down the track, I think, trying to cover the little bit of movement that De Grandhomme is getting. But that was a lovely delivery from De Grandhomme. Maybe just dragged it down a little bit, seeing Stokes coming, and got it to seam away sharply past the outside edge of Ben Stokes. Taken by Tom Latham. There is no run. I agree with you, Tony. I don't know why Latham's not been standing up to the stumps through De Grandhomme's entire spell. It takes away the
generating pace, but he's getting enough movement.
There's the sort of shortish gully in place. That's a terrible ball, and a good take by Latham, who's done very well behind the stumps, as did Butler earlier in tricky conditions. Wide signal down the leg side.
Wide. And Spengley says, doomed. Still, the beer's nice in the pub, I mean.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to be drinking plenty, whatever the result.
Yes, indeed. that shortish gully in place. It's Ross Taylor as de Grandhomme is in. Outside of stump, it was short and wide. It was there to have a thrash at, but Stokes didn't have a thrash, he had a fiddle. Why is he fiddling rather than hitting? And he misses it by a mile in the end. Through to the keeper it goes, there is no run.
And Bachelor of Science and Arts says, on a brilliant Sunday in Dublin where there's so much sport on TV, I'm at the perfect place where one should be, alone in the office trying to get a head start with next week's work. But
de Grandhomme in. This one is straighter. Stokes solidly in behind it. He does have a good defensive game, Ben Stokes. Blocked back to the bowler. There is no run.
But he's glad to have us guys for company.
Oh, well, we're delighted to have your company.
And Jay Grover says, those who will not be happy, about Butler's success, the bereaved he leaves in his wake.
Stokes comes slightly down the track and gets a good stride in behind that one. Blocked back to the bowler. There is no run. Another decent over from Colin de Grandhomme. Very good over, in fact. 1 plus the wide. England up to 21 overs, 75 for 3. Colin de Grandhomme in a World Cup final. Who'd have thunk it? 6 overs, 1 for 14.
Mark said, quote, done and dusted in 46 overs. Ooh, Bairstow's gone.
To be fair, they didn't say which way.
True.
Well, that run rate now has worked its way up to 5.75. England are currently going at 2 runs pretty much exactly behind that. They're going at 3.57.
Plenty of time, plenty of wickets, plenty of overs.
And as Anna Forsyth says, the ginger immigrants will save the day.
Yes, indeed. Ferguson continuing. He got that wicket of Johnny Bairstow in his first over. It was a full toss, which I don't think Morgan picked up quite, and ends up blocking back to the bowler. There is no run. England can't afford to get stuck here. They need to keep pushing 1s and 2s around, making sure they take advantage of any scoring opportunities there are out there. You don't want this to get into a situation where you have to go at 7.5 and over.
Seagrave Saab says, I don't think that's factored just yet, but my confidence has dented just a little. I'm sort of 60-40 in England's favour just now.
I think I'd agree with you there, Spangley. As Ferguson in right arm over the wicket, back of a length. The left-handed England captain Owen Morgan in behind it, blocked back to the bowler. There is no run.
And to reflect that, Hendo advised me that his mild optimism has now turned to mild pessimism.
Still only mild there.
Mild, yes, it's surprising. Mild is not something normally associated with.
It's a very interesting field that we've got, Sir Morgan. We've got the slip, we've got a gully, we've got sort of 2 backward points. I know actually the gully's coming into a short catching point. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the third man. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, including the short extra cover, within a very short space of pitch. We've also got the mid off quite wide, then mid on quite wide as well, almost at mid wicket, and the deep square leg. It's a good short ball by Lockie Ferguson. That was coming, and it sits the England captain down on his arse, but he survives. There is no run. Good surprise bouncer from Lockie Ferguson. So it's a 2-part plan. It's bowling short in at the body and then going wide to try and get Morgan fencing at one to those short catching men. I'm not quite sure what Don Massena's having a look at here.
Hello.
Don Massena's taken the ball off the bowler. He's having a word with Owen Morgan. I'm not quite sure what about. And Marais Erasmus has gone in. There's a bit of a fist pump between Morgan and Stokes. I've got no idea what all that was about.
No, that's extraordinary.
Was Morgan appealing for a wide?
Oh, it may have been. Let's have a look. Well,
it's hard to tell, to be honest, because he ducked very early.
Well, he jumped his feet off the ground while simultaneously trying to go downwards. So he was trying to move the top half of his body downwards.
I tell you what, that wasn't that far away from up periscope.
No, he nearly got periscoped as well.
And the ball went over middle and leg.
And he's got a mark on the back of his helmet, so it clearly...
That was a hell of a ball from Ferguson.
So I think the umpire was checking to see he hadn't been hit hard in the helmet.
Slipping the gully in place. Down the leg side, and it will be a leg by as it thuds into the pad. It'll be 1, it'll be 2, it'll only be 2 as Trent Bolt comes around. He's got a good throwing arm come through for 2 leg buys. I think Morgan might have preferred to be off strike, frankly.
That is quite unusual when those don't go all the way at Lords. That shows this outfield is pretty slow as well. You normally expect them to skid away down the hill.
Up to the up the hill to the pavilion.
Down the hill.
Down the hill to the pavilion.
Definitely
steps. But yes, it was cut off by Trent Bolt. It was quite.
If you were in the pavilion, it would have been to the right.
Yeah.
So that's very much the downhill part.
As Ferguson is in back of a length, Morgan in behind this one solidly enough. He wants the single, but it rebounds off Ben Stokes' foot, the non-striker, who had turned his back to try and make sure his bat was in. And there is no run.
Dr. Leonie Hicks says we are incapable of coherent analysis now in this house. Eep. I think New Zealand might have this. There was a lot of eeping on Thursday, and you still got there, Leonis.
Eep says it all. When Eep speaks 1,000 words. Ferguson in with his stuttering start to his run-up, and now in at full cry. The slips come out now. It's another good bouncer, but too much on that, and it flies over Tom Latham for 5 wides in fact.
Do we have a 5 wides?
Don't think we do.
I don't think we do. I'll just have to go with this one then.
Times 5.
5 times, yeah.
Yep, bit of a trampoline bounce from that one from Lockie Ferguson. Latham had no chance. Very welcome 5 wides for England.
It's again a short ball though. There's no doubt what their plan is there?
Yep, this old weakness of Owen Morgan's has resurfaced. Where he sort of his trigger movement is a forward press, and it gets himself into an odd position trying to play the short ball, where he can't really play an attacking shot at it, and he can't really duck at it either. So he ends up sort of flailing at it. Ferguson's come round the wicket now, which I think is a good move. As well as the sort of wide gully, there's a sort of short extra cover, and the man at short catching point, and the backward point, and the third man. So a lot of men in that sort of offside point region, but it's blocked out to the man at point. There is no run. A very interesting over indeed for England, New Zealand, and all watching this match. After 22 overs, England 82 for 3, need 160 off the next 28 overs to win their first men's 50-over World Cup.
It's a fascinating plan. I would love to see during this World Cup a proportion of runs that Owen Morgan will have scored cutting somewhere down between third man and backward point.
It's where he goes when he's out of form, because when he's in form he goes down the ground and over mid-wicket, but when he's a little bit shaky he does like to try and run the ball down through third man.
So the idea is basically soften him up with bouncers and then have
him poking at a wide one.
Having poking at the wide ones.
Got a bit of catching up to do here. Chris Dobertine says it seems that old sense of impending doom has returned to the England camp. Win predictor says 60-40, but the reality feels more 50-50.
De Grandom in. A little bit of movement into Ben Stokes, the left-hander from round the wicket. Stokes in behind that one solidly, though, and blocked back to the bowler. There is no run. Morgan's taking his helmet off at the non-striker's end. Murray Erasmus casting a watchful eye over proceedings. He's the umpire at this end.
Adam McKee says the Kiwis have got this.
I would, although it was 60-40.
A long way to go. De Grandom in from the pavilion end. Good shot from Stokes, but a well set offside field. We've got that gully up, we've got that short extra cover up, and we've got Mitchell Santner back on the edge of the circle at cover point, and it's he who fields. There is no run.
Gordon Anderson watching this game in his local cricket club. Colleagues pointed out that there are no Englishmen on the pitch.
Oh, come now. As De Grandom in. Down the track comes Ben Stokes, and that's a good shot. A shot of real authority. Just came down the track, then waited for it to arrive, and put it away hard for 3 square leg before.
You bound to see the way you get shot for crossing the boundary,
Mad wicket, man at long leg, and Ben Stokes picked the gap perfectly, and with real power. The sort of flamingo shot with the back leg coming up.
Ravinier says we're fucked. I understand Butler needs a rest after keeping, but does that justify having a double lefty combo at the crease?
I think this left-hand, right-hand business is, I think too much is made of it. I really do. Stokes has been the number 5 when England have lost early wickets throughout the tournament. Morgan's been the number 4 throughout the tournament, and now finally Tom Latham is coming up to the stumps after Ben Stokes gave it the most telegraphed charge you will ever see. Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket. Sadly not to live action. Rain has stopped play just before lunch. We've gone through lunch and no sign of the rain abating. We do believe that there'll be a little break in the weather sometime this afternoon. We certainly hope so. But the outcome for a non-draw result in this game is not particularly good. What cricket we have seen throughout this Test match, as it has been for the last several years really in Test cricket, has been really interesting, and we hope to have plenty more of it. I'm Nakul Pandey. I'm joined by Nestle Boy, and delighted to have back on the show what was supposed to be the commentary debut here on Guerrilla Cricket, but is now just another bit of chat about Pakistan international and domestic cricket, and commentary thereof. Former first-class cricketer and current Radio Pakistan commentator Faisal Shah. Faisal, welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket.
Thank you very much, and as you said, we're all expected to be on commentary, but it rained once again, and is not surprising. This is that kind of a test match. We've seen whatever little bit we've seen in this test match and in this series has been pretty watchable and pretty exciting. But sadly, there's things that we can't control, so we got to live with that. And I'm happy to be back for a chat.
If ever there was a team used to waiting, it would be Pakistan. Not just we've talked a lot about Fawad Alam in his weight, and Misbah, the head coach, in his weight, but obviously Pakistan only just coming back into domestic cricket only just having Test cricket and international cricket return to Pakistan after a 10-year absence, and then that first Test match, that very first Test in Rawalpindi, was almost entirely washed out as well.
Yeah, it did, and it was freezing cold, and it seemed like an English summer rather than a Pakistani winter. But it was so cold and it rained. First day was good. The cricket over there was good as well, but after that, for 3 days, it rained, and we could only come back for the 5th day. So at least Pakistan could have a hit, and full house turned up on that final day as well, regardless of, there was no chance of a result, but they turned up and they watched their local heroes score hundreds. Abid Ali scored 100 on that day. So did Babar Azam, who's the new batting sensation. So it was quite a spectacle, despite being the rain and there was no result in that game. But because, as you said, for almost a decade of absence of Test cricket in Pakistan, people were just so eagerly awaiting the occasion, and they made full use of whatever they could get in that Test match.
It's almost like we need a little bit of that, certainly that Pakistan patience, certainly the Misbah patience that to see us through these times. We've been spoiled really with watching cricket in England in the last few years. Nestle Boy is with me as well to help me ask some questions of Faisal and to bring your questions in from social media land. Although he appears to have frozen, which is...
I'm just staring out there in Epping. I'm nowhere near Southampton. It's absolutely apocalyptic outside here. I've never seen rain like it.
Yeah, it's we've gone from a heat wave to a rain wave here in England. But let's talk about things that are a little bit more interesting than the weather, particularly as none of us have qualifications in that regard. But Faisal, you have a lot of qualifications and experience of watching a hell of a lot of cricket in and around Pakistan. So just to set the timeline, so when did you played some first class cricket? When did that stop, and then when did you move into becoming a full-time broadcaster?
Well, I played a lot, like as I explained the other day as well. Growing up, cricket was the only thing that we were doing, and played club cricket, and then went along to play for Rawalpindi under-19s, and had a little shot at the Pakistan probables as well, but could never really make it. Played first class cricket and list A cricket, so it was quite a journey for about 8 to 9 years, starting from school cricket onto the first class scene. But then that was in early 2000s, so I moved to England in 2002, and I had to take a little bit of a break. Just new country, new environment. I had to settle in, so I did that. But when I did eventually return to cricket in England in 2005, I had the best experience ever, not only playing the league cricket, the Premier League, which is quite a decent standard. We used to come across plenty of international cricketers and current.
So which county's Premier League was this? Sorry,
Essex.
The Essex, yeah. The club cricket is not let nobody tell you, despite its troubles, that club cricket is dying in England. Certainly not the case.
Not really. We had the fun of. I had the fun of my life. After that, I never played cricket when I returned from England to Pakistan, because I had such fulfillment. Such an enjoyable atmosphere coming and growing up in Pakistan, playing club cricket, which is virtually non-existent, to the very organized and very competitive and full of pressure and drama. The club cricket is a real thing in England. For a cricket purist coming from Pakistan, it was always a dream to play in England, obviously at higher levels, but whatever we got, I got. It was quite fun at the time, and I learned a lot as well. The cricket structure that was in place, and then because I started to work on the coaching side as well, so I learned quite a lot about the English game and the culture, the tradition, and the strength of the system through into the grassroots levels was absolutely amazing. As I said, coming from Pakistan, I wasn't used to that kind of structure, so deep down in the system. So that was quite a bit of a learning experience, and I was always interested in I've been a big watcher. A lot of people who play a lot of cricket, they don't watch a lot of cricket, but I had watched cricket, a lot of cricket all over. So I was always intrigued in the media and broadcast side of it. So when I went back to Pakistan, I felt that was the thing that I needed to do. I was lucky that I got an opportunity in the state TV for the domestic and under-19 international cricket. And when I worked with some of the guys, I mean, they were really encouraging and supporting. So that led me to believe that I could do this. And then from there on in, it was difficult to get opportunities in Pakistan because no international cricket was happening, and all the cricket was happening in Dubai, the home series. There was no side games, nothing. So there was no opportunities for the new broadcasters as well. But since last year, as the cricket has returned, the PSL has returned, it had opened many avenues for the newcomers. So I was lucky to join in for the test matches and for the PSL with Radio Pakistan. I mean, this was a wonderful experience. It was a big occasion for all of us because cricket coming back was a massive thing. But the way the PSL went, I mean, it was absolutely amazing. The crowds and the enthusiasm of people and the whole atmosphere, not just in the grounds, but in the towns or the cities that it was held. I mean, the whole country was in the grip. And it's interesting enough, somebody said that it was the single biggest sporting occasion in Pakistan since the 1987 World Cup. So that includes the 1996 World Cup where the final was held in Lahore. So that goes to say something that what was the scale and the importance of PSL this year, and I was lucky to be a part of it.
Yeah, we watched a little bit on Sky during this rain break of the documentary that Michael Atherton did following the MCC team out to Pakistan and following the Pakistan Super League. I think it's given the world confidence, and those test matches against Sri Lanka and Bangladesh as well, has given the world confidence that Pakistan is a place where top level international sport and international cricket can play. And it's I kind of want to ask about sort of I'm very interested in how cricketers get to where they are. We see them here because we don't tend to cover a lot of domestic cricket. We see them burst onto the international stage, but I'm always interested in how players got there. This Pakistan team is a curious mixture of players who've really done the hard yards in first class domestic cricket, and because of the timing of their careers will have played in a time when Pakistan has been in international exile. But then you've also got, as I heard you were talking about with Hendo on earlier in the test match, you also have players who really haven't had a huge amount of experience in first class cricket and have been brought through and fast tracked on the basis of, I don't know if talent is quite the right word, but based on shining and impressing someone at the right time. You look at somebody like Naseem Shah, and half of his first class games have been test matches, but then you look at somebody like Yasir Shah or Mohammad Abbas. Yasir played 10 years of first class cricket and then came into international cricket just as the international exile was, actually a little bit after that, because he came in 2014 after Syed Ajmal came through, but then has played the bulk of his career in that. Mohammad Abbas, similarly, a long first class career, came into cricket relatively late, had to do a lot of non-cricket jobs, worked as a law firm, worked as a leather worker. So it's an interesting mix of players coming up through more what you might call traditional cricketing routes of the kind you might see in other countries, and then the classic Pakistan story of young fast bowler impresses, someone turns up to a trial and somebody says, wow, we've got to pick him. Have you seen a lot of this current Pakistan team in their journeys through domestic and first class cricket?
Yeah, I have actually, because you mentioned Yasir Shah. I actually did a game in 2014 before his test debut. That was the final of a domestic first class competition. He was playing for SNGPL. That was the team that Misbah Haq was leading against the United Bank, and that final was televised. And in that game, Yasir Shah impressed, and I used to do a lot of shows on the Pakistan TV, as I said. And I at the time, as you said, Ajmal was getting into trouble. All the off spinners were getting things for that 15-degree law that had recently come during that time. And Yasir's strength from back then was his temperament. He never had all those varieties, but his strength was temperament, and that was visible, and his control, of course, in that game. And we kind of pushed for him, and then a lot of the media. So that was Yasir's case. So I followed in Abbas. Like Abbas is another case where you see that Pakistan is always associated with raw pace, and there's nothing but pace or reverse swing. But Abbas is completely different. He's not very pacey, but he's got the skill, and that goes to show that in between, like a few years back in the Pakistan domestic cricket, like we always discuss in England, it starts in April and it's too cold, and then after the white ball cricket comes back at the end of the summer where it's too cold, and a lot of the skills don't get tested. So similar thing happened in Pakistan. A lot of cricket was played in November, December, and January in the north, and there was seaming wickets, and they experimented with different kind of balls. So a lot of the fast bowlers that came through, they weren't really fast in terms of their pace. So Abbas was one of them. He stood out, and with all those grassy pitches, and he just had to put a ball on the right spot, ball off the ball, and he got his name from there. So there's, again, it comes down to the myth of Pakistani wickets being flat and don't offer the seamers or pace bowlers nothing. So there's a wide variety in the first class game as well. And the similar thing is with the absence of a proper club cricketing structure or a grassroots school system, that's where you see all these youngsters coming, because they've been picked through talent scouting. And talent scouting are just like open trials. There's an invitation for all to show up, and if somebody like Naseem shows up and hurls a few quick deliveries, he's almost on the spot put to the side, and he's written down for the next phase of trials, and that's how it works. So there's a mixture of those. Like another one that you would like to know, this Abid Ali, who's almost played a decade of first class cricket before he got his test debut last year. So there's a kind of strange mixture, and it epitomizes the Pakistan cricket, and the kind of system and structure that works with is full of talent, but there is no organized structure at the grassroots level. So people who struggle and keep at it, like the likes of Abid Ali, Abbas, and Yasir Shah, if they're good enough, they will eventually get their chance. But it's not straightforward.
It could take a very long time, as it did with those guys, and Fawad Alam, perhaps the most extreme example of all. International cricket is completely different. There was a fun little thing about Fawad, is that his test debut was the first official test of DRS, and then he comes back into test cricket and is sawn off by DRS by a matter of millimetres. We do want to get your questions from social media for Faisal, because it's nice to have somebody with such a wealth of experience of looking at a domestic structure and the underlying fact things behind what we see, which is the top of the international pyramid. So Nestlers, if we do have anything from social media for Faisal, please let us know.
I will, but just Jay Grover, he's very excited that Faisal's on. He says he is wise. So there you go, Faisal, you've got a fan there. On a sad note, Barong has tweeted in with Chetan Chauhan, who played 40 tests for India and 7 ODIs between 69 and 81. He's unfortunately has passed away from COVID, which is a sad one.
Yeah, that is sad. A very important part of 70s and Indian cricket, a consistent opening partner of Sunil Gavaskar. Bowled a little bit as well, Chetan Chauhan, actually, but an important part of India through the 1970s. So yes, a sad loss for Indian cricket fans of a certain age. Certainly, I know him as a name, but rather than as somebody I would have ever seen very much of. But yes, very sad times.
Faisal, who did you play for when you played at Essex in the Essex League?
I played for Loughton.
Oh, blimey! I'm in Epping.
Epping? We're neighbours.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you that, Nestlers. I mean, you played a lot of long association with Faden Boys Cricket Club in Essex. You played a lot of Essex club and league cricket, presumably, and
not at the same level as Faisal, I can assure you.
But were there would the first teams of the clubs in your leagues have had overseas pros and guys coming into the club. I'm trying to think of some. Give us some names who were knocking around when you were big into club cricket.
Well, the one I remember mostly was Murph Hughes, who came over and played at Woodford Wells, which Basil probably knows Woodford Wells Cricket Club. And they were or are probably still a quite high standard. I think they're Division 1 Essex League back then. And I was a member of the tennis club at Woodford Wells.
Oh, okay.
And we had a smashed bat behind the bar, signed by Merv. Obviously, one day he got a bit annoyed and smashed his bat in half, and they had it on display. But there weren't really any. I always used to bump into in the bar sort of young Australians and some West Indian guys, youngsters, who I subsequently found out had come over on some sort of paid kind of scholarship to play for Woodford Wells. And I didn't really know about it much then. I was quite surprised that a club like that did that. But and I used to watch the Wells play. If I'd been playing tennis, I'd stop and go down and get a beer and sit there and watch them. The standard was really high.
Yeah, sorry, Faisal. Just in terms of overseas players, is not really a thing in Pakistan domestic cricket, just as it isn't in Indian domestic cricket. Is that a lack of appetite to do so? There are some exceptions. I know Ravi Bopara and Oais Shah played a fair bit of cricket in Pakistan in first class cricket. But is that a question of appetite for players not wanting to come over, or is it just the fact that the population is so high and there are so many cricketers to already fit into the structure?
There's a bit of both, and I would add to it is the structures keep changing every year. So the grounds that they play, the scheduling is not such that an international cricketer would like to come and play, because they would like to know the schedules and the venues beforehand, and so they could plan accordingly, because they might get a call up from the international duty as well. But with Pakistan domestic cricket, sadly, it's been like there are so many funny stories of change of schedule and change of venues right at the very last minute. And it had been happening now since last year. That's why they've condensed it to only 6 first-class teams as compared to 18 or 20 in previous years. That's the only reason, so that they can just shrink the talent pool and do it in a proper way and on better venues, on better pitches, because the grounds like... this is another contrasting thing that you have. Even the Pakistan's international venues, their squares don't have as many pitches as some of the clubs like in England would have on their square. 12, 13 pitches is normal in a Premier League or a big club in club cricket. But international venues like Rawalpindi, Viragru, I think they have 11 pitches on their square. And if you have 20 first-class teams, there's a lot of games played. So the standard of pitches is not that good. That was the point. That's why they've shrunk it to 6 teams and home and away basis. So that would reduce some load on the pitches. So that's one of the reasons where there has been recent talk by the chairman Hassan Mani to attract international players to play in the domestic cricket, to raise its profile. But one thing is, in Pakistan also, what lacks in the domestic game is the media coverage is not up to the mark. And if they want to develop a product to attract international players, it has to have a media presence, and it has to have the kind of coverage that will attract sponsors and money for international cricketers to get paid. And at the moment, PCB is funding the entire first-class cricket. Wow. And paying the salaries to the players themselves. They've done it for 1 year. They failed to attract any sponsors, and they plan to do it this year again. I don't know for how long it's possible for them to finance the entire first-class cricket and pay the players' wages as well, with no sponsors and no money coming from outside. So as good as the idea is of having overseas players, there's a lot to be done to achieve that.
Certainly, and COVID doesn't make that any easier. Yes, for those of you who don't know, Pakistan. Looking down the history of the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, which is the Pakistan equivalent of the county championship or the Ranji Trophy or the Sheffield Shield, and it gets a top-down reorganisation every 2 or 3 years. The current structure is there are 6 basically zonal teams, right? So you'd have Central Punjab and Northerns and the Northwest Frontier provinces. And I was looking down some of the scorecards. I was looking particularly at Mohammad Rizwan, who scored a couple of hundreds in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, and the bowling attacks he was facing were almost every player had played or was a current international. So in terms of the density of talent in and quality and experience in Pakistan domestic cricket, this structure does have some merit.
It does. I've always advocated for one what our Prime Minister Imran Khan had. He never played first class cricket when he was playing after his early days, because he had that strong opinion from the get-go, almost 32 years since 1980s, that he was not going to be part of the departmental structure of first class cricket. He wants regional teams so that they can develop their fan base and have the affiliation to the teams, and he always thought that there was no affiliation for the departments. And the other thing is, like I said before, to shrink the talent to have a competitive tournament. So in terms of the quality of the cricket, the last domestic season was right up there. As you said, every team would have international acclaimed bowlers and batsmen. So the competition was intense. It's just it never got noticed because of the poor coverage and poor presence on the media, because if you want to sell a product to sponsors and attract money, that's the very important part of it, the marketing and media presence. That wasn't there, but on the ground, the quality of cricket was absolutely amazing. I followed it through and through, and I mean, even the final game or the league games, they were quite competitive. And Rizwan, like you mentioned, and he's a good player. He scored runs wherever he's played. Domestic cricket last year, he had a good season, but before that, he had scored a couple of ODI hundreds against Australia. And he was the captain of Pakistan A team, which played against England Lions and New Zealand A team in the 2018 season up in the UAE. So he's kind of naturally progressed. But as you said, I mean, the competition of this new domestic cricket was absolutely fantastic on the field, but it didn't get the acclaim that it deserved through sponsorship and money.
I do want to talk about that to you as somebody in the media, and there's some things that we can talk about in terms of parallels with English county cricket and what they've been doing. But I think we've got a couple of tweets coming in. Nesthers.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Ravi now. In Faisal's opinion, what role does politics play in the Pakistan selection process?
It does play a huge part, I have to admit. And it's not necessarily, it's the players' politics, or it's the personal likes, dislikes of the coaches and selectors. So that's always a part of it. In terms of like influencing somebody who is completely, I mean, but it only helps if you're in a competition between A and B. The one that gets the nudge, he is still capable. I mean, he has performed, but probably not too far behind the deserving one. So this is a tense and tough competition. But again, there is that influence that does help people to get on and get left behind. Plus, like anywhere else in cricket, the personal likes, dislikes are always there, and that do affect the selections at times as well.
I guess like everywhere else worldwide, but it does seem to me quite unfortunate that we're all suffering under this COVID thing. I mean, that's really put the brakes on Pakistan coming back into the international fold and getting people to go and play there and stuff, has it? It's just unfortunate timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough for the world, but I look at it in a way that when it hit the Pakistan cricket season, the home cricket season was almost towards the end. We just missed out on a couple of games of PSL to finish the league off. But otherwise, there was nothing planned for up to September or early October. That's where Pakistan's cricket season starts. So we're still a couple of months away from that. And as things have improved dramatically in Pakistan, I mean, touch wood, the curve had been flattened, and the signs are that things are getting back to normal. So the Pakistan plan to restart their domestic season on schedule, actually, which will be a big achievement. Although they're looking to do it at the moment on a biosecure bubble, but for Pakistan, it didn't as yet hasn't affected as much as the rest of the world, because Pakistan's cricket season was ending, and there are already talks of South Africa coming to Pakistan in January, and then Zimbabwe is coming. They're cash strapped as well, so in these difficult times, they would appreciate coming. And also, there's an inside news. It's not confirmed yet, but I think somewhere behind closed doors, there's talks of an England team coming for a short series of 3 T20s, maybe to Pakistan, somewhere around in this winter. I mean, it's not confirmed at all, but there are rumors for that. So if things keep getting better the way they are in Pakistan, we probably might not get as much affected as some of the other boards, and we get some cricket back home on the home side.
And that would be without fans in the stadiums, yeah?
At the moment, it looks like that.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's going to take any chances with this pandemic until we get the vaccine. You know, whatever restrictions they're there, it's got to be followed, in my opinion. And at the moment, it won't be right time to take any chances with that.
So those would be top-level discussions, almost like a kind of quid pro quo, rather, for Pakistan coming here and bubbling themselves for so long. It would make sense from a cricketing point of view, given that the next T20 World Cup will be in India in 2021. Pakistan and Indian conditions are not directly comparable, but they're similar-ish. And Pakistan, certainly until recently, have been a very strong T20 international team. So it makes sense on a number of levels. We'll see whether it actually happens. I'm not going to start publishing, we're not saying guerrilla exclusive yet, but it's interesting to have that knowledge. In terms of there's a lot to talk about in terms of the potential personnel that of who are involved in Pakistan cricket. Wasim Khan, who is the current CEO of the Pakistan Cricket Board, has a lot of experience in English cricket through Chance to Shine, and then through his stewardship of Leicestershire, and I think is someone who is more focused on structure and on bureaucracy in the good sense than some others might be, and is also familiar with the workings of the ECB. But that'll be very interesting, and England are scheduled to have a full tour of Pakistan in 2022, and we hope that also happens. But I wanted to return to the media coverage and so forth of domestic cricket in Pakistan. Obviously, the PSL has, like a lot of T20 franchise leagues, will have big-name international commentators, the people who do the stuff on the T20 circuit on TV, and that will be produced like any other, like the broadcast of the CPL or the IPL or the Big Bash would be. But in England this year, with the Bob Willis Trophy, with the shortened county season, what we've seen is a lot of counties investing in their own live streams. So even though the games aren't televised, they can be watched, and you can watch the Ranji Trophy online, you can watch the Sheffield Shield online, you can watch the West Indies domestic 4-day competition online. Does that ability and that access to watch the cricket live exist in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy?
Actually, last year the games were live streamed, and there was certain, like every week, if the games were playing, 3 games were played simultaneously, one of the games would be live streamed ball by ball, right, with commentary. So that was a good initiative taken, but again, the execution is that sometimes the commentary was exclusively in Urdu, so a lot of people who from overseas wouldn't be engaging to that, because commentary is a huge part of...
A lot of people in Pakistan wouldn't be able to necessarily engage with that. Given the multilingual nature of Pakistan.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pakistan has a very rich history and legacy of commentary and broadcast. I mean, up until the 80s, it was quite good, but I term it since the introduction of the cable TV in the early 90s, we fell behind the standards, and there's very few homegrown commentators in Pakistan at the moment, other than the few names that you see in every series, and that's the reason. And partly it's because of the last 10 years, no broadcaster on home soil, so all the technology and all the personnel in that section, it hasn't developed. The HR hasn't been developed in the media and broadcast industry, so we've kind of fell behind. And I mean, I know it's a very huge political debate, but all the PSL, 95% of the crew was from India, and as things stand, it made it into the media as quite a big news that why it's happening. But the reality on the ground is that we didn't have the technological knowledge or know-how to handle such a huge broadcast. And it's the same with the streaming as well that we had. It was pretty basic, and that's why it failed to attract any attention or any sponsorship. But I watch, as you said, the county streams or the Cricket Australia streams. They're pretty good and pretty watchable, and you get to have a good idea of what's happening and what's the new talent coming up. So that's one way that PCB can look into and improve. But cricket, as I said, the competition and the contest was intense. So things are improving with Wasim Khan, as you mentioned, with his experience. And just when you mentioned his expertise, I need to mention this as well, that he's just come up with some changes in the constitution for the club cricket, and he's come up with a very, very ambitious structure for club cricket in Pakistan, putting clubs under certain restrictions that they have to have a certain minimum standards to be registered with a PCB. And that's a very ambitious plan. I mean, it would need a lot of hard work, but it's showing his intent that he's here he means business.
Restrictions in what sense?
I mean, the club cricket in Pakistan before, there has always have been a problem of dummy clubs who don't exist, but then they come and do the part of the electoral system, and their vote counts, and they have the power that who can come into the office, but on the ground they don't have clubs, but they only exist in paperwork. So he's come up with a plan that a club has to have their own ground, they have to have a clubhouse, and basic minimum facilities like we have in England, because this is where his thought process is modeled on. And like we know in ECB, the clubs have to have a side screen, certain clubs have to have a certain level of changing rooms and bar facilities. So that's the kind of stuff that he's trying to bring to Pakistan, where before club cricket was, some of the clubs would be just bogus and existed in paperwork just to get a part in the electoral process, to be the part of the power groups, but they weren't existing on the ground, and they weren't doing anything for cricket. So that's the kind of things that Wasim Khan is trying to do.
I didn't know that. That's really interesting. You talk about commentary standards, and I do wonder, in England and I think a lot of other countries as well, commentary on radio and certainly on TV and increasingly on radio of international cricket is dominated by former professional and former international players, in particular guys who've got a large profile coming into into commentary. Some are very good, some are not very good. The ones who tend to take it seriously and see it as a job in itself do very well, and the ones who keep doing their preparation are very good. And this is true of international cricket around the world. Is it the same in Pakistan, in that the route for the broadcaster per se is not as open, and the way in is through having been a high-profile international cricketer?
Well, the big broadcasters, as I said, Pakistan doesn't have a broadcast company right now, so they're all from India or the ones that work with ICC. So their standards are the same. They still look for the high-profile international cricketers that they have played. But in Pakistan, the pool is very, very limited. In terms of the local competitions, I mean, it's completely ignored that part of the commentary. That's not even important, I think, because that's why the standards have slipped. I mean, they try to get international players as well, or anybody who's good. But the process of screening or scrutinizing the commentary or the commentators is of least important according to what the local broadcast has done in Pakistan. That's why there has been so much of a gap of good commentators that we used to have in the 80s. But the local broadcasters, as I said, the whole industry is in a very basic state at the moment in Pakistan. That includes the camera personnel, that includes the producer and directors of sports in general and cricket in particular, and commentators as well. I'm talking about the local game. But with international broadcasts, I mean, they're always, as I said, they're pretty much the same people who do the ICC events. So they're always after some big names and with big international careers.
So there wouldn't be then a Pakistan equivalent of I'm trying to think. Somebody like Harsha Bhogle, who played cricket to a sort of university level, but is a broadcaster first and foremost. Or you think of names on TMS, including a number who've come through this show. In fact, on Guerrilla Cricket coming up to Test match special. But that route, because of the what you say is the sort of the suspended development, let's say, of the broadcasting industry in Pakistan isn't there.
Yeah, you use the right word, the suspended development, and it has been suspended. Firstly, because of no international cricket in Pakistan, and even before that, I mean, these institutions had started to deteriorate, and then the worst thing happened with no cricket. So that the cricketing infrastructure and the production side of it had been put on hold for the last 10 years. But I have to say, with last year, the cricket coming back, I mean, Radio Pakistan took a huge initiative, and they started live commentary from grounds once again. They were able to get hold of the rights for the test matches and for the PSL. So they're looking to do things better. I mean, with their limited resources, I have to say, but they're trying their best to get the standards to where they used to be in 80s. I mean, remember, if you see some of the old footage of Pakistan's cricket from the 80s, I mean, the coverage and the commentary was of the highest standard, pretty much comparable to the rest of the world at that time. But again, as I said, we slipped away, and then the last 10 years was the killer blow. So, but hopefully things will improve now, and as you said, no equivalent of Harsha Bhogle. I mean, cricket is a huge industry in India, so no one actually can compare to India right now. So nothing with the players or the infrastructure or the kind of money they have, or even the broadcast as well. So at the moment, Pakistan is way behind in that field, and we hope with cricket coming back, but like you just mentioned, with this COVID has come at an absolutely wrong time, and that revival, if it's put on hold, it will be another major blow.
It's when coverage of Indian cricket started moving to in India, the Ranji Trophy started moving to satellite TV. They started off bringing in English and Australian producers, and then helped train up the local staff. Maybe something similar can happen in Pakistan.
Much needed, absolutely nail on the head. That's what needs to happen, because I've worked when I worked for a radio channel to cover the series in Dubai, Pakistan, New Zealand. I watched the international broadcasters from close quarters for the first time in my life, and I've been watching their broadcast from a distance. But when I saw them at work, and I was just like so amazed to see that how far behind we are. And actually, in one of the games, Waqar Yunus came to our commentary box, and he was like, "How you guys are doing commentary on this? I mean, it's unthinkable what you have. I mean, you have nothing. You just basically have to watch the ground and call it from there, because they work with the top broadcasters." So, yeah, I mean, as you said, something like that, to have overseas professionals who are master of their craft, they need to come and train and develop the people back in Pakistan for us to just put a step on the ladder in terms of broadcasting.
It strikes me that it's interesting. I mean, from our point of view, we're we do think, just despite what it might look like at times, we do think pretty deeply about the show that we try and put out and how we construct it and how we make it good on air. And certainly, it's in the last few years, and we do think. But it's interesting that we talk about the domination of cricket commentary by ex-players, but it's interesting that we're almost talking on a completely different level. I often think that in terms of cricket coverage, we're slightly spoilt in England, even with the situation as it currently is.
No, absolutely. I mean, you think that we can get something off the ground the way we do it, and without blowing trumpets and whatever, it's pretty good. And, we're doing it from a flat in Sydenham for the most part. But yeah, it's interesting to hear. I mean, maybe there's a hole in the market for us there. Maybe we should.
I was just about to say that somebody fly Bear out to Pakistan and ask him to be a consultant to 10 Sports or somebody. Should just say, by the way, the rain is quite heavy now at Southampton. The players headed back to their hotels. That was about 35 minutes ago. The rain radar that I saw said that the rain would that the heavy rain would be cleared by 4 p.m. Which is about an hour and 20 minutes time. So we might get some play this evening. We shall wait and see. Sorry, Nastas, I cut you off.
Just a couple of points Jay makes. I mean, one I think it's been talked about. Given the fact that the West Indies and Pakistan have come to England, that we should return the favour and go to the West Indies and Pakistan. Because it's a big deal, this, for both those teams to come here under the current circumstances.
It's massive. I mean, talking from Pakistan's perspective, it is a massive deal. And England team touring Pakistan would really leave nothing for anyone else not to even think about not coming to Pakistan. And as I said, like when we did PSL, actually, when Athas was doing the show, I met him in Lahore. And as he mentioned himself as well, he was out and about. There was no problems for him. And as he said, he went for a run. He went to the shops and malls. So things on ground are way, way better. And it takes time to break the perceptions, I know. But PSL last year went a long way in doing that. And remember, before that England tour, there's another PSL in this year. So in the next year in spring. So if that goes well and everything keeps on the same path, and the way Pakistan has helped England out, I think things should look very, very bright for an England tour.
Will this year's PSL be behind closed doors and bubbled like we're expecting the CPL to be, which starts in a couple of days, and the IPL when it happens in Dubai?
I hope not, but it's too early to call right now because we're almost 6 months away, and like we all know that we want to go back to our normal life. I mean, we want our old normal back. We don't like this new normal.
No.
So we hope by that time the vaccine is there or something, and we can have everything like we used to have.
Vaccine in 6 months, you're even more optimistic than I am.
Well, I mean, I'm here in America. There was a second wave, and it has been flattened here as well. And all I hear is good news from Pakistan about flattening the curve as well. And there's like the daily cases have dropped down to 2 digits, which is a massive decrease to what was expected and what was projected. Actually, there was a projection of a lot of casualties in the middle of August, up until the middle of August, and thankfully it hasn't happened. So that gives me the positive vibes that come next year things will be normal, and I mean we'll have not only just a cricket back as normal, but our routine life back to normal as well, where it was before the pandemic.
That would be fantastic news, and perhaps the PSL can be the first tournament back in its proper guise. Talking about reciprocal tours, as you might call it, the Future Tours program was already fighting a losing battle, and the World Test Championship was fighting a losing battle to some extent and trying to bring some order to cricket, which is anyone who's heard me talk on this show knows my contention that the cricket doesn't actually have a governing body, and everyone is just being sort of any attempt by the ICC to impose some kind of order on things is going to be fought tooth and nail. But almost given that scenario, you could almost to some extent, I think the World Test Championship going on and continuing, at least getting through this first cycle and then maybe resetting into a more structured way, I think is important so the tournament doesn't lose complete credibility. But there is the opportunity for some reciprocal tours and to show to the West Indies and to Pakistan that that all of these goodwill gestures and all of these nice articles that have been written saying thank you, aren't just completely meaningless.
Well,
yeah, back it up.
Let's not have this let's not have this like just our sort of clapping for the NHS and then doing nothing about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's in the heat of the moment. Just ride on the popular wave of just appreciating what's happening. That's one thing, and just to go ahead and reciprocate it is another thing. I know that, and as we moved on from the series, it will still need a little bit of persuasion from the Pakistan. I'm talking from Pakistan's side, so there shouldn't be any problem touring West Indies to the England, and they should, because what they did was they were the first one who broke the ice and agreed to the biosecure bubble, agreed to the 14-day quarantine, and as we've been listening on the broadcast, that Shannon Gabriel could only spend his first night home only yesterday since he embarked on that tour of England. So there's a lot of sacrifice have been given by a lot of people.
And the CPL players had 1 or 2 nights at home. Their flight got delayed back by a hurricane. They had 1 night at home, and then they had to go to Trinidad to be in the bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I said, in these difficult times, the players and boards have come up and sacrificed to rescue English summer and rescue the huge loss that ECB was looking at. I mean, it does need some kind of reciprocation and some kind of kind gesture to just go and help those. Because Pakistan also, as I said, Pakistan's cricket board has been financing its domestic cricket for the last year with no return coming from that. And they plan to do that again. So if they have to do it for a couple more seasons, they will be in big trouble. So they need any help that they can get from anywhere. And English tour is always like a massive, massive tour. Wherever they go, wherever the English team go, it is much looked forward. And it is a revenue generator. I mean, I know the Indian series is, but so is the England series. India is bigger, but at the moment, on-ground realities are that Pakistan may not play India in a bilateral series. So the second biggest tour on the ICC schedule is the England tour. Wherever they go, they take their crowd, their supporters with them, and it helps the country, the home country. So as Pakistan and West Indies have done to England, it's surely their job to return the favour.
Yeah, I'd be interested actually. I know we have a few members of the Barmy Army and regular people who follow England around. I would love to think that the Barmy Army would send tours out to touring groups out to Pakistan if England went like they would anywhere else. And I've never been to Pakistan. I would love to go. Not my parents are from Indian heritage, and it's not always easy. Although I think probably certainly easier for an Indian going to Pakistan than the other way around. I think that's certainly the case. But one of my favourite cricket books is Pundits from Pakistan by the Indian journalist and author Rahul Bhattacharya about India touring in 2003. I think it was 2003, 2004. 2004 which was after a gap of a few years, not as long, but it had been a long time since India had been to Pakistan. And apart from some amazing descriptions of the cricket, him talking about he, as a member of the Indian touring media and the rest of the Indian touring media and the players, being welcomed like visiting royalty to Pakistan. Forget having to be, bubbled or having to be, within some sort of wall of steel security arrangements. People were queuing up to invite them into their houses, and there's such a even then, when cricket was regularly in Pakistan in the early 2000s, there was such a desire to be open and to be welcoming and to break down those barriers using cricket.
Yeah, that was a remarkable tour. It was 2004, 2005, and Sachin had come for the first time to Pakistan after his debut series. That was in 1989. That is for test matches. India did tour Pakistan in 1997 for the Golden Jubilee celebrations, and they played a 3-match series. But test matches, they were touring after 15 years. So, I mean, I hear the stories from some of my friends, and that series was remarkable, not only on the pitch but off it as well, as you said. And that's the kind of gesture that I remember very well, that people so much look forward to welcoming and that Indian team up, because it was happening after 15 years. But before or slightly after that, I think England came, and they had a fantastic time as well. But
not on the
England
field in
did
late
that-
2005. They got absolutely annihilated. But yeah, I think players.
Yeah, they were winning the first test like Pakistan was in Manchester last week, until the last day where Shoaib Akhtar blew them away. So it was pretty similar to that test match. The Multan test was similar to the Manchester test last week. But yeah, you're right. On the field, after that, they couldn't get Yunus and Yusuf out, and Misbah. So,
Yeah,
but
and-
coming back to that India series, that was remarkable in a way that the crowd support. I remember the first game in Karachi, where India made 300 plus and Pakistan was chasing it, and they lost in the last over by a couple of runs. And the scenes in National Stadium were that there was a standing ovation for the Indian team, and the crowd really took to them. And in all this series, I remember a funny incident as well. The cult figure of Balaji, you might remember him,
Yes, I
Lakshmipati
do.
Balaji. And every time he used to come to bat, people would chant his name, Balaji, Balaji, from all stands. And he went ahead and hit Shoaib Akhtar for a couple of sixes in one of the games. And such was the affection that people took to the Indian team. And I mean, that was a remarkable tour in all aspects.
Yeah, people remember Lakshmipati Balaji, I think, more fondly in Pakistan than they do in certain parts of India outside of Chennai, where he's from. Yeah, that first one-day international, I remember Moin Khan, I think, needed to hit a 6 off the last ball and couldn't quite do it. The footage is, I'm sure, on YouTube, because I've got a DVD of it, and I'm sure someone's uploaded that to YouTube, Robalinda or someone, or Maina Kadesi Robalinda, these big cricket YouTube archivists who do such amazing work to keep the history of the game alive. Go watch that footage on YouTube of that one-day series in particular. It's amazing, and read the book, Rahul Bhattacharya's Pundits from Pakistan. It's one of my all-time favourite cricket books. Should go to our pals out there and in social media land to see if they've got anything to say.
Well, interesting question from Jay Grover, which is something I know nothing about. Apparently Atif Nawaz has been talking about these ubiquitous cricket chat shows in Pakistan. And what's that about, Faisal? Do you know anything about those?
Oh yeah, there's
Shoaib
like
host one.
3 or 4 of them every night. I mean, we have 2 sports channels, 24/7 sports channels, and there's hardly any live sports on those channels. And all they have is the chats and debates.
Wow.
And they get so heated. And I mean, like I was explaining the other day, on this tour, 2 pictures that were released by the PCB on their website got so much mileage. In one of them, Sarfraz, the former captain, was standing behind Rohil Nazir, the rookie wicketkeeper, and he was practicing, and Sarfraz was waiting. And people there was debates and shows on just that one picture, saying that this is the signal that Sarfraz has been shown the door, and the youngster's been given preference over him, and he has no future, and this is like that. This is the captain who won us the Champions Trophy, and this is how you treat him, things like that. So that gets blown out of proportion so much because there is no live sport. All they have is that debates, and then the regional bias comes into it. Fawad Alam was he was kind of the favorite of all. Everybody wanted him in. He's a big topic always on those shows. And then Wasim Khan, poor old Wasim Khan, he gets lambasted in all those shows. He's termed as a guy who's come on a parachute and took over the Pakistan cricket, being from England. I mean, it's just, there is a lot of non-issues. And the latest one was when Sarfraz carried the drinks in the last test match and shoes for Shan Masood. And it was termed as embarrassment for him, or it's a cultural, like in elders are always given respect, and how can he carry the shoes for a youngster who is younger than him? And this is like
I have to say, Sir Fraz, I was on commentary when that happened.
Civilized, I mean, you name it. So that's just a hint of it. What I'm telling you, there's a lot of other nonsense goes in that as well, which is not even worth mentioning or watching. But it does cover a lot of hours on the prime time. These kind of chat shows.
I think Shoaib Akhtar used to host one of those chat shows for a while. Certainly, Shoaib is never too far away from a fun quote here or there. His autobiography is well worth reading as well, if not always accurate. Hey, I was on commentary when that Sarfraz moment happened. I have to say, that's the first time I've seen Sarfraz Ahmed smile in 2 years. He appears to have... The captaincy ages players, and it was almost a relief for him when Sarfraz was finally unburdened of the captaincy across all formats.
That's exactly what I thought. It's a pure cricketing reason. It was for his best, because you see him, he was literally, I don't want to call, but he was like miserable on the field because he was under so much pressure, and it was visible to see for all. But now there's a group in the Pakistani media who's just like saying it was wrong to discard him or wrong to drop him, but I don't know, how can you not, like you just see it, you mentioned it, you hit the nail on the head. How can one not see him under so much pressure as of captaincy? And like you said, any captaining any team is difficult, but Pakistan is probably one of the most difficult teams, considering the media he had to deal with and all the kind of expectations of people, and you just slip up only slightly and you get in a hole, and then you try to come out of the hole, you dig deeper and deeper. So, I mean, it was a cricketing reason, but again, as I said, in those talk shows, he's been put as a victim card for some sort of injustice to him.
I'm right in thinking there's a regional aspect to that as well, isn't it? Because he's from Karachi.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the media stronghold used to be Karachi when there was only print media, and there was some presence in Lahore as well and Islamabad. But since the cable and the boom of media has happened, there is like dozens and dozens of TV channels now. So they're equally based in Lahore and Karachi and in the capital Islamabad. So some of the and I mean, I know that for a fact in the previous era of players, some players used to. There was a big problem in Pakistan cricket as well, which Wasim Khan has tried to curb, is that some of the players would leak the inside information to certain sections of the media, and that would cause huge controversy. And one of the past masters of that was none other than Shahid Afridi, and that was I mean, it's a fact, I have to admit. I mean, that ruined a lot of ruined Pakistan cricket in a way that something, as you always say, whatever happens in the dressing room stays in the dressing rooms, and Pakistan cricket could ill afford any controversies, what we've gone through in the last 10, 12 years. But certain players were using media, and now media think that they're so powerful that they are kingmakers. They can make or break careers and stuff like that, which is unfortunate in reality.
Sorry, go ahead and ask this.
So I was going to say, I imagine he has his hands full these days, but does Imran Khan ever comment? Does he ever come into the media about cricket now, or is he completely left it alone?
No, he does not. I mean, he is totally moved from cricket now, and all he did is appointed, in his opinion, the best people to run cricket and just give them a free hand. I know that Wasim Khan has met him when he took charge, and the Prime Minister just explained to him what his vision was, and Wasim Khan said they had a meeting and they kind of agreed what should be the course of it, but then he's left it to these two gentlemen to do it in their own way, knowing what Imran Khan wanted all those years. But he's found, I think, two very good people to execute his plans, but they're fighting against all kind of existing status quo in the PCB that were there for about 25, 30 years. So there's internal fighting that they have to go through before whatever plans they have could implement and could better Pakistan cricket. But it's a slow process, but I think they're the two right people at the helm of the affairs.
Well, he's got his hands full doing other things, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pakistan had a torrid time in the last 15, 20 years as a country.
Yeah.
So, but he's been the chosen one. He has massive support from the common people, and they're standing by him just because of his integrity and his personality. He's been in the limelight for the last 50 years since he made his Test debut. He's been on the screens all the time. So people do believe in him. But again, as I said, it's a lot of mess to clear, and it will take him time. But in terms of cricket, he's got the right people at the right place, in my opinion.
It's good that he's able to step back and let those people do their jobs. It must be very tempting for somebody like Imran, who has such influence, and for all of his other faults and for all of his slightly alarming lurch towards hardline religious politics and whatever. You can argue about that, but knows a hell of a lot about the game and has not been shy of voicing his opinion on how the game should be structured before to get involved. But it's good to see. Speaking of huge, magnetic, colossal personalities, yesterday we saw the international retirement of Mahendra Singh Dhoni. I wonder what has the reaction and the been to Dhoni, not just in his retirement, but kind of over his career in Pakistan.
Oh, people love him. I mean, there is no doubt about it. And it's a wide consensus in Pakistan that he's the most influential Indian captain. Not one of the most, but the most. I mean, the way he's changed the culture of the Indian cricket. I mean, I know the process started under Sourav Ganguly, but he took it to another level. And he's widely respected and loved in Pakistan as well. And people do recognize him as a game changer for Indian cricket, and a great ambassador for the country and for the sport as well. A lot of outpouring of love and respect has come out for him, no doubt about that.
Apparently there's a Shoaib and Wasim game show. Is that true?
Oh, they did it once in a couple of years ago, I think, which didn't go quite well. So that was just the one-off. Yeah, I mean,
That's such nonsense around Shoaib Akhtar, but and some of it is quite entertaining. But what a bowler Shoaib Akhtar was at his peak. I talked about that 2005 tour. So England had won the Ashes and were saying, we're the best team in the world. Suddenly we can dominate the world like Australia did, and then Shoaib Akhtar, coming back from another injury, comes in, develops this slower ball which is absolutely unpickable, and it made England look like complete fools on that tour.
Yeah, he did, and he was charismatic in that series. He led the bowling attack on those dead pitches. I mean, you ask Harmison and Hogarth and Flintoff, who were struggling to get wickets, and Shoaib just ran in and just bulldozed the English batting lineup. Not all the time with pace, though. As you mentioned, that slow delivery that came out of his hand, so slow. Remember Michael Vaughan getting hit on his pad? I think that was a full toss, but the deception was in pace.
Yeah, it would dip like a spin bowler's delivery.
Yeah, and although it didn't work against India in the following series, where he got smashed by Dhoni in Faisalabad for 5 fours, and then he ended up with hitting him with a beamer on the 6th delivery. That's Shoaib Akhtar for you. But yeah, I mean, amazing cricketer. I had the misfortune of facing him in the nets because I'm from Rawalpindi too, and all he was doing was learning the reverse swing Yorkers. And at that time, I played him in the club cricket whilst we were playing club cricket. So, and he was on the verge of being an international cricketer. So late in the darkness, he used to get an old ball, a really old ball, and all he was doing is just run in and try and hit the base of the stumps, regardless if there was a batsman or no batsman. He won't do anything else. So that was quite good. But
And,
as you said, he was remarkable fast bowler. I mean, it just brings a drama and theatre of a different level when you have someone who can bowl that fast. And that brings me to the point again where I was a little disappointed where Archer, when he was questioned and he said he can't be expected to bowl 90 miles an hour all the time. I mean, if he's not bowling 90 miles an hour, England have plenty of bowlers who can seam and swing the ball at 80 miles an hour. Every county team has 2 or 3. So I don't know what's got into his head, or maybe I didn't get it correctly.
I'm not sure I agree with that about Jofra. Jofra Archer is not a bowler who needs to be bowling 90 miles an hour plus to be effective. I think he's a lot more skillful than people give him credit for. The fact that he can, and the fact that batters know he can, makes him even more dangerous in a way. Because you always got that in your head. But I think that I agree completely wholeheartedly with what Bear, one of our other commentators, was saying earlier. People have just got on Archer's back and Archer's case way too fast and way too quickly, and in a way that isn't backed up by what he's been able to do, even though he isn't probably at completely 100%, even though he hasn't been bowling at completely full pace, he's still doing well enough, he's still taking wickets, he's still taken as many fifers in 10 tests as Andrew Flintoff managed across his whole career. Somebody like Shoaib was broken for half of his career. I'm sure now that he has trouble walking. That doing what he did or what Brett Lee tried to do is... No one would advise that.
Yeah, but that's why you remember them. That's a little... I mean, we'll have to agree to disagree on that because it's a cultural difference. If you can't buy pace, and if you have it, you can't hide it in a locker. That's the thing. Somebody who's bowling at 80 miles cannot go and work for one season and come back next year and start bowling 90 plus. It don't happen. But if you have it, you got to use it. And I know I agree with you. Shoaib is broken, and Shoaib was even broken when he came to the international team because he thinks he was delayed by his selection by 2 to 3 years. So his prime time, he said, was spent in domestic cricket. But that's Brett Lee. I mean, you listen to him, the amount of injuries he's gone through. But I think, in my opinion, you may not agree with me, but that's why people remember them. Because there was a lot of pace bowlers who played with Brett Lee. But we don't remember them, and we won't remember them after 20 years. But Brett Lee and Shoaib Akhtar would still be remembered just because of what they did in terms of their pace, and they were so different from the others, put it that way.
It's interesting how we choose to remember cricketers. I would hope and love to think that people would remember Mohammad Abbas when he has finished playing because of his outrageous skill levels, and I think Jofra Archer may fall slightly in between those two camps, but he's already done things that people will remember forever. Jofra Archer, and I just hope that basically people can just ease up on him and just let him bowl and let him develop. He's still very young in first-class cricket.
In his career as well.
In international cricket. He's 10 test matches and maybe 20-odd one-day internationals.
Yeah.
But here, my point is not... I'm not expecting Jofra Archer to just like run through teams on his own all day, every day, so early and so young in his career. I was just talking about the mindset where pace is his biggest asset, I think, to go with the other skills that he have. I mean, you look at Mark Wood. I know there was a talk that Mark Wood bowls fast, but he doesn't do a lot with the ball. Probably he bowls the same pace as Jofra Archer. But Archer has got the skills as well. But what I'm saying is that he shouldn't compromise on the pace. Or I don't know what's the right thinking to prolong the career at the expense of the pace. Then it would take the X factor out of him. He would still be a good bowler, but he won't have that X factor, I think, without the pace.
I understand that. It's that thing that sets the really good apart from the greats.
Fast bowling is so hard, and being able to bowl, being able to, I would be very surprised if there's a bowler who's had a long career whose average pace was above 90 miles an hour consistently without even even somebody like Brett Lee or Shoaib would probably be around 89 miles an hour in terms of their average pace. Take out the deliberate slower balls, but it's just so hard.
You can't consistently do that without your body failing.
No, I don't think you can anywhere.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Fast bowling. I mean, that injuries and that are part and parcel of a fast bowler's career. I mean, if you want to bowl that fast, you will go through those phases, and you will need that strength to come back. The rehab is very difficult, and you got to go. So, as Nicol said, I mean, fast bowling. There's a lot to fast bowling, mentally, physically, and in terms of your character as well. I mean, as the career goes, I mean, there have been fast bowlers who developed at the end of their careers, like Waqar Younis, who's an out-and-out fast bowler, but towards the end, he pretty much became a swing bowler. His outswing with the new ball, and he wasn't as effective when it came to the old ball at the later stages of his career. But he became a remarkable bowler with the new ball. So fast bowlers do go through these phases, and it's fascinating job. I mean,
I tell you one thing that Archer has got on his side is he's in a team with two of his teammates, two of the best, and I'm sure he is sitting down and talking to Broad and Anderson about it all.
Archer's a pretty smart character and a smart cricketer, and he seems to have learnt very quickly. He's already learnt a huge amount, and he seems someone who's he doesn't talk a huge amount. He's quite quiet in general, but he does seem somebody who is very kind of voracious for advice. But absolutely, you'd be picking James Anderson and Stuart Broad's brain. Anderson is an interesting because he was not express pace, but he bowled 90-odd miles an hour when he first came into the England team, and then has obviously developed into an absolute machine over the last few years. And in terms of being able to go through those phases and go through that difficult phase and come back, because it will. People have talked about Archer struggling. Archer hasn't struggled in international cricket consistently for a little while. He hasn't had his action fall apart on him. He hasn't had his body fall apart on him yet. That might happen. And as you talked about, Faisal, that resilience to keep coming back and keep improving and find a way to be effective and find a way to be authentically yourself, even at various stages of your career.
I haven't watched him over the past 18 months, whatever. There's been he's had a lot of games where he's bowled absolutely brilliantly, but not got a wicket. And the margins are so fine in those games. When you look at it and you walk off and you see his figures for 0 or for 1, and you think, blimey, that should have been 5.
Yeah, 100%. And then he's bowled not so well, or bowled, well but not particularly threateningly, and got 3 for. It happens.
That part of it. Coming back to the point you made about the pace of Anderson at the beginning of the career, I think Stuart Broad also clocked above 90 in the initial part when he was trying to bowl fast. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that he cannot have a successful career if he drops down in pace and continue to work on his skills. That would still give him a successful career like Anderson had and Broad had, because he will be playing most of his cricket in England, and where you all the time, you don't need to come in and run and bowl at 90 miles. You pitch the ball in the right areas, 80, 85, 86 is quick enough to get you a load of wickets, and he can still do that. As you said, he's very smart, so whichever way he decides is best for him, he will do. As far as the drama and theatre is concerned, I think the extreme pace brings something different to the table. That's my point.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to watch his career, and I just hope he's left alone to some extent long enough and by enough and backed enough by the team and the captain, which Joe Root has shown signs of doing to develop, and that we all get to watch him develop.
Let me ask you one thing, Nico. Let me ask you one thing. What would you think would have a psychological effect on him being left out or dropped? Do you think would it have any? Both of you actually can give me your take on that.
It depends on the communication from the team and from the management. And I think that I was listening to some of the discussion that we were having this morning about England's pace attack, and I think that England fans are a little bit. Some of the discussion about it is way too fevered about England's fast bowling and about any particular selection change. We almost have to look at cricket now almost like we do with football. It's a squad game to a large extent, and particularly if you're well resourced like India or England or Australia are, it is a squad game, and it is not going to be the case that you have one attack which plays every game in every conditions, or you have one home attack and one away attack. That's just not how it's going to be. And good bowlers and good players are going to be left out. Good bowlers in particular are going to be left out for an individual game. If it's handled right and the communication is done right, and he is and he knows that him missing one game doesn't mean that he's going to have to miss another 10 games, then it shouldn't be an issue. It's certainly how I see it, Nestor's.
Yeah, well, I think that his teammates and the England setup are, want of a better term, looking after him. I think what we've got here is a media thing as well, isn't it? I mean, it's articles that are written about him and snipey comments in the press, which, although it's easy to say, I'll just ignore them. But you feel that he should do that and just take notice of his teammates and the England.
I know, but it's not easy, and also he's having to every player gets criticised in the press. That's just part of it. That's just how it works when you're in the public eye, because of who he is, and because of who he is, and because of where he comes from. He has to put up with a lot of stuff that other people don't have to put up with.
Well, he had to put up with this crap before he even played for England.
From some of his own teammates, as it turns out, because people were going out and asking Mark Wood and David Willey and Chris Wokes, do you think it's right that Jofra Archer is going to come into this team and potentially take your place? We can talk about the players, maybe those players perhaps saying some silly things, but why were those questions being asked?
Yeah, well, I think we know
why. It's intriguing. Whichever way you look at it, it is. I think, but England is blessed to have that depth, especially in the fast bowling. And as I said, as you saw, Broad, when he was left out, he got fuming. But then when he came back, he just backed his words as well. So
you can fume when you've got nearly 500 Test wickets and you've got his record.
Hey, only thing we're lacking is we're lacking spin bowlers though.
Possibly England's two best spinners aren't playing.
I was listening to Shane Warne earlier about the debate on spin bowling, and he still reckons that he thinks that Adil Rashid is the best spinner in the country right now, and if he's persuaded to play first-class cricket, he can still be part of the England Test match setup.
I don't disagree with that at all. I was listening to that conversation. It's amazing how Shane Warne is absolutely unmissable on leg spin and absolutely unlistenable on almost any other matter, even some cricketing ones. I think Adil Rashid I think it's interesting to look at how Owen Morgan manages him and has managed him in the England setup compared to how his various Test captains, Alistair Cook and Joe Root, have managed him. I think back to, there's a couple of tours where Adil Rashid has been hugely effective. The start of that India tour in 2016, he was really tricky for some very good players of spin on pitches that weren't turning to play. And then in Sri Lanka, it was him and Moeen and Jack Leach won England that series, really. I mean, good batting performances as well, so it's a bit reductive, but they all bowled brilliantly as a trio. And I would argue that those are England's three best spinners. I understand why Dom Bess is being picked ahead of Jack Leach in these circumstances, where the spinner is playing a holding role, if at all, and will need to be able to bat a little bit. But Moeen Ali has taken a lot of wickets in England over the years. Is not in a place, form and fitness wise, where he can I don't know mental health wise exactly, but in terms of stress wise, that he's quite at full Test match readiness yet. Adil Rashid, I agree. I think Adil Rashid can be a weapon for England in Test cricket, particularly given that when Stokes is fit, you have a 5-man pace attack.
Yeah, at the start of our conversation, when we were talking about Yasir Shah doesn't have as many varieties as Adil Rashid.
It doesn't have a googly.
Adil has a very deceptive googly and a front of the arm flipper, and his leg break turn. I know Yasir bowled beautifully in the last Test match, which was after quite a while. It was good to see, but Adil Rashid has more tools as a leg spinner than Yasir. It's just about bowling those long spells, and then again it comes back to the times where the county cricket is played. Spinners don't play a huge role at all, and that's why the development of spin in England is quite a hard thing. And when somebody gets a chance at the international level, they sometimes get exposed in tough conditions, and then there's one after the other, which never helps. So that's the problem. So someone like Adil Rashid, who's got the confidence and the temperament to handle pressure situations, I mean, he could still be a handful.
Yeah, I
But
think he's
don't
bowling
know.
beautifully. I think he bowled beautifully during England's recent one-day series against Ireland. He's been a vital part. I don't think England would have got as far as they have in one-day cricket without somebody like Adil Rashid, who can bowl at almost any stage of the innings. Now has developed and hugely. He can bowl. He's trusted to bowl at the death now for England. I'm slightly amazed actually that nobody's given Adil Rashid an IPL contract at some point. You think he'd be perfect given how well wrist spinners do in T20 cricket. And I wrote an article last year saying that he should leave Yorkshire and go play county cricket somewhere else where he doesn't have to get messed around like he has been by Yorkshire. Whether that'll happen, who knows? It's also England haven't had a full-time spin bowling coach since 2014. They have had a lot of short-term, contractors and consultants. Like Saklan Mushtaq worked with England for a little while on that tour of India, in fact, and then went. And then the Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali, who didn't have that experience that you're talking about that somebody like Yasir had no one to fall back on. And suddenly they got exposed and you got on top, and then the tour became more and more difficult for them. But it baffles me that England talk about, why aren't we winning in India? Why aren't we winning in India? What do you expect when you don't give it the same attention, spin bowling the same attention that you do other facets of the game?
Shane Warne's over here all the time, and he's not doing anything. What I mean,
He's
why did they have him?
Well, I don't think he would want to be a full-time international coach. I mean, he'll be coaching one of the 100 franchises, but he has. Yeah. But you could think of. I think so. England I think Jeetan Patel is working with the team at the moment, but he's currently playing, but might retire at the end of the year. So maybe Jeetan Patel when he retires. But you did have Mushtaq Ahmed, who's now working with Pakistan and has been working with the West Indies. He was England's last full-time on tour all the time for spin bowling coach.
Yeah.
I remember he went on that Ashes tour where England won, and Swan was on that tour. So he's been on and off with England, so has been Saklan. But now, as you said, it's Jeetan Patel. But like I said, there's a lot of debate about the scheduling of the county cricket, first-class cricket, because a lot of it happens in April, May, and then towards the back end of the season. So spinners' roles are curtailed, and there was a lot of good debate about the debate on spin is the role of the captain as well.
Yeah.
Because captain has a huge role to develop the spinners. I mean, they can get tonked around, but you have to persevere with them, because in English conditions it's better to have a dibbly-dobbly medium pacer putting the ball right there, and at local cricket or at grassroots cricket, he may be more effective than a spinner.
I was
learning. Go for a few rounds.
I was a wrist spinner at school level and club level, at university level. The longest spell I've ever bowled is 8 overs.
And my experience in club cricket was that we had some very good leg spinners, and they were coming out. We were playing for the first team and the second and third team. We had young leg spinners, and I would just try to keep an eye on them. And when they come in the nets, I'll work with them. But when I see the match figures, they would be like 2 overs. Even if they go for 8, 9, 10 runs, they would be taken off. And when I talked to the captain of the second or third team, that why did you take him off? He only went for 10 runs in 2 overs. You need to bowl. And he said in this 10 overs, they were through 2 or 3 full tosses that the batsman hit straight to the fielder. So that's why I took him off, fearing that he's going to go for more in the next over. I mean, that attitude really is not...
Yeah, discounting the fact that one of those might get a wicket, or that the next ball might get a wicket because the batter gets frustrated.
When I was captain of Rawalpindi, we had 2 leg spinners, and one of the leg spinners, he just came up and told me, like, can I have a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg? And I said, why? You want to bowl on the off stump? I'll give you field over there. And he said, no, I may bowl a full toss and the batsman might hit it there for a catch. So in his opinion, that full toss was an attacking option. which he wasn't even intending. So it was quite funny, and I said, no, it's not happening. You field here and try and ball on the length. So with leg spinners, as you rightly said, sometimes the batsman is just in two minds where to hit, or whether to hit it for a 4 or a 6, and that gets him out.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason that T20 leg wrist spinners have been so effective in T20 cricket. It's so hard to actually to set yourself to hit a 6. You have to be absolutely certain where the ball is going, and you can't be with someone who can turn it both ways. And then you add in the new development in wrist spin, which is variation of line and length, is that you're not looking to land it on the spot, land it on the spot, land it on the spot. You're looking to change it up. You're looking to not to have the batter not be able to predict where you're going to be able to bowl the next ball. And I mean but you need the level of control that grooving your action and bowling a lot as a youngster gives you. That you bowl a quote unquote bad ball that we would think of a short ball or a wide ball, but if you're bowling that if you're able to control your line and length and you're able to bowl that deliberately to work to a plan and to throw off the batter, then you're going to be effective. But you can't get that control without bowling a lot.
Yeah, the change of length, the variations in change of length, even in the fast bowlers or the seam-up bowlers in the 2020 format, you see slower bouncer is they dug it really deep in their half and it's slower. So the variation in length, and you may call it that the leg spinner, the right-arm leg spinner or the wrist spinner, he has that natural variations in length because it's very hard to control. It's a difficult art. And it throws the batsman off as well because they can't just line him up like you can do with a medium pacer or a finger spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we'll just to give you a little bit of update from the ground. Apparently, there is some blue sky over to one side of the ground, and the forecast is a little bit better, but it is still raining. But we are hopeful of some cricket this evening. This has been a fascinating chat that we've gone here, there, and everywhere with. We'll just I think we'll give ourselves a little bit of a rest in preparation for some cricket, perhaps coming back sometime soon. Thank you very much to Faisal Shah, and hopefully the cricket will come back in time for us to actually be able to do some commentary.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, Nikhil, and let's hope for the play to begin, and we'll be back again.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Nestle's want to wrap up with a few tweets, and then we'll go back to highlights of the World Cup final.
I think our social media has given up now. They're either watching the snooker, the motor racing, or they're all gone to sleep.
Alrighty then. We'll keep you updated, of course, and then we'll be back with you when we know any more. But until then, have some more cricket from the 2019 World Cup final. That absolutely ridiculous day of cricket that we will never forget as long as we live. But until then, thank you to Faisal Shah, and let us go back to those highlights. Bye.
See you later.
Yeah, it's
been a long time coming.
Looking to reassert some authority, aren't they, England?
Just getting them moving again. This is back of a length, and Stokes, of course, playing from the crease with the very ostentatious coming up to the stumps with Tom Latham. Stokes in behind that one, blocks back to the bowler. There is no, you can't just let them bowl it.
No, you have to do something, and the England way is very much to back yourselves and look to keep going on the attack. The depth to do it with.
De Grandhomme in outside off stump. Stokes plays this one solidly enough as it comes into him up to mid on. There is no run. I have one criticism of Ben Stokes, and I think he's batted beautifully throughout this tournament, is that he can let a few dot balls go at the start of his innings, which is could cause England problems later. It hasn't particularly so far. He's been England's man for all seasons throughout the tournament. Last ball of the 23rd over, de Grandhomme's 7th is pushed by Stokes. He was trying to turn it square, but it wasn't pacey enough for that. Pushes up to mid-on. There is no run. 4 runs off the over. England 86 for 3.
Sigro Saab says, has our own Ben Stokes put some white wall paint stripes on his helmet for this special occasion? Peter Lloyd, right, starting on the booze. Leah says there are still good commentators around. Nas Athas Sanger, to name a few. Add Hendo to that, and a few others here. Lord Gara and Ebony Rainford Brent giggling like schoolgirls while Universe Joss was betting against Pakistan last year was a highlight. And Short Third Man says Why is Roger Federer playing for New Zealand under the pseudonym de Grandhomme?
Not dissimilar Barnett-wise, for sure.
And Jay Grover says he can't fit behind his sofa. I've already made my bed. I'm running out of displacement activities.
No need for displacement. We do have a change of bowling. Pace replaced by accurate seam bowling. This man's had an excellent tournament in all regards, including on Twitter.
Indeed he has. Where is he? Here he is.
Whoops, oh look, here comes another slow ball. Jimmy Neesham's bowled another slow ball.
12 wickets at 20.75. He's in, hair a flapping, right arm over the wicket to short ball, which Morgan climbs into. Oh, that might be the most extraordinary catch coming in off the deep point boundary. Lockie Ferguson is claiming that coming in off the deep point boundary. We're going to have a look. If Ferguson has pulled this off, that is absolutely wonderful.
I think that is.
Morgan was early on the shot. He was trying to go up and over the point region. I think he was actually trying to go a lot more through cover, or over cover rather, but he got it a little bit square on the bat. And it just held up long enough for Ferguson to come charging in off the deep point boundary and dive full length. The soft signal is out, so we have to have conclusive proof that Lockie Ferguson hasn't pulled off an absolute blinder.
I'm pretty sure he's got that. He was sure.
It struck me as the ball came through. I thought, no, we're not going for the England thing that they did at the end of rubbish gets wickets, because it wasn't a great ball.
Morgan got himself a little bit tucked up, and maybe he just got a little bit too close to him to play the shot he was trying to play. Ferguson read it early, comes to his left, comes forward. He's taken that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Lockie Ferguson.
No doubt.
New Zealand's fielding has been dynamite in these knockout stages. We saw the Gupta run out, we saw the Neesham catch. Now we have seen the Lockie Ferguson diving catch, diving full length to dismiss the England captain in the World Cup final. Owen Morgan gone for a strangulated 9 off 22, not a single boundary, ended by a quite brilliant bit of fielding for Lockie Ferguson.
Ferguson could barely believe he caught that himself, I think. And appropriately, Arthur Shaw says Lockie Ferguson and his moustache picked a fine time to morph into Richard Hadley. Bernard D says, I know the moment I turn on the telly that England will sadly recover to win the World Cup. This is like the Schrodinger's collapse. Nick Martin says he's a fit lad, loads of ODI keepers bat fine in the top three, talking about Butler. And Ravi says yes, should have come in ahead of Stokes. Leah says I wouldn't let him play with my balls either. I have no porn stash policy and I will abide by it no matter what if they win the World Cup.
This might be talking about our friend Lockie.
I think so. And Dr. Dan has sent us another lovely picture of Johnny Bairstow about to fall. Thank you, Dr. Dan.
That was quite magnificent from Lockie Ferguson. He came probably 5 or 7 yards to his right and about 10-15 yards in, and that has brought the universe just to the wicket. He's had a quiet tournament since that 100 against Pakistan. Can he make himself a hero? Number 5. No, number 6 in our batting lineup. In fact, number 6 in our jingle card too.
Found someone Sattler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's. Joss Butler.
Stokes and Butler nearly got England over the line against Sri Lanka. Can they do it on the biggest stage of all, in the World Cup final at Lords? Joss Butler facing up to Jimmy Neesham, slip in place. It's Ross Taylor. That's down the leg side, and it's turned away nicely by Butler to the right hand of Ferguson at mid-wicket, who slides back to field. They come through 4-2.
Ravi has a message for you. Says, well, Knuckles, I think the idea of a fixed batting order is overrated. So there, and this is all written, sticking out tongue emoji, laughing crying emoji, laughing crying emoji, laughing crying emoji.
Well, it's not a fixed batting order. Butler comes in ahead of Stokes when England are doing very well, and when they haven't, when they've lost a few early wickets, Stokes comes in. We're seeing this catch many times, and quite rightly. It's fantastic work from Lockie Ferguson.
Yeah,
this is outside off stump, and nicely played by Butler, just playing with soft hands to make sure that the man from cover has to wait for it to get to him, and they come through for a single.
nearly 50-50 now, and I would say that's been kind to England.
The win predictor.
Yeah.
It just hung in the air long enough for Ferguson to get round. Morgan sliced it. Oh, he was definitely looking to hit that elsewhere than when